My older sister bought a house a couple of weeks after my 18th birthday. The house itself was beautiful. It had an old country style and a rustic theme to it, which I personally enjoyed. The house was out in the middle of the country. The nearest neighbor was 5 miles up the dirt road, and you couldn't see the house from the highway it was by. That was my favorite part about it, but still, it was peaceful. Now, the house had a basement that was fully furnished. It had its own kitchen, living room, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom. That was cool as hell. The basement also had 3 doors for cars and a nice little workshop. The upstairs part of the house had 4 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, a large kitchen, a dining room, and a computer room with double doors that locked not only on the door handle, but with an old-fashioned lock at the top of the door on the inside of the room. The washer and dryer were in a corner by the side door of the house. It was just beyond the kitchen. There was a small deck on the front side of the house, which faced the highway that couldn't be seen because of the field that was in front of it, and a small deck on the side of the house where the side door was that led out into the yard. There was a very large deck on the back of the house, too. I'm not sure how tall it was, but I know that you had to go down 22 stairs if you wanted to get down to the driveway. The house itself was incredible, and no one could believe that the previous owner wanted to sell it, yet they had their reasons. Their reasoning was that they wanted to travel across the country in their RV because they were both retired and it was a lifelong dream of theirs. Oh well, it was one hell of a deal for my sister. My other 2 siblings and I stayed at the house for the first time about 2 days after my sister and her husband had finished moving in. My older sister and I had cooked dinner while everyone else explored the house. I had already seen it due to the fact that I was the first one she showed it to, aside from her husband. We all ate dinner together in the dining room in celebration of their newest milestone in life, and played with my 5-year-old nephew and 2-year-old niece. We all stood out on the deck for a while after putting the kids to bed. It was so that my sister and I could have a cigarette before heading in to drink and play cards. It was, in all honesty, a perfect way to help my sister and her husband finish unpacking. The night went on as any normal night we would all be together. My younger brother, younger sister, and I slept in the computer room that night since it was pretty spacious, and we wouldn't wake up the kids. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. I was, and still am, an intuitive person, in touch with my spirituality and such. I can assess any situation just by the feel of the atmosphere. However, that house did not give me any bad vibes at first. I wish it would have, because I never would have stepped foot into that place had I known what was going to happen in the following year. There were reasons that will remain unknown, but I moved in with my older sister a month before I graduated high school. Now, you have to understand that living out in the country meant that I had spotty cell phone reception. I didn't have my driver's license, and I didn't have a car, so after my sister's mother-in-law would pick me up from school, as well as my niece and nephew, and take us home, I would have to take care of them because her husband slept during the day. He worked from 10 o'clock at night until 7 o'clock in the morning. Now imagine how difficult that was at 18 years old, trying to take care of 2 small children, cooking dinner, cleaning the house, and doing laundry while trying to finish my homework. It was absolutely challenging, but somehow I managed to do it. There was a particular night about 2 weeks after I had moved in that started everything. My niece and nephew were in the living room watching cartoons and playing with their toys, while I was in the kitchen cooking dinner. It was about 5 o'clock in the evening, which was the normal time for dinner. I would peek my head out of the kitchen every once in a while to check in on the kids. I could hear them laughing and playing, so I would go back to cooking. This was happening for about 30 minutes before I felt someone tugging on my shirt. I looked down with a smile, thinking it was my niece wanting more juice or something, but there was no one there. My heart began to beat faster. As I peeked my head into the living room to see that the kids were still playing with their toys and watching cartoons, I shook off the weird incident, chalking it up to being my imagination and my worry about being home alone with the kids. I finished cooking dinner, fed both kids, and tried to do my homework in the living room, but I had an uneasy feeling the rest of the night. It felt like someone was watching me. That was just the first of many strange things to take place in that damn house. The next incident happened a few weeks later. My bedroom was next to the side door of the house and directly across from the back door leading to the deck. I had always had an odd fear about doors being opened, which is silly, I know, but it legitimately freaks me the hell out. My older sister was in the living room, watching TV and drinking a glass of wine to try and wind down after a long day at work. The children were in bed, and I was in my bedroom trying to finish my homework, despite it being a Friday night. I had the television in my bedroom, Law & Order playing in the background, even though I had my headphones in with my rock music blasting loudly. I was so occupied with getting my probability and statistics homework done that I hadn't noticed the handle of my bedroom door twisting and turning. I heard a very distant bang on something, which caused me to take one of my earbuds out. No noise. I put the earbud back in when another bang sounded. I took both earbuds out this time, listening carefully to the weird noises just outside my room. There was the sound of scratching, which scared the holy hell out of me. I looked at my clock on the shelf above my bed to see that it was midnight when my 5-year-old nephew screamed and came running into my room. I had asked him what was wrong, and the only thing the little man said was that he didn't want to sleep in his bedroom because of the man in his closet. It took an hour and a half for me to calm him down, but he finally fell asleep on my bed while I stayed up the rest of the night watching TV and listening for any strange noises. I would occasionally step out the back deck with my older sister to have a cigarette, but again, my room was directly across from the door, so we were able to keep an eye on my nephew. The third incident to happen was the following day. It was a Saturday, and I was down in the basement trying to clean up and help my sister unpack, when the atmosphere suddenly felt ominous, like something bad was about to happen. And we were listening to music, dancing around, and watching the kids play with their toys. I don't remember exactly what I was doing at that particular moment that I felt something touch the back of my neck, but I turned around to swat at the person because I thought it was my sister. My family likes to play jokes on each other as often as possible, especially when the other person isn't expecting it, but again, no one was there. I went back to what I was doing, but again, around 5 minutes later, something roughly tugged on the hood of my jacket. There was no one behind me, and that was when I realized that my sister and the kids had gone upstairs. I was completely alone in that cold-ass basement. I grabbed my phone, ran out of the room and up the stairs to the kitchen. My sister asked me what the hell happened. I told her, but she just shrugged. Yeah, it sounds absolutely insane, but I swear to everything holy that this all actually happened. The entire summer passed by like that. Weird little things happening here and there, but nothing major. My nephew still refused to sleep in his room because of the man in his closet. My niece developed a liking and disliking of her bedroom. Her closet door would not shut no matter how many times someone would close it. My niece would play in the room alone during the day, but would wake up in the middle of the night crying and screaming bloody murder until someone would take her out of her crib. I'd given up my bed by that point to let my niece and nephew sleep in it while I slept on the floor. I didn't mind having them in my room with me, considering that I made them feel safe, and my nerves were calmer when it was my responsibility to make sure that they were safe and secure. August came around, and it was time for me to go to college. I packed up everything I would need and headed off for the first time by myself. Mind you, I still didn't have a car, so that was a fun day of moving into the dorms. I figured that college was the perfect time for me to get away from all of the weird things happening in that house. Yet, the strange things started happening there too. Something had followed me to school, and it eventually took its toll on me. I would wake up in the middle of the night to a loud banging on the front door of my dorm. I would go outside to smoke a cigarette after realizing that no one was there. My roommates and I thought it was just the stupid boys in the football team messing with us, since the girls in the room above us were dating some of them, but that wasn't the case. I didn't go back home on the weeks for the first month that I was at college. I liked the fact that I was on my own, and that I had a dorm room all to myself, while my roommates were at home. The stupid, weird stuff intensified when I was alone for the weekend. I wouldn't sleep at all, and began to miss my morning classes at the start of each week. It got to the point that I tried to avoid going to the dorm room whenever I had the chance. I did not want to be in the dorm room alone after that first month. My roommates and I decided that it was the best idea that at least 2 people stay for the weekend. That way no one would be alone when the odd things happened. They all started noticing the weird stuff too. I mean, how does a computer move around when every person in the dorm room was in class? It doesn't. We were the only 4 people with a key to our room, so there's no way that it was someone else trying to play a prank on us. Our closet door started to slide open during the night. The bathroom faucet would turn on at 3:30 every morning, and all of the cabinets and doors would be open when we woke up at 6 in the morning. My roommates and I had all had enough of that stupid crap by the end of the semester. I only attended college for that one semester due to reasons that are not going to be stated. December rolled around, which allowed me to clear my things out of my dorm room, packed up the car, and headed home for the holiday break. I hadn't really thought much about going back to that house, considering I had been away at school, hanging out with friends that I had made, and just generally enjoying the little freedom that I had. However, that all changed when my sister and I pulled into the driveway of that house. The dark and ominous feeling instantly overwhelmed me the second that I had gotten out of the car. I couldn't figure out what it was about that place, but something definitely gave me the creeps, and I sure as hell did not like it. My sister and I headed into the basement and up the stairs as quickly as we possibly could in the dark. At this point, my sister was equally eerie about the house, since she had strange experiences of her own while I was away at school. There was one night where she was standing outside on the front porch when she heard someone say her name. She swears it sounded like my dad, however, it couldn't have been, considering he was at least 20 miles away. That wasn't the first time something like that had happened while we were outside. There was another night when we were outside, and we both heard laughing coming from below the deck. We looked over the railing with our flashlights, but no one was there. It scared the living hell out of us. We tossed our half-smoked cigarettes over the railing and ran inside. I locked the basement door, and we each went into our rooms and locked ourselves in. Thankfully, the children were in my bed, and I didn't mind sleeping on the floor again. There was also a time that my older sister woke up in the middle of the night due to a bad dream, and saw a large black figure standing in the corner of her bedroom. She literally cried while telling me about it the next morning because it scared her half to death. I would often hear strange sounds coming from the basement. It was easy to hear in my bedroom, considering the basement door was 3 feet from where my room was. I didn't like the basement after that ominous feeling began, after that strange sensation that we were never truly alone down there. It was difficult for me to actually go into the basement to feed the cats because it always felt like someone was watching me. The basement was freezing, even in the summer, and the air conditioning did not go down there. We never turned the air conditioner on in the basement. It saved money on the electric bill that way, yet it was always cold. My best friend at the time was spending a few days with me at the house because of personal reasons. It was just the 2 of us at the house this time. She was taking a shower while I was in the computer room with the door shut. I was on the computer, fairly certain I was writing a story for at least 10 minutes, when something heavy hit the door. I could see the shadow of someone from underneath the door, and it quickly moved away, which absolutely scared the hell out of me. I waited until my heartbeat returned to normal before quickly leaving the room. I went to the bathroom where my friend was, opened the door, and no, we had no boundaries, to see if she had been the one who hit the door, but she was still in the shower and the carpet wasn't wet. She hadn't been outside of the bathroom. No one but us were in the house, so there's just one thing left for me to think. Whatever the hell was in the house did not want me there. I personally believe that it was happening because of me, and I still don't know how to feel about it. Now, I'm at the point where it doesn't bother me anymore, but seriously, screw all that stuff. I almost had one normal night in that house. My niece and nephew were at their grandparents' house, so my sister, brother-in-law, and I were sitting on the couch in the living room watching the movie Sinister. We'd had no incidents during the entire movie. If we did, we hadn't noticed. My sister and I cleaned up the coffee table, put the popcorn bowls in the sink, threw away the empty soda bottles, and said goodnight. I turned on the television in my room, locked my door, and was texting people for about 5 minutes before someone knocked on the door. I sat there frozen in fear, waiting to see if another knock would come, and sure enough, it did. I remember cautiously standing up from my bed and opening the door to see that no one was there. Another knock sounded on the door as soon as I had shut it. I pulled the door back open and slowly walked into the kitchen. I had just reached the kitchen counter when my sister jumped up from behind it. I raised my arm to hit her after jumping because she scared the hell out of me, not literally. She laughed for a few minutes, swore that she was going to bed, and watched me walk back toward my room. Her husband jumped out of my nephew's bedroom, which scared me so badly that I let out a banshee-like scream, and I literally had to step outside for a few moments because my hands were shaking so badly. My sister apologized to me while she stood on the back deck and smoked with me. We quickly finished, headed inside, and went back to our own rooms. I was sitting on my bed for about an hour and a half before the floor outside of my bedroom door started to creak. The shadow from the kitchen light pacing back and forth while the door handle jiggled. My phone was already on vibrate, so I quickly texted my older sister and asked her if she was in the kitchen and messing with me again. She said no. She sent me a picture of her and her husband in their bedroom watching TV, which was absolutely terrifying, because something was outside of my room. I was very relieved when I realized that both doors to my bathroom were locked, as well as the door to my bedroom, because it prevented whatever was in the kitchen from getting into my room like it so desperately wanted to. That night would be the one that escalated all of the strangeness happening inside of that house. It's like watching that damn movie had stirred up whatever unseen thing was living in there with us. My nephew continued to be afraid of his room, still claiming the man in his closet was there, even though we would check every night before putting him to sleep. One time, my older sister had put my niece down for a nap in her crib. My brother and other sister were there. We were all watching TV while my nephew played with his toys in the living room floor. My niece woke up at some point in time and started crying because she wanted out of that damn room. My sister walked in there to grab her and yelled for the three of us to come into the room. Me, my brother, and younger sister all ran into the room to see a knife sticking into the wall between the bars of the cribs, not more than a few inches above where my niece had been sleeping. Something was trying to harm my innocent little niece, and that was the day where we all decided that there was seriously something wrong with the house. Pretty much every night there was a late night for me. I would be up in time for my nephew to knock on my door and crawl into bed with me. My niece also soon became afraid of her room. She had recently switched to a toddler bed by that time. She would wake up every night, run out of her room, and knock on mine. There was one particular night that my sister had to work a 16-hour shift, and her husband was at work. It was storming out quite badly that night. My cell reception was very spotty, and I still didn't have a car despite having a driver's license. My nephew was asleep in my bed. I too had fallen asleep, only to be woken up at midnight to my niece crying and yelling for me and knocking on my bedroom door. I jumped up faster than I had ever done before. I opened the door to see my niece in hysterics sitting on the floor outside of my room. I picked her up, shut the door behind me, and laid her in my bed. I soothed her back to sleep before leaving the room, and I left the door open. I stepped onto the back deck because I could see them. I sent my sister a text message to see what time she would be home. My sister texted me back saying she should be home in about 2 more hours, which was a relief to me. I tucked my phone into the pocket of my sweatpants and took a drag of my cigarette, only to see 3 shadows walk in front of the solar light on the porch. I tossed the cigarette into the sand-filled flower pot, stepped into the house, shut and locked the back door behind me. I locked myself in my bedroom with the kids, and not even a moment had passed by before I heard the kitchen faucet turn on and dishes being moved. I slowly opened the bedroom door to see that no one was in the kitchen. I quickly hurried out there. I turned the faucet off before hauling ass back to my bedroom, scooping up the 2 kids in my arms and carrying them into the computer room. I ran back to my own room, grabbed pillows and blankets, and ran back to the computer room, where I proceeded to lock the door with the lock on the handle and the old-fashioned lock on top of the double doors. I laid out the blankets and pillows on the floor, placed the kids down, covered them up, and I laid on the couch for hours until I had fallen asleep at some point. I was very thankful that the room had a thick-ass blanket hanging over the window to act as a curtain. It was scary. I was on edge, but there was something about that specific room that made me feel safer. I woke up at about 7:30 the next morning to my brother-in-law knocking on the door. I didn't bother telling him what happened, just that the kids and I were watching TV in that room and had fallen asleep. I did, however, tell my sister about the incident when she had gotten home, and trust me, she seemed terrified about the events that happened. Because she had come home later than she told me she was going to, due to her job being short on one staff member. There had been many times where one of us would see shadow figures in the children's bedroom, thinking it was my niece or nephew. We would run after them, only to find nothing. This was one of the consistent and reoccurring things that freaked us out. I can remember another day after that incident, when my brother and younger sister were at the house. They were going to stay the night. My niece was taking a nap in her bedroom. My older sister went in to check on her. The blanket that had been draped over my niece was now laying atop the space heater, and her closet door that had been shut was standing wide open. Something wanted my little 2-year-old niece to freeze to death. Something wanted us out of that damned house, and I wish we had gotten out at that point, but we ended up staying there for a few more months. I'm not sure what the hell was in that goddamn house, but I wish to hell that I never had to step one more foot in that place, because I have ghosts in my current house. Something has always been with me after moving out of that specific house. I don't mind the ghosts that I currently live with, because they don't really bother me. I know they're there, and that's what matters. I absolutely hated that house. I still do to this day. I hate it, and I never want to step foot into that place again, but my sister's ex-husband, niece and nephew, their other 2 brothers, and their stepmom all live in that house now. I've only been back there a few times to see my niece and nephew, and it still gave me the creeps, but they seem to be okay there, like nothing ever happened. Needless to say, my intuition has been on point since moving out of that house. The moment I get a bad feeling about something or a situation, I actively avoid it, so that I do not have to deal with the consequences. It doesn't matter whether anyone listening to this believes me or believes in the supernatural or not, because I do. I have proof of it. What happened in that house still gives me a bad feeling when I think about it. My nerves are almost shot from writing all of this down. This is legitimately the most horrifying experience that I have ever had. So screw that house, and screw ever going back there. I honestly cannot ever go back. And if I do, please, send a priest my way. I'm not entirely sure that I should be posting this here, but I have recently experienced some really odd events and have no rational explanation for some of them, or at least any that I can come up with by myself. I apologize for the long post in advance. For background, I live in a small housing estate located in the UK countryside, and out here I feel privileged and safe enough to enjoy taking nightly walks. For context, the estate is about the size of a very small town, only taking around 8 minutes to walk all the way around it, and is full of regular houses that are quite close together. The people that live here are incredibly well-mannered compared to other places that I've had to live in for university. I normally go on these walks anywhere between 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. in the morning to avoid other people, because of COVID, and simply because I enjoy the peacefulness and stars. This may sound typical of these kinds of posts, but I try to explain everything I come across in life that I don't quite understand with some kind of logic, or accept that there is an explanation that I'm missing. Yet, there are 3 very specific incidents that have left me very confused. 1, someone is crying in my estate. Anyone who knows the countryside can tell you that there are many animals that make the weirdest sounds at all times of day, like foxes screaming, and etc. But I have no idea what animal sounds this way. It's never in the same spot and always seems to be coming from someone's back garden or from the farms and fields just beyond the estate. But it is almost like a whimpering and wailing. I've tried to talk to whoever's doing this a number of times, but have never had a response. And any time that I've peeked over a fence where I thought the noise would be coming from, there's nothing that I can see that would make that noise. Just inanimate garden furniture and toys. And this happens extremely often. 2, this one is a little harder to explain, but I found a cat that looked exactly like my old cat that has been dead for almost 9 years. My family has had a few pets, mainly cats, and when I was in high school we had a sleek-looking, very territorial tabby cat that I'll call Fluffy for the sake of privacy. Fluffy would fight large dogs, like boxers, and never lost a fight. Little guy was hard as nails. He always wore a blue collar that we gave him, with a bell that was engraved with his name on the front and our address on the back. Unfortunately, Fluffy was killed by a car at the age of 4, and he's still buried in our backyard. The other night, I was walking back down my estate to go home after a walk, when I get the sudden urge that something is watching me. So I glance behind me without stopping and notice a tabby cat sitting almost directly underneath me. This made me stop in my tracks because, although cats are extremely common all over the estate, it weirded me out that this cat had been right underneath my feet without me seeing or hearing it. I love cats, so I bent down and started petting it, and it was very friendly and instantly purred. I remember actually saying to myself out loud, "Wow, you look exactly like Fluffy, buddy." It too had a blue collar, very similar to Fluffy's old one, and a bell. I checked its collar to see if it had a name, and engraved on the front of the bell was the name Fluffy. This caught me off guard and made me stand up at first because Fluffy's real name was actually quite uncommon for cats. But I regret this because the cat walked away and under a car before I could bend down and check the back of the bell. I'm not insane, and I don't believe it was my actual dead cat coming to visit me or anything, but the coincidence was astounding. It actually looked exactly the same. The collar looked exactly the same, the bell engraving looked exactly the same. It really messed my head up, and I still don't fully understand how I heard the bell as it walked away, but I never heard it before I saw it. Although I could have just been in my own thoughts and not noticed a noise in all fairness. 3. This one is the reason I decided to post this. Right in the middle of the estate, there's a small pond with a few ducks. It's a very nice place to sit and think for a while, that is surrounded by houses on all sides and only separated by the street. Last night I was smoking a cigarette and enjoying the view when I saw some movement to my right near the houses across the street. I thought it was a bat or another cat, but once I looked over, I saw what I can only describe now as a black figure standing in the porch light of someone's front door. Now, we do get the occasional muggards and burglars in our area that are usually dressed head to toe in black, and I've had encounters with these kinds of people in the past, but this person looked almost transparent. I couldn't see them if I looked directly at them. I had to look ever so slightly away from them. My first thought, like I said, that it was a burglar, so I put out my cigarette and made my way over to confront them. The burglars here are usually kind of harmless, and I think they hate to get caught. Very, very few of them have tried to fight me and mostly just run away if someone sees them. So I shouted something along the lines of, "Hey, you all right there, pal?" As I got closer, they were only about some 20 feet away from where I was standing. It began to shift. It's really hard to describe what I mean, but in one moment, all I could see was a dark figure with no details, and the next it was a woman in a dressing gown staring at me. I was close enough to see every detail of her clothing. No shoes or pants that I could see. White woman. Her dressing gown was white with big pink hearts all over it, and she had her hair tied back in a ponytail. She had her arms folded and looked furious at me, like she genuinely had hatred in her face. This was around 3 a.m. at this point, so I found it very odd that she was outside in the cold weather at all. I just paused for a moment before saying, "Oh, sorry, love, I thought I saw someone in front of your house. Have a nice night." And she just stared and stared. I stood there for a good 10 seconds with no response. So I smiled and said, "Have a nice night" again before walking on. I glanced back a few times, and although she never moved, she did not take her eyes off of me. It was incredibly bizarre at first. I thought it was signs of some kind of mental illness for me, but the more I remember that moment, the more I feel sure that I know what I saw. And that's kind of it. There are some other notable moments that were just odd at the time. I'll quickly list them down below. Again, sorry for the length of this post, but I tried to remember every detail as best as I can. I hope at the very least this interests somebody. To be honest, I would love some valid explanations that anyone can offer. I've considered after last night maybe buying a small portable camera to record my walks, and maybe explain some of these weird events. The random notable events as stated above. Exactly 6 parked, turned-off cars all started up and drove away quickly at the exact same moment as I walked past them. Possibly some kind of group meeting or prank. 2. Loud sirens that were completely different to any house or fire alarms in our area, followed by a voice on what sounded to me like a megaphone. No police reports in our area at all in the following weeks. 3. Saw a cat hissing at nothing in the middle of the street, though they do be crazy sometimes. Heard footsteps sprinting around the estate one night and never saw a trace of anyone around. Could have been a jogger, but man, did they have pace. Never heard the footsteps slow down even for a second. Heard a man laughing hysterically in a tiny wooded area that's behind the pond area. It stopped the second I shined my phone's light towards it. Silly person scared the crap out of me at first, but I didn't see anyone, just heard them. This last one is the easiest one for me to rationally explain to myself. I distinctly heard my brother and father shouting for me at 4 a.m. I half jogged, half power walked home to see what was the matter, but everyone in my house was dead asleep. And it was already weird to me because the latest my dad ever normally stays up is around 1 a.m. And personally, I think I was just tired and my brain played a weird auditory trick on me, but it still gave me the goosebumps when I found out that no one had actually said anything. Hello there. So, I've been browsing here for a while now, and I found all of these stories of strange experiences to be extremely fascinating. So much so that I decided to sign up and finally share my own experience. This seems like one of the only places anyone would listen and not just outright dismiss what happened as bad memory or something mundane like that. Granted, I'm not opposed to mundane explanations if they can actually explain what happened, but so far, I haven't found any that are satisfactory to me. So if anyone out there would like to take a crack at solving this mystery, be my guest. First, I believe it's necessary to provide a little background on myself. Please do bear with me, all of this is important for the actual glitch story, I promise. I'll just refer to myself as Jay for the purpose of this story. I'm a male, currently in my early 40s, never drank, never smoked, never taken any drugs of any kind, so we can safely rule that out as a potential cause of what happened. I'm also very quiet and reserved. I usually prefer to keep to myself and rarely go out for social gatherings or anything like that. Yes, I'm about as boring as they come. It's not that I don't like people, I've just never been good at interacting with others. I do well enough to work and function, but that's about it. I suppose some would say that I suffer from severe social anxiety, although I've never been officially diagnosed by a doctor or anything. As bad as I am now, I was much, much worse in my late teens and early 20s when I experienced this glitch. I didn't socialize much at all in high school or early college. I never went to parties or on dates, nor did I go to church or even have a part-time job like most of my peers. My anxiety even kept me from getting my driver's license until my second semester of college. Even when I finally did get it, I only drove directly to school and back, and never anywhere else. I'm putting all this out there in order to highlight the extremely limited scope of my social activities at the time. The only people I knew outside of my family were people that I met in my high school or college classes. There was no opportunity to meet anyone any other way because I simply didn't do anything else. So now, the glitch. This occurred in November of 1997 when I was 19 years old and in my sophomore year of college. That semester, I had a couple of morning classes followed by a long gap of about 2 hours before my Spanish class in the afternoon. On this particular day, I had been sitting in the student center eating some snacks from a vending machine to kill the time until my class started. Finally, it was almost time, so I got up and headed for the door that led out of the student center. As I was going out the door, my attention was drawn to a young woman who was coming in through the same door. Now, I will say this woman was very attractive, but that wasn't the main thing that drew my attention. The moment I saw her face, I had this instant feeling of recognition. It's the same kind of feeling you get when you see an old friend you haven't spoken to in a long time. My brain simply registered her face as someone that I recognized. Not just recognized, but knew very well. So, out of a pure reflex triggered by this feeling, I smiled directly at her and started to say, "Hey, how are you?" I stopped before speaking though because I realized there was a very big problem. I had absolutely no freaking clue who this person was. Needless to say, I felt pretty stupid. Here I am smiling like an idiot at this complete stranger, no doubt looking like a complete moron. When you're as socially awkward as myself, your mind tends to blow these things up much bigger than they are. Still, I was feeling pretty dumb, and decided to just turn away and hurry by her, putting this whole weird and uncomfortable situation behind me as quickly as possible. But before I could, the young woman looked directly at me, smiled the widest smile she could, and excitedly said, "Oh, hey Jay, how are you?" I was completely flabbergasted. Apparently my initial gut feeling was correct. This woman knew me by name and was clearly happy to see me, so I guess I did know her after all. Yet I had no idea what her name was or where we might have met. Not wanting to be rude, I replied to her question with the friendly, "Oh, I'm good. How are you?" and then we proceeded to chat politely for a few minutes, like old friends catching up would do. She even stated at one point that she was glad to see me since she didn't know a lot of people in the area yet. I played along because at this point I was convinced that I must know her, and I kept expecting something to jog my memory. The way she spoke, her mannerisms and facial expressions, her friendly demeanor, all of it was very, very familiar to me, and yet I simply had no idea who she was. It was extremely confusing for me because, as I said before, she was very attractive, and I'm sure it comes as no surprise that I did not have much experience talking to women. This probably makes me sound kind of pathetic, but I tended to remember the rare instances when a woman actually paid attention to me since it didn't happen very much. So considering how well this woman obviously knew me, and that nagging sense of recognition I could not shake, I simply didn't understand how I could have no memory of having met this person. Eventually, we parted ways since we both had other places to be, and I went on to my Spanish class feeling very confused. But by the end of the day, I had rationalized the strange encounter as her being someone who must have known me from high school. I figured she was either a grade ahead of me or a grade behind me, and maybe I'd had a single class with her at some point. Her friendliness towards me was probably just her being excited to see a familiar face, even if we hadn't actually known each other all that well. This didn't feel quite right, but it was the only explanation I could think of. One thing I knew for certain was that I hadn't met her in any of my college classes. This was only my third semester of college, and I had a very clear memory of the previous 2 semesters at this point. I only had about 3 or 4 classes per semester, so it was still pretty easy for me to recall all the other students I had met, and she was definitely not among them. All other possibilities were rendered null for the reasons I gave earlier, so she simply had to be an old high school classmate. This explanation would be completely destroyed a few days later whenever I ran into her again. This time she flagged me down in the parking lot as I was walking to my truck to leave for the day. Again, she was very friendly and excited to see me. While we talked, I finally learned her name, in which we'll simply say L for sake of not giving away personal information. I didn't ask her name. She simply said it while relating a story to me of something she did that she felt silly about afterwards. She was sort of playfully chastising herself, like, "Gosh, Elle, I can't believe you did that," or something to that effect. After a while, our conversation came to an end, and I went home, determined to get to the bottom of this mystery. I had a face, and now I had a name, so I decided to dig up my old high school yearbooks from all 4 years and figure out who she was. But after spending who knows how long going through page after page of student pictures, I couldn't find any sign of her being a student there at all. In fact, I could only find one student by the name of Elle, and it certainly was not her. Now, I was even more confused. If I didn't meet her in high school or college, then where the hell did I meet her? I would continue speaking to Elle throughout college, and I began to consider her a very good friend. We got to know each other a little better, and I eventually learned that she went to high school in a completely different state. This confirmed what I had already figured out from the yearbooks, but did not help me solve the mystery of where we met. At this point, I felt like it was far too late to ask her directly because I'd been playing along like I knew her ever since that day in the student center. I wasn't trying to be intentionally deceptive. My brain was still telling me that we had met somewhere before, and she obviously knew me, so I just assumed I would eventually remember. Long story short, I never did remember. I only ever got one more small piece of the puzzle during my college years, and it made the situation even more confusing. One thing I should mention about Elle, she turned out to be an extremely devout Christian. This was not something I could say for myself, and Elle wasn't shy about trying to get me involved in church activities or Bible studies. She felt it would help me with my obvious social issues, and she did eventually talk me into going to some religious gatherings held by some students on campus. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that any of it helped me very much, but that's beside the point. One day she was talking to me about some of the activities she thought I should try. I mentioned something about having never been to a Bible study before, and she seemed genuinely shocked. She wasn't freaking out about me being a heathen or anything. She was just surprised, because according to her, we had met at a Bible study sometime in 1997. I rather bluntly refuted this possibility, since I knew for certain I had absolutely never been to any Bible studies in my entire life. Something like that would have been completely unusual and out of character for me at the time, and I most certainly would have remembered doing something that unusual. Not only that, but I'm certain my family would have brought it up and asked me about it, since they would have known how out of the ordinary it was for me to do something like that. However, Elle seemed to remain convinced otherwise. As certain as I was that I hadn't gone to a Bible study, she was just as certain that I had. So, that's my glitch story. Apparently, I met this woman at a Bible study that I never attended, and somehow recognized her despite never having actually met her. I'm currently friends with Elle on Facebook, but we don't get to talk much or anything, since she lives on the other side of the country now. But I suppose that's how it goes. Life takes people in different directions and they drift apart. Despite this, I still consider Elle a good friend, and I'm genuinely glad that I did meet her, even if I can't remember where or how it happened. I hope you found this strange experience of mine interesting, and if anyone has any explanation that I haven't considered, I'd be glad to hear it. I've had a couple of other strange experiences that I might share here, but until then, have a good night. The OP added more in a comment. Thanks to everyone for their comments and suggestions. Sorry I was not able to get to respond sooner to more people. Some things came up in life and it's kept me away until now. Since so many people responded, honestly far more than I anticipated, I thought I would make a follow-up post to address the various points and possibilities people have brought up. Let me just say that I do appreciate all of the feedback, even if I seem to disagree with the explanations you've offered. Let me just say that it's not my intention to shoot down or even outright reject anything anyone has suggested. At the moment, I'm simply unsure of what to believe, because there simply is not any explanation that seems to fully make sense to me. But honestly, at this point, no theory is too crazy. Even if they seemed far-fetched, the idea of knowing someone without meeting them is already safely in the far-fetched territory, so frankly, all possibilities are on the table. Apologies in advance, but this is going to be a long reply. A lot of people have mentioned multiple personality disorder as a possible explanation. I'd like to say that I'm not totally against the possibility, but as it stands right now, I haven't seen any evidence that I have an alter ego that takes over and does things without my knowledge. It has been suggested that MPD has ways of hiding itself, such as taking over whenever someone tries to confront the person about their strange behavior, and can even somehow keep the person unaware of missing time. I will keep an open mind about the possibility, but for now, I'm not sure how I could be losing large chunks of time to another personality and not be aware that something was happening. But just in case, I'll try to keep a closer check on my behavior and memories just to help rule it out. One person brought up a woman with a condition that caused her to forget an entire month of her life. This resulted in a strange situation, very, very similar to mine, in which she met someone at a book club, then met them later with no memory of their previous encounter. Yet, she still had a sense of familiarity with the person she'd met despite the lack of memory. I must say that is truly interesting in terms of how much it resembles my experience. What confuses me, though, is the same problem I have with the MPD explanation. If I had gone to a Bible study and then lost memory of it, it seems like I would have had a pretty big gap in my memory, which should have been extremely alarming to me. That gap would have to be big enough to account for getting to the study, the amount of time that it lasted, and then driving back home. So a few hours at least. And that's assuming my brain didn't block out the whole day or even a month like the case of that woman. So how did I not notice that much time missing? I'm not sure how my mind would reconcile something like that going to bed on Tuesday and waking up to realize it's Thursday. Again, not saying it's impossible, because apparently the mind can do some really crazy things. It's just a little scary to think that I could have that little control of my own brain, and my perceptions of time and memories of events could be so distorted without me even knowing about it. A few people have brought up the possibility that I have a twin who attended the Bible study, and that this was actually the person that Elle met. As I stated in one of my other replies, I have had experiences where people thought that I was someone else, so I know there's at least one other person out there who does look very much like me. However, the fact that Elle knew my name without me telling her throws a bit of a wrinkle into that explanation. I referred to myself as J for the sake of anonymity, and J is in fact my first initial. However, I will say that J does not stand for a common name like John, Jeff, or Jim. Without revealing my identity, let's just say it's a slightly more uncommon name. Not so uncommon as to make it totally impossible for a twin to also have it, just uncommon enough that it would put the possibility of it happening safely in the winning the lottery category. So I suppose it could happen, but it's not extremely likely. One person suggested that Elle may have been psyched into thinking she knew me because of my response to her. I smiled and seemed to recognize her, so that somehow tricked her into thinking that she knew me. However, as another person pointed out, this does not explain how she knew my name without me telling her. Now granted, it's been almost 23 years since this happened, so it's fair to assume that my memory of this event may not be as clear as it once was. However, one point that I am entirely certain of is that Elle spoke first. Due to my personality, it was not and still is not my inclination to initiate conversation with people I don't know. So at the very least, I'm certain that Elle is the one who engaged me. Anything else is not only inconsistent with my memory, it's inconsistent with my personality. I'm also certain that she called me by my name immediately without me introducing myself. Of course, all anybody has on this is my word, and I'm a stranger using an alias on the internet, so that word probably means little to anyone. All I can say is that I'm certain of the details. It's not a fuzzy memory that came back to me 20 years later after the fact. I distinctly remember that being the key point that threw me off guard from the very beginning. I remember being confused about it on the drive home after class, thinking about it later that day and over the next few days. She didn't just know my name, but also expressed joy at seeing me, specifically because she was glad to see someone that she knew. Her reaction wasn't, "I think I know him, so I'll be polite." It was, "Oh my gosh, it's that guy from that thing." That made the situation even more bizarre to me and just reinforced the fact that she knew me before this encounter. But as I said, I can't prove that to anyone, since the only source of this information is coming from my memory, and nobody can realistically be expected to accept that as gospel truth. One person suggested that it's possible that a person's spirit can bilocate into different bodies, and experiences from one person can bleed over into the other. The man sharing my spirit would be the person that Elle met, and I recognized her based on this experience. It's certainly an interesting theory, although that implies that the other person also has my same name. As mentioned before, that seems improbable, but perhaps not impossible. Or maybe the world is like a video game, where there are only so many NPC types and Elle ran into a duplicate of me at this Bible study because the Matrix was trying to save memory. I've also considered the possibility that Elle and I knew each other from a past life, which would explain the strange recognition I had for her. Not sure that accounts for her knowing my name in this life, though. Some have also suggested that something about this Bible study was traumatic or stressful, causing me to block it from my memory. I believe repressed memory is absolutely a real phenomenon that people experience. If that were the case for my situation, though, I think that Elle would have been associated with whatever trauma I experienced when I saw her and felt that recognition from her. It was not a negative feeling. It was very positive, like seeing an old friend again. So if something about this Bible study was traumatic enough to cause a repressed memory, I would think that my feelings toward her would have been very negative. since she would have been there too and thus associated with that trauma in some way. Another poster suggested that perhaps parallel universes are involved somehow. Honestly, I've definitely considered that possibility as well, especially after hearing stories about the Mandela effect and whatnot. Perhaps something happened and I traded places with the other me, slipping into a reality where I had gone to a Bible study for some reason. Or Elle traded places with her alternate self and slipped into a reality where we had never met. Finally, someone asked if I had ever tried to talk to Elle about exactly what happened. In fact, I did try, once, about 11 or 12 years ago. This would have been about 10 years after we met, and about 8 years after she mentioned meeting me at a Bible study. All I remember is that she kind of laughed it off, and we very quickly found ourselves talking about something else. I don't recall which one of us changed the subject. I just remember that she seemed very uninterested in discussing it, so I didn't press the issue. So I guess that's it. Sorry for this comment getting so long and for taking so long to reply again. There were so many responses when I came back to check that I just decided to respond in one big post, so I hope that's alright. I hope I didn't skip anybody, and if I did, it was not intentional. Thanks so much to everyone for their replies, suggestions, and interest in my story. Perhaps it's not a glitch and just a case of bad memory or something. All I can say is that it does not seem that way to me. I appreciate having a place to vent and to get this out here, even if there is no realistic possibility of getting an answer. Okay, so I wrote this a long time ago, before I even considered joining Reddit, and the events of this story start 28-ish years ago. It's long-winded, and the first part of an anthology that I wrote, but it's a good read, and true, as far as I can remember it. Some of it may have been hallucinations or a child's imagination, but outside the scope of this story, I've never been prone to visual or auditory hallucinations, even after falling 10-ish feet into solid cement. Think whatever you want, I stand by this as being 100% true, and the first half of a series in the most terrifying encounters I've ever had. So, this one. This is the beginning of the most terrifying paranormal thing that has ever happened to me. Technically, this should be titled The Doll, since it spans several years and several locations, and the central theme is a ventriloquist dummy I got as a child. But it all begins in the basement. I lived in a house up in the very northern tip of Idaho, around about 1992 to 1993. The house is still there today, still in exactly the same shape outside, but I hope for the sake of the current owners that they remodeled and repaired the basement. And that basement wasn't huge. It had a large main room, basically a wide hallway, that had 2 doors leading to 2 small bedrooms. There was an uncarpeted cement floor, and a little nook under the stairs opposite the 2 rooms that we used for storage. In the spring, during the melt, the groundwater would leak into the basement due to faulty sump pumps. Because of that, the whole place would smell of mildew and mold. I'm fairly certain I spent a small chunk of my life living with some sort of mold in my bedroom, probably not healthy, and it could have accounted for the weird things that have happened in that dingy basement. I would believe that if the events that span this tale hadn't taken me into my adult life and several states away. It all started with a puppet. A snail puppet named Snaily. When I was about 6, my family gave him to me. He was a glorified sock puppet with a long tube neck for my arm and a shell on the back. I was very good at making it talk for me and giving it expression. I even figured out how to make him retreat into the shell when he was upset. I really enjoyed it and planned on making a life out of it. So much so that on my 7th birthday, my grandparents gave me a Muppet. He was a gray furry fellow with a big felt mouth and a stick attached to one arm. His leg ended in Velcro-covered feet that could wrap around me and seem like he was sitting on my hip. I fell in love. He was an extension of me, always on my hip, always cracking jokes. I loved that little fuzzball, and started looking up ventriloquism at my library. My grandfather caught wind of my interests, and decided he would help me by getting me a ventriloquism dummy. It was a cheap replica of Charlie McCarthy, the famous dummy that all Hollywood dummies are based on. That doll was awesome to the 7-year-old budding ventriloquist inside me. I didn't care that he only had a cheap pull string to make him talk, and that his velvet hat fell off his head every time I moved him. I loved him. When my family split, he ended up going with my father, and I lived with my mom in Utah. Eventually, we bounced from place to place, splitting our time between my mother and father in different states. Thus, in the final half of 5th grade, I moved back to Idaho, into my father's new home, and into a hellish nightmare that was that basement. When I moved back in, I got a lot of toys my father had been storing, including Charlie. By that time, I was nearly 11, and I had forgotten about my love for ventriloquism. But seeing Charlie again reignited that flame, and I was at it again, until a couple months later when I got my first computer. Suddenly, learning DOS Basic and playing Wolfenstein 3D became my new obsession. I cast Charlie into my moldy closet and moved on to more adult things. Eventually, he was put away by my father for safekeeping. From the moment I moved into that house, the basement was my greatest fear. When I found out my dad was sticking me in the dingy, unfinished basement bedroom with no carpet and mold on the walls, I pitched a fit. Not because it was gross, but because I was terrified of that whole space. The stairs leading up to the house were open-faced. I could see into the small storage space under the stairs, and it always felt like something was back there waiting to grab my legs. I used to book it up the stairs at top speed in hopes to avoid that fate. The only light in the main room was a single bulb, hanging at the end of a long wire. It wasn't designed to be like that. The wire should have been in the ceiling, and the bulb was hanging from the mount that should have been attached to the ceiling. My father mounted it twice during my stay in that house. Both times it was down and swinging within a week. There was a wood-burning stove in the middle of the main room. It needed to be fed every couple hours during the winter to keep the house warm. Of course, as someone who's terrified of the basement, the job of feeding the fire fell on my scrawny little shoulders. So, it was one day in the middle of winter. I was in the basement, feeding the fire. Since I had moved in there, I had experienced weird things. Bumps in the night, stuff falling off a shelf while no one was near, the normal. However, this was the first time I had lived there that something truly terrifying happened to me. As I was struggling to open the door to the stove, I heard a deep, guttural growl from below the stairs to my right. I froze, hoping it was my dog hunting mice, and slowly, without looking at the stairs, loaded the fire with a couple logs. I closed the door to the stove and slowly turned to look at the stairs, when behind me I heard a voice clear as day. "I will kill you," whispered in a harsh, deep male tone. I lost my shit. I screamed and ran up the stairs. I think I only touched 3 steps of the 13 leading up to the main house. I ran to the back of the house, a new addition, and by new I mean 40 years old, and huddled under the blankets crying. I never wanted to go back into the basement, but eventually I had to go back to my room. From that point, every bump, every scrape, every little sound had me on edge while I was down there. Time passed. Eventually, I put the voice into the back of my mind, convincing myself that I had imagined it. I always had a rational mind, one that I used to explain away all the strange things that happened to me. Finally, as things tend to do, it was pushed into the back of my mind, and I lived with just a general fear of the basement again. Until one day, Again, while feeding the fire, I got a sense of dread in my chest. Something I couldn't put my finger on, but it got my pulse racing. I began to nope it up the stairs when the one thing I had always feared happened. Something grabbed my leg from under the stairs. I freaked and went lightheaded. I couldn't figure out what was happening. I couldn't decide if this was real life or a dream. I know I jumped backwards. I was nearly at the top of the stairs, and I didn't land on a single step on the way down. The way my body twisted as I pulled away from something holding me had me land square on my back on solid concrete. I felt the wind rush from my lungs, and then I passed out. I don't know if it was from the impact or fear, I just know I lost consciousness. I don't know how long I was out. I do know when I came to, my head hurt more than it ever had in my life. I was dizzy and not fully aware of my surroundings, and I crawled up the stairs and into the main part of the house. I laid down on the couch and fell asleep. My dad got home a few hours later and woke me up. I told him what happened. He looked me over for any serious injury before telling me it must have been a dream. I was tired and lethargic for a few days after that, but eventually I felt normal, and I ended up deciding that it had to be a dream. Stuff like that doesn't happen in real life. Thinking back on this now, I may have suffered a head injury and should have gone to the hospital, but my dad was very much the walk it off type. My brother knew of my fears. He would torment me as much as possible, jumping out at me or sending me to get things from the basement just because he knew I was afraid. The worst thing he did to me, though, was move stuff around my room at night. My room didn't have a door, so it was easy to sneak in and move stuff around. He would put my toy chest in front of the doorway, or turn my desk upside down and put my chair on it. Never anything subtle about it. I didn't want to fuel his behavior, so I never got upset about it. I just moved things back. My mom always told me he would grow tired of his pranks if he didn't think they were working. Old school don't feed the trolls moment. Eventually it stopped, or so I thought. One night, my brother's prankster spirit came out in full force. I woke up to a loud knock on my closet wall. I looked over, and in the light of the nightlight, I could see my dummy Charlie sitting on top of my toy chest, facing me. I laughed, a little nervous laugh. Charlie had been put away in a garbage bag with all the other stuffed animals I didn't use any longer. The bag was stored in a shed in the backyard. I was proud of my brother for the effort. This had more subtlety and class than his other pranks. I fell back asleep. A while later, I was awoken to another knock, and I sat up hoping to catch my brother doing something else. This time, Charlie was on the floor sitting upright, facing my bed. I rolled my eyes and sighed. I respected the conviction, but I was too tired to deal with it anymore, so I fell back to sleep. One last time I was woken up, and this final time the doll was on my chest. I flipped and ran into my brother's room yelling at him to stop messing with me. The only problem was that his room was empty, and it slowly dawned on me that he hadn't been home all day and was planning on spending the night at his friend's Nick's house. I had been alone in the basement all night. It was quite some time later that I discovered he had never moved anything in my room. In fact, by all accounts, my brother did everything he could to not go in my room because it gave him the creeps. I felt like I was going insane. I couldn't fathom how the doll ended up on my chest or how it got inside in the first place. I ran upstairs crying uncontrollably. My dad's door was locked, so I climbed onto the couch and fell asleep with my face buried in fear. The next day, I woke up on the couch and it all felt like a dream. Still, I was done with the basement. I started sleeping on the pull-out couch after that. I don't remember the story I told my dad, something about the mold bugging me, but I never slept in that room again. Luck was on my side, and the basement started to flood heavily the next few months. And my dad eventually moved me into the room upstairs with my sister. And I thought my troubles were over, but that was just the beginning of the nightmare that spanned almost 10 years of my life. For background, this is a story I have from our family cabin in the woods. I've attached a photo of the living room in the cabin where the story takes place. I'm keeping the exact location of the cabin concealed as 3 different families own it and the property aside from mine, and some of them try really hard to keep this place a secret, even though the river behind the cabin is a popular kayaking destination. The cabin is situated in the middle of the woods, about a half-mile drive from the road, with the only entrance, by car, being the half-mile dirt driveway. This was an experience that my father had at least 10 years ago. I'm gonna write it from his perspective to keep as much as what he wrote intact. Let's say his name is Tom. An introduction. The cabin is 101 years old. It can sleep 20 guests and host parties many times that number. There is a large kitchen that can feed armies of people. There are few internal walls, no ceilings, no central heat. It is rustic. It was meant to be a hunting and fishing lodge and to be used in the summer for family vacations. The central room in the lodge is a huge living room. The living room is surrounded by screened-in porches, and these porches are where everyone eats and sleeps. There are windows in the main room that are closed in the evening to shut the room up from the outside weather. On a normal evening, a fire is lit in the large fireplace and maintained until late into the evening. The room is surrounded by deer heads with the granddaddy himself, the elk, positioned above the fireplace. His huge rack of antlers going all the way to the top of the roof, his imposing eyes watching everything that happens in this great room. The living room is the centerpiece of the lodge. With its many sitting arrangements, card tables, piano, and 2 fireplaces, it is the place to gather in the evenings. Parties just naturally happen after supper. It starts with the younger kids playing games and the adults talking near the fire. Later, when the kids have gone to bed, the adult parties start. They, many times, roar into the wee hours of the morning. It's not uncommon for a few never-say-die partiers to go walk down the lane, the driveway, to watch the sunrise. This room has seen 90-plus years worth of parties. A real shock happened when the current owners, 4 families, met one year to conduct our first owners meeting. Over the years, our cabin has been handed down through the families, and its ownership has grown. The families had grown so large that each group used the place for just immediate family. The older generation of owners never met as a group. The families had grown apart, and communications had pretty much stopped. One night, sitting in front of the fireplace, the talk came around to weird happenings in the lodge. We were all shocked and fascinated to hear that each family had all similar stories and occurrences. The 4 of us had all heard the screen door open and close by itself. We all knew people who had seen and felt the sleeping porch ghosts. Whatever lingering doubts about the veracity of the stories evaporated in a bone-chilling shock. What happened to one family was happening to the others. These stories weren't made up, they were, in fact, real. Inevitably, the discussion turned to the living room. Although there were stories of strange occurrences in different parts of the lodge, and even on the surrounding property, the living room remained the principal focal point. It was in this room that things were seen or heard more often. It was also the place where the happenings were the most intense. The piano playing itself, the old man in the chair, and of course the party were all common occurrences for all the groups that came and stayed at the cabin. The party has a special place in everyone's experience at our cabin. all the families have heard it, and the way it happens is very consistent. So, let's talk about the party. It starts when the last person has gone to bed and the lights are out throughout the building. It most often starts at 3 or 4 in the morning. The party has some distinctive aspects that everyone that has heard it agree on. We can hear people talking, but you cannot make out the words. Many hear music, but cannot discern any melody. You hear laughing, but you can't pick out one single laugh. It's a blended background noise with no individual parts. When I first heard the party, I was sleeping on the back porch that overlooks the creek. We had over 20 people staying the night, so I, being one of the non-married males, was relegated to the couch at the dark end of the porch. The couch was located under one of the windows that looked directly into the living room. My head on the pillow was just under the windowsill. To see into the room, all I needed to do was prop up my elbows. As I laid down, I could clearly see that the living room was dark. Everyone was in bed. I'd been sleeping for a couple of hours when I had awakened to the noise of a raucous party in the living room. It was a combination of laughter, muted voices, the general hubbub of people moving around and celebrating. In a foggy state of mind, having just awakened, I thought to myself, they're still up? As I lay there with my eyes closed, I slowly woke up fully, now coming to my full senses as I remembered that I was one of the last people to leave the living room. I turned out the lights in the room. A second thought popped into my mind. They all got back up and continued to party? What would drive people to get back out of bed in the middle of the night and start a party? Crazy as that sounded, it had to be the answer. With that, I sat up in bed and looked through the window expecting to see my friends in full party mode. But it was totally black. Not a light on in the room. Not a single sound coming from the other side of the window. As soon as I sat up, the sound had abruptly stopped. It was as if a switch had cut all the sound instantly. I sat there in a daze. A peculiar feeling of I shouldn't be here ran through me. A feeling of dread and fear was also starting to build up in me. I had no desire to get up and investigate. I had the distinct feeling I shouldn't enter the room. This unnatural feeling that wasn't wanted was overwhelming. Another night, years later, however, I decided to sleep in the living room on one occasion. I had never heard any stories of experiencing the party when sleeping in the room itself, mostly because I thought the room was cut off from the white noise effects of the falls in the background. Trying to sleep, I laid down on a blow-up mattress in front of the fireplace. Every time I found myself drifting off to sleep, the party would erupt all around me. I sprang out of my covers only to find the entire room still black as night with all the sound I heard gone. This happened countless times afterwards. Finally getting so fed up with it, and exhaustion kicking in, I decided to let the party continue even if I heard it. I was just going to keep my eyes closed and try to sleep through the noise. I closed my eyes and was drifting back to sleep when, like clockwork, the party started up again. Determined to just sleep through it, I rolled over and held the cover over my head as I tried my best to simply ignore all the revelries. All of a sudden, I felt a hand on my arm and heard a voice clear as day say to me, "Tom!" I shot right out of my mattress only to find an empty, dark room as always. In conclusion, I knew who it was that was trying to wake me up. The voice that spoke my name and put their hand on my arm was my best friend Chuck. We always came up here deer camping early together. A good friend that I had known since 7th grade. A friend that I spent countless days hiking at the cabin. A man that has been coming to the cabin since he was a boy. The same friend that told me the happiest days of his life were when he was up at the property. I couldn't think of a time that he wasn't here with me. He never missed a deer hunt or Labor Day party. A man that loved this cabin as much or more than the owners. And a man that had been dead for 4 years. His calling my name and grabbing my arm was a message. I didn't belong here. This is a party that I wasn't invited to. Yet. As unbelievable as my story may sound, I promise I'm not trolling, and every word that I'm about to write is the honest truth. I cannot specifically remember exactly what grade I was in, but I do remember that I was in middle school. I remember this detail because when this event took place, I was with someone that was only my friend during middle school years. After that, my friend moved away and we lost touch. This story takes place on the outskirts of St. Louis, Missouri during the 1980s. For reference, we will call the friend I was with Amy. It had been a fun day with Amy. My mom had dropped us off at the mall where we had been wandering around, window shopping, and trying on clothes. This was a very tiny mall in a small town on the outskirts of St. Louis. Because this mall was so tiny, it didn't have a lot of restaurants or a food court. However, there was a McDonald's across the way. To get there faster, you could cut through a field that was in between the mall parking lot and a street. Once you cut across that field and crossed the road, McDonald's was right there. So Amy and I went to McDonald's, ordered our food, and sat down. We were eating our ice cream and chatting away when a man walked in and sat down at the table in front of ours. The way we were sitting put Amy's back to him, but left me facing his direction. Almost immediately, I began getting an uneasy feeling because not only did this man not order anything to eat, he just sat there the entire time, staring at me with the angriest look on his face. He wasn't even trying to hide the fact that he was staring. I also remember he had these piercing eyes that were bright blue. Now, keep in mind that this was before cell phones were abundant, so calling my mom wasn't an option. And being as young as I was, it never occurred to me in my childlike mind that I should maybe get the attention of an adult working there or ask to use the phone. All I could remember thinking was that this scary man was making me feel very uncomfortable. So Amy and I finished our food and ice cream. I had used her head to obstruct the man's view of my face and whispered to her what he had been doing. I told her that if he followed us out, we needed to run. Sure enough, as soon as we got up to leave, so did he. We rushed out the door as fast as we could, and then we began to sprint. I looked behind me and he was getting into one of those boat-sized cars they made in the 70s and early 80s. Luckily for us, there wasn't much traffic, and we were able to cross the street before he had a chance to get to us. When we got to the field, I turned around to look to see where he was again. Now, before I go further, let me note that next to the field was the street that ran horizontally, the one that we crossed, and then to the left of the field there was another street that ran vertically. That street intersected with the one that we had to cross, so the field was basically in the corner of these two streets. The street to the left didn't run in a perfectly straight line though, it ran in a diagonal direction that would eventually take you to the mall parking lot. This was good because when I had turned around again, I could see that he was watching to see where we were going. Next, he turned onto the street to the left of us and was driving very fast. He was definitely coming for us. Like I said, the street that ran diagonally took him in the direction away from us, but would eventually have us end up in the same parking lot. It was very obvious that he was trying to get to the mall parking lot before we could get there. Because the road he was on went away from us, and we were shortcutting it through the field plus running as fast as we could, we were able to get inside of the mall before he could catch us. We got very, very lucky. Once we got inside the mall, we frantically ran up to a security guard and told him what happened. Shockingly enough, he blew our story off as an exaggerated tale from two dramatic middle school children. Things were much different back then. Today, if a young kid approached an adult with a story like that, the police would be called right away and a description of the man and his vehicle would be taken. Even worse than that, when Amy and I told my mother the story, she blew it off as well. My mother was emotionally neglectful and definitely was not the best parent growing up. I had serious trust issues towards adults growing up because of many situations like this. I never felt protected by the people that should have listened and kept me safe. I felt alone and unheard. This event being an important reason that I felt that way, but that's another story. So fast forward to a few days ago, my husband was watching a YouTube video about serial killers. I stopped dead in my tracks because as he was watching it, a familiar picture popped up on the video. One of the people/pictures the men mentioned in this video was the man from the McDonald's. I am 95% certain that it was him. His name was Tommy Lynn Sells. Let me add that I have an excellent memory and am definitely a visual learner. I suck at names but never forget faces. I can even remember a few people and events from when I was only 3 years old. This was such a scary event that I never forgot that man's face or the angry look that radiated off of him. It definitely stayed engraved in my young mind. No doubt that man was evil. My husband already knew my story. When I told him I thought that was the man who attempted to kidnap me, he was a bit skeptical. So together, we decided to do a little further research on this guy. What came next only solidified what I suspected. Tommy Lynn Sells was killing people, sometimes young girls my age, and he was indeed killing people in the St. Louis area during that time. He was also working at carnivals and was traveling, killing other people in other states. Unlike most serial killers, he didn't have a type. Anyone he could get his hands on was fair game. He just liked the rush of killing. What made this creepier was the mall that Amy and I were at had a carnival going on every summer in the parking lot on the other side of where we were. I can't remember what month it was when this happened, but I do remember the weather was hot. I'm relatively positive it was the summertime. I wonder if he was working for that carnival. The picture on Wikipedia is exactly what the man at McDonald's looked like, even down to that same evil, angry look, and I will never forget that expression. I've been mulling over and over this ever since. I don't know if I should contact the FBI with my story, though he was executed in 2014. Law enforcement knows of 22 murders he committed, but they suspect there are many, many more. My story might place him in an area that someone disappeared from, but I don't know how helpful it would be considering I can't remember what month or year exactly. I don't even know if I would be believed, so what would you guys do? But if and when I do go to the FBI, I will update everyone on what happens. Thank you everyone for your kind and supportive words, it really does mean a lot. This is quite a long story, and I'm leaving out a lot as it is, but maybe someone here will find it interesting. So, while this happened to me, I was so young that I don't actually remember all of this, but I've heard it all secondhand so many times that I know the whole story. The last time it happened, with this particular ghost, is actually my earliest memory. So when I was little, the very first house I lived in as a baby was this old 18th century townhouse that my parents rented from the local doctor. Suffice to say, that place was super haunted. It's a story for another day, but 3 years ago they finally sealed the upper floors off entirely, and the doctor told my mom that nobody will ever set foot up there again. The bottom floor is now the GP office and waiting room. Now, all of this aside, growing up in that environment left me with a major sensitivity to spirits that is kind of still active sometimes. I'm 25 now, but when I was a kid, I terrified my entire extended family with the things I would come out with at random. Anyways, one of the more popular stories my parents tell at barbecues and parties, and just to anyone who will listen, happened when I was 2, and Mom wanted to pop in to visit her grandfather's grave. Her family are from a village about 20 minutes drive away, and there are 2 graveyards, the new one and the old one. My grandfather is buried in the old one, in the old family plot. This graveyard has since been locked, and you have to get a key from the priest to get in. So being 2, I wasn't overly interested in sitting down by graveside to pray with my parents, and they were happy enough to let me wander so long as I stayed in their sight. And luckily for them, I didn't go far. I bolted down the path and stopped about halfway back among the tombstones, where I started to sort of sway on the spot and dance as much as a 2-year-old is capable of. My parents watched me for a few minutes, but didn't think much of it, and then told me we were leaving. My dad picked me up, and we headed for the gate, but just before we left, I turned over his shoulder, looked around, smiled, and then waved at something. They obviously didn't think it was anything to be concerned about, because a week later they went back. My grandfather had died the day before their wedding, 4 years earlier, and Mom had been very close to them, so they visited fairly often. This time when we went, I didn't even wait for permission, and ran down to the same graveside, where I began swaying on the spot again, looking up over the grave in the air as if something was suspended there. It's probably worth describing the grave, but there's really not much to describe. It was a very small patch of earth that didn't even have a border, fairly overgrown, and with a totally rusted small iron cross at the head of it. There was no nameplate, no indication of who was buried there, and it clearly wasn't a recent grave. Keep in mind that literally nobody is buried in this cemetery anymore, except for a couple more of my family members who went into the family plot. At this point, my parents are creeped out. My dad, who swears blind that he does not believe in ghosts and never will, came down to ask me what I was doing, and I explained that I was dancing. He asked me why, and I pointed above the iron cross, and in the jumbled English of the toddler, said, "This boy is singing, and he wants me to dance." My dad picked me up, ran past my mother, and got in the car to wait for my mom. They went to my great-grandmother's house across the street and told her the whole story, but they all agreed that it sounded a bit ridiculous the more they thought about it, and since I was only 2, it was probably just a game, so they went back. They entered through a different gate. They went over the wall, no matter what they did to try to confuse 2-year-old me. I always went back to the same grave. And once again, there was nothing special about it. It wasn't beautiful or impressive. And there was no reason for a 2-year-old to be so drawn to this little patch of earth. But I always went straight there. I always danced while he sang to me, and I always waved to him before I left, regardless of which side we left from, or which winding pathway they took out of the place. They brought other family members with them as witnesses. They had family friends question me about it. I always told the same story. My earliest memory is of my grandmother sitting me down on the cemetery wall while I was trying to dance, as instructed, while my parents looked at me, totally scared, and asked me to describe him or tell her what his name was. I don't think I answered her, but I remember finding the looks on their faces just so unbelievably funny because they were so scared of my friend who only wanted to sing to me. What I didn't know was that my great-grandmother had told the priest, brought him in there to show him the grave, and asked if there was any way to know who was buried in that little unmarked plot. He went off and checked the burial records, and sure enough, 5-year-old Robert, the blacksmith's son, had died of TB almost a century earlier and lay there. marked only by the little iron cross that his father made for him. Funnily enough, my great-grandmother knew the blacksmith. He was their next-door neighbor, but he was an old man when she was a little girl, so she never knew the little boy. My parents stopped bringing me to see my friend after that. We only went into the cemetery for funerals. We also moved out of the doctor's house, but it was a few years before I stopped being a creepy little kid that terrified anyone that spoke to me. I actually did go back a couple of years ago, and I brought a friend of mine visiting Europe from Boston. She told me that when we met, that she could speak to ghosts, and after a couple of weeks, I started divulging the hundreds of stories I have from childhood, and she asked if she could come to the cemetery with me. Since the gate was locked, we had to hop the wall, but once we were inside, she pointed clean across the top of the headstones and said, "Hey, is it over there?" pointing at its location. I nodded, and she started walking towards it. She stopped right at the iron cross and said, "This one?" I nodded again. I swear this was totally real. She stood there for a second and then started backing away. I didn't have to ask her why. It was the middle of December, and yet the air seemed to fizzle and get really, really hot. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and the pressure that built up in my head made it feel like my scalp would split open. She told me that she wanted to leave, but I was already running out of there at that point. We vaulted the wall like Olympians. I don't know what happened that day since I'm not a child anymore, and I didn't really see anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling afterwards that my little friend was there. Like I had brought her with me so I could impress her, and he didn't like it. Not at all. Hey everyone, Newbie here, 22 female. After reading your stories, it has become apparent to my boyfriend and I that we have experienced 2 glitches in the past 3 months, and I wanted to share them with you. So, just for a bit of backstory, we're a young couple living in Australia. My partner and I have a 2-year-old son and a 3-month-old daughter together. I'm not an expert on the unknown, that's for sure, but since I'm a stay-at-home mom, I have been at home a lot of the time recently due to COVID, and my partner works away some weeks, so I've found myself reading a lot in my spare time. I've always been a big reader since a very young age, and have always had a fascination with the unknown, educating myself on quantum theory, quantum physics, as well as other topics such as past lives, the paranormal, mythology and folklore, religions from all different cultures, spirituality, as well as healing and psychic abilities, Kundalini, manifestation, starseeds and empaths, and the rising of the Schumann resonance, the apparent fact that the Earth is ascending into the 5th dimension, and all that jazz. So in short, what I'm saying here is, I like to think that I'm pretty well educated on certain things. I have a very open mind and continue to learn every day. I'm just putting things into context so you know that I've considered many possibilities and just can't explain what's happened to us, rather than the idea that it was a glitch in our reality. Over the years, since my childhood, my intuition has grown immensely, and this will also come into the story later. So cutting this shorter and getting straight to the point, I live with both of my children and their father. We lived in a cute little 2-bedroom cottage-style house at the time before we upsized a few weeks later. And yes, we had glitches happen at both houses. Anyway, the first occurrence was when in June, my daughter was a month old. It was a normal afternoon, around 4 p.m., and I was in my bedroom going through our daughter's cupboard looking for a pair of matching socks for her to wear after her bath. At this time, my partner was getting her bath ready, and our son was with him in the bathroom. Now, we all know what socks look like. We've all heard of the sock monster that steals your socks, which results in never finding them again. This isn't a strange occurrence, especially considering newborn baby socks are tiny and can go missing in an instant. But this wasn't the normal case of the missing sock, my friends. No. This all happened very quickly, but I remember it very vividly because I got extremely frustrated and couldn't fathom how something could just vanish in front of my eyes like that. So, here's what happened. I had both socks in one hand and I was closing the drawer with the other. Just for detail, I'll mention that there was a towel sitting on top of the tall boy cupboard, which was roughly the height of my waist. One of the cupboards got jammed and wouldn't close, so in a split second, I obviously decided to put the socks that were in my hand on top of the cupboard next to the towel so I could use both hands to get it shut. So, I do so. But the strangest part is that before I placed them there, a tiny, very quick voice in my head said, "Don't put them there." I don't know if this was my intuition or whatever, but of course I was already putting the socks down at this point, so it was too late. Now, I'm not joking when I say that they disappeared right in front of my face. I didn't even move my head to look away. I literally shifted my eyeballs slightly to the left, and one of the socks vanished. I seen it fade out of the corner of my eye right then and there. I put my eyes focused back on where I put the sock, and where only one sat. So I went on a wild goose chase for this sock. Best believe that I searched for the sock high and low. I moved the towel, looked under it, shook it out, emptied all of the drawers, wondering if I'd accidentally put one back. I even went as far as getting my partner to come in and help me move not only the cupboard, but every item of furniture in that room to see if it had fallen beneath or behind something. But nothing. It was nowhere. It was just gone. I was talking to my partner about this for days. We were both so confused. But a few days later, when he was at work, I walked into the bedroom, and to my surprise, clear as day, I see the missing sock in the middle of the room it went missing in, about a meter in front of the cupboard. I can't even tell you how quick I rang my partner. It was incredible, they were a pair again. And now for the second instance, which happened in the first week of living in our new place. Literally a month or so after the first occurrence in the previous house. Our new place is a 2-story house with air conditioning and a lot more room. Much more appropriate for a growing family, so we were really excited to get here. Anywho, we were organizing the new house and had a vase that we wanted to put into one of the shelves downstairs in the kitchen. It's a shelf that's built into the wall, and there's 3 on top of each other about 30 centimeters apart. My partner went to put the vase on the second shelf, but the vase was too tall. He tried several times. I saw him try because I really wanted it there in that particular spot. So he obviously tried as hard as he could, but it was too tall by a few centimeters. We said whatever and put it on the top shelf where it did fit. Anyways, he was working again, and the vase was really annoying me with where it was placed. I was looking at it and I just had this urge to move it. Just for the simple fact that it would have looked so much nicer in the middle of that shelf, sitting with our other decorative items. It just would have been more aesthetically pleasing, you know? Even though I remember seeing my boyfriend try to put it there and saw him fail, I tried anyway. So I went to move the vase, and voila, it fit perfectly in the middle shelf. So as I do, I rang my partner excitedly to let him know, and this one really blew him away, more so than the first one, mainly because he really witnessed this one. It wasn't just me claiming that something went missing. For all he knew, I could have been hiding the sock to play a joke on him, which, of course, I wasn't, but this was an accusation of his when it happened, because obviously that would be logical. But this was big because it couldn't be explained. They're built into the wall, you cannot move them. The shelves shifted to leave just enough room for my vase to fit. It was incredible how he carried on about it when he got home that afternoon. He kept taking the vase in and out of the shelf and just kept saying, "Wow, something really happened here because that did not fit." But what happened? Was it a glitch? Did I manifest more space into that shelf? We didn't have any earthquakes or anything. The foundation of the house is solid, and the other shelves are all still in the same space. So it wasn't just the middle shelf that shifted, it was all 3 of them. And there you have it. Please do tell me your thoughts. Thanks for reading this far, and if you could in any way explain these rationally, please do be my guest. I'm always open to new ideas, although I've explored every possibility in my eyes. Someone else may be able to provide us with a logical answer. Thanks all. Here's to 2020. It's been a crazy year for sure. The story is a continuation of the last one. We went back into the woods, and we saw it again. So, after some internal debate, I decided I was going to go back, because otherwise it would eat me up not knowing what this was. When I first saw it, I had zero idea of what it could be. I figured some drugged out or mentally ill man, a prankster, or a sickly deformed animal. After letting it all settle through, there's just no way of that being the case. I was trying to justify it in my mind because I've always been a heavy skeptic of anything paranormal. I still am, to be fair, but I'm warming up to the idea that crawlers may actually exist. So, I messaged 3 of my buddies. I told them everything that happened in detail over text, and I asked if they'd come look with me. Them being non-believers like me, and also just loving adventure and spooky stuff, were more than excited to go. 2 of the friends have guns, and so do I, so we all brought them. The other friend was in charge of holding 2 flashlights to give us some light, one being a phone flashlight so he would be ready to take a picture at a moment's notice. We waited until around 9:30 p.m., when it was completely dark, and headed down the same trail I did last time. My heart was pounding out of my chest, but I felt more confident having friends there. They were joking around and thought this was cool, and I tried joking back a few times, but the reality was that I was pretty nervous. We walked the full 1.5 miles I had planned on walking last time, and we didn't encounter a thing. We had prepped for so long though, and didn't want to give up quite yet, so we kept walking. About 5 to 8 minutes later, at close to the 2-mile mark, we started hearing some noises way back in the woods. It wasn't close, but it was loud enough for us to take notice. I told my friend to turn off the flashlights for a second, and we listened. Bipedal footsteps made their way closer to us. Still far, but definitely coming our way. It sounded like they were wearing boots or something because the heaviness of the step was quite loud. That, or there were a lot of leaves, which, to be fair, is a possibility. It was off the trail, so it's all woods back there. Once the footsteps made it about 20 to 30 yards away, I called out asking if someone was there. The footsteps stopped, but only for a brief second. A second later, the bipedal footsteps turned to what sounded like something sprinting on all 4s in our direction. My friend immediately turned on the flashlights, but there was nothing visible from the dense forest. At the beginning of the trail, the forest is pretty clear, but further back it gets a lot more dense, so it was hard to tell. Once he turned on the light, the footsteps stopped as well. None of my friends were talking. Now, paranormal believer or not, hearing that will scare the hell out of you. My friend unholstered his pistol and kept it by his side. He looked at me and I could see he wasn't having a good time anymore. My friend holding the camera was visibly shaky and was darting his glance between all of us. The third friend, shortly after, yelled into the woods that, "I see you. Come out and stop screwing with us. We have guns and we will shoot. I don't want to hurt you over some dumb joke, so just come out now." We hear that sound again. I mentioned last time it sounded like a cackle. This time it was more of a yell, shriek, aggravated noise. I don't even know what to compare it to. I just know it gave me goosebumps. My friend immediately shot his gun into the woods, causing my ears to ring horribly due to me being right next to him. I couldn't hear at all, but I noticed his gaze went from the spot we heard the footsteps, from over to the right of that spot, around 90 degrees. I followed his gaze, and for about half a second, I caught a glimpse of, once again, a tall, human-like figure running on all 4s behind the tree. He started walking towards that direction, but my friend with the flashlight stopped him. He made a point that it was a shotgun slug. The chances he missed were slim due to the fact that the tree it was next to was covered in evidence that the shot was on target. My friend made a scary point that we hadn't considered. What if it hit it, but didn't hurt it? What if he was right? What if it took a shotgun hit and didn't even fall over? My estimate is that it was between 6 foot and 6'4", and maybe between 140 to 165 pounds. So, if it could still run after that shot, it either didn't get hit or it was not something we wanted to mess with. We hear the cackle that I heard the first time, that mocking noise, not so much an aggravated noise this time, more so a noise that gave me the impression it was having fun, or enjoying the fear that we blatantly had in our voices. No more footsteps, but my friend shot in its general direction again. Ears ringing again. I couldn't hear anything, but I did see a small glimpse again of it running off deeper into the woods. I could only see its rear for a second or two before it was too far to be seen by the light. This meant it had to be running pretty fast. I don't want to give a number, but if I had to guess, it was easily around 20 miles per hour or so. Nothing a human could do on all fours, that's for damn sure. We turned around and jogged back home. Upon getting home, we talked about what we saw. Nobody was disputing my story now. We had all seen it. We talked all night. I showed them some of the comments on my last post where they suggested a crawler. We read a lot of posts here, and some of them matched our experience, some didn't. But we did all agree that if this was paranormal, that a crawler was the best guess we had. Now, we're all on the same page. I still don't know if we buy into the paranormal claims, but this one is starting to convince us. We realized at the end we hadn't even looked for pictures. We asked my friend with the phone, and he shyly admitted that he hadn't even thought to take a single picture. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I was so terrified I didn't even open the camera app a single time. I was just trying to make sure it wasn't behind us or charging us. I'm sorry. We told him not to worry. None of us would have been any better about being calm enough to set up a picture. I never saw its face still, but the friend who took the shot swears it didn't have one, or at least it had no eyes. He couldn't see if it had a mouth, but it was about a third out from behind the tree, and from his angle he saw, it was blank from the nose area up, or if it did have eyes, it was too black to be noticeable in the dark. We did all come to a decision though. We're going to go back. We'll be more prepared next time. We'll do our research, we'll have a camera strapped to us always recording. We know what to expect, so we'll be more calm. Any other tips or advice, please do let me know. We'd really like to capture some full evidence of this thing. This creepy encounter happened to me almost 20 years ago, but still gives me the creeps. It's a long one. I had booked a taxi with a licensed taxi firm long before the days of Uber, etc., to take me from a friend's house to my home in the early evening. It was dusk as the driver arrived. As I left the house to get into the car, he was coming to the house to get me, and for some reason, as he turned to walk back to his car with me, he briefly touched my shoulder with his hand. It wasn't lingering, but it was deliberate, and my immediate thought was, why is this guy touching my shoulder? My intuition said it wasn't right, but I was in my 20s and this guy must have been in his 50s, and I convinced myself that it was just something from that generation did. So I sat in the back. The journey should have been around 20 minutes from North to South London, and in the first 5 minutes of the journey there was some initial chat, where he told me that I was his last job of the day, and he had no plans afterwards. When he told me that, I felt a pang of fear, but I thought, this guy is from a licensed firm, he's been identity checked and approved to do the job. His ID card with his name and photo, and the registration number was clearly displayed on the dash. He was from a firm that my friend used regularly and had an account with, although she had not met this particular driver. My logical brain told me that he's clearly traceable to me if he had decided to do anything, so he just wouldn't take that risk. Plus, it was early evening in a very busy area, and that made me feel safe. Also, by this time, we were already on the road. I spent the next 15 minutes or so of the journey looking at my phone. I don't really know why. Maybe I was deliberately trying to distract myself because I was nervous, but I felt my nerves were unreasonable. This was the early 2000s, so the phone would have been basic compared to today's standards, but there must have been a game or something, I'm thinking Snake, that distracted me on it because I didn't look out the window for some time, at least until I noticed that it was mostly dark, and when I did, I expected to be very close to my home. To my horror, I saw we were in some very deserted part of the town that I'd never seen. This area was most certainly not on the way from my friend's house to mine. It should have been a straightforward drive through central London, and this was a very remote area with what looked like an abandoned house estate and abandoned cars. I looked to the driver and asked where we were, but before I had the chance to say anything, I noticed he was repeatedly looking left and right down the dark alleyways we were going past, and I noticed we were slowing down. I also noticed that he was breathing weird, very audibly, like in a sort of pumped, wound-up kind of way. And that's when this overwhelming sense of knowing hit me. He was looking for a deserted place to stop. At that point, a very clear voice in my mind told me that he was going to rape and kill me, and I had to think fast. I blurted out, "I don't know where I am." He didn't say anything. I then said words to the effect of, "My friend asked me to call her when I was home safe, and I should be home by now, so I need to call her and tell her I'm not home safe, or she will call your firm and call the police, because she's really over the top like that." That must have jolted him into thinking about the consequences of whatever he was planning to do. These really were the very early days of mobile phones, and not everyone had one, especially the older generation. Perhaps it was a lifeline he hadn't considered that I might try to use. With that, he turned out of this abandoned area, we came to the main road, and after a while, I saw a place I recognized, and we headed towards my home. He said, "I'm sorry if I made you worried," but there was something weird about the way he said it, and that wasn't even the end of it. When we got close to my house, I decided I didn't want him dropping me off at home. I lived with my sister, but she was staying at her boyfriend's house that night, and we lived in a communal block. I was concerned that he might come in the main front door and try to get access to my flat. So I said I realized I didn't have milk at home and he could drop me at the store on the next street. He had to agree to this, obviously. I entered the store and hung around in there for a bit. I remember being completely broken those days. My friend paid for the ride via her account. I did have milk at home and certainly wasn't going to buy some unnecessarily. So after a few minutes, I left the store and walked the 3 to 4 minutes back to my flat. As I approached my flat, it was completely dark at this point, and the area around my flat was poorly lit. I saw a car parked facing the main door of my flat, and I thought, oh my god, it's him. I knew he would be able to clearly see that I had no milk, as I didn't even have a bag on me, so he would know I was lying. As I passed the car, I couldn't bring myself to turn to look at him, so I got my keys out, quickened my pace, and entered quickly. Once in my flat, I plucked up the courage to look out the window, and sure enough, it was that guy. He had driven from where he dropped me off to my flat and was sat in his car staring at my flat. Just then, my friend called and I told her that I had only just gotten home. She could not believe how long it had taken, around an hour when it should have been 20 minutes, and I explained the whole thing to her. As I was on the phone with her, I looked out the window again and he had finally gone. I didn't report any of this at the time, and from my safe vantage point of 20 years down the line, I regret it. But at the time, I still doubted my gut instinct, even though I had had this strong sense of knowing in the car. After the event, I convinced myself it was fleeting hysteria and my logical brain returned. My logical brain also told me that if I did report him, nothing would be done because he hadn't actually done anything that I could prove. And if he admitted the detour, he could just say he took a wrong turn and he would just deny having returned to my flat. But reporting him might have caused trouble for him, and he knew where I lived, and that scared me even more. I was always cautious around my flat after that, and thankfully I never saw him again. I should have reported it. I know nothing would have been done, and I probably would have created a bigger risk for my safety in doing so, but I should have reported it for other people's sake, and I regret not doing it. All my life, my mom has always unwillingly been a magnet for paranormal activity. She never spoke of it. She thought of it as a curse that plagued her. Once, at around 2 a.m, I found her sitting at the dining room table, sitting stock still, smoking cigarette after cigarette, staring into the living room with all the lights off. The cigarette smoke was settling at about the halfway point in the room, so it looked like a low stagnant cloud, adding to the suddenly alarming feel of the space. I called out to her, but she didn't respond. She just sat there, the ember of the Marlboro brightening in every drag. You could hear the crisp sound of the burning tobacco as she inhaled. I just stood there, arms crossed, chilled from the night air, looking at her in confusion. Mom, are you okay?" She just sat there, silent, stoic, staring at nothing. Another drag, and then finally she said something. They just walk through here. I don't know where they're going." I scanned the room, goosebumps shivering up my arms. "Who, Mom?" Nothing. I was young and fairly creeped out, so I just backed up slowly and quietly went back to bed, closing and locking my bedroom door. The next morning, I asked her what that was all about, and she acted like it was nothing. Like I had some bad dream and thought it was real. She completely played it off like I was crazy to think that she would do something like that. And oh, by the way, you know I quit smoking 6 months ago. Stuff like that happened all the time. These little incidents that she was part of but would never acknowledge once they happened. I know she had some gift or power or something, but she never actually told me about it. I think because she hoped whatever it was wouldn't find an attachment to her sons. Well, it did anyway. It was my first year back from college. I was asleep in my bed, briefs only, the morning sunlight streaming into my room and waking me from my dreams. It was bright and warm. I could still feel the way the sun felt on my skin that morning as I lay on my stomach, blankets thrown asunder by the vigorous sleeper that I was. The day was going to be beautiful, and I was thinking about what I would do first after breakfast. I was facing the wall opposite the doorway of my room, staring at the Cocoon movie poster I loved so much, when I heard my bedroom door creak open. Mom checking in on me before she headed to work. Only, suddenly, something felt off. I could hear the door opening. I knew the sound of that door as well as I knew every creak and groan of this house that I grew up in. I knew what it sounded like when it was opened all the way, but it didn't open all the way. It stopped suddenly. It was like the minute that I felt something was off, the door just stopped opening. Like lightning, a wave of terror rushed through my body, washing through me like an icy wave of water. I was fully awake instantly and paralyzed in fear. completely paralyzed. It wasn't my mom. I knew it. Whatever it was not my mom. I couldn't move. I couldn't yell. I just lay there completely terrified. Then, it started moving towards me. I could hear the steps on the carpet. My heart was pounding so hard that I thought it would burst. I was so scared. Tears started streaming from my eyes. I could feel it stop, hovering over me, looking down. I kept praying it wouldn't touch me. Please, just don't touch me. I could feel it reaching out, its arm extending, moving to rest a hand on the small of my back. I managed to close my eyes and decided I wasn't going to let this happen. I was going to count to 3, gather all of my strength, and jump up and scream. I was going to break this paralysis. As I made this decision, I felt the arm stop. It stopped right over my body. I felt the presence freeze, so I gathered all of my energy and tried to count to 3 and move, but I was still so scared that nothing happened. I barely moved an inch. I closed my eyes again and focused harder than I ever had on anything in my life, and managed to roll myself off the bed and squeak out a meager yelp. It was enough, though. I hit the ground hard, breathing heavy and sweating from either fear or the suddenly hot sunlight streaming through my window. My bedroom door was closed. There was nothing around me. The presence was gone. I threw open the door and ran up the stairs into the living room where my mom was getting ready to go to work. "No, you're up. I was just about to go down there and say good morning." Bright, cheery. "You weren't just in my room, checking on me or something?" Wiping sweat from my forehead, completely confused. She gave me an odd look. "No, for God's sakes, put some clothes on. I'll see you tonight." And she was gone. That was the first time. Since then, it's followed me everywhere I go. I don't feel it all the time. Sometimes years go by, but it always comes back. I don't know if I will ever find out what it is. My mom passed 2 years ago, and with her gone, I can only hope that she tries to protect me from whatever it is. This isn't the only experience I've had either. It's just one that profoundly affected me. At first, I thought it was a sleep issue, but the problem is I was awake the whole time. I remember seeing the wall, the poster, the bright room, feeling the sheets underneath me, the smell of the fabric softener. I'm no fool. The first thought I had was that it was a dream, but I was going through the logic of what was happening to me and knew that it wasn't. That, coupled with our family's history, my mom's experiences, my experiences, I knew something was happening. We traveled everywhere, all over the world and the country, and I think we picked something up somewhere, and I think my mom knew about it. This wasn't the first thing that's happened. This was just the biggest. Let me tell you about our house on Park Place in Florida. That's where I began to think my mom had secrets that she didn't want to share. I usually only include glitches that were witnessed by another person, because our minds can play tricks on us. So maybe that's what this was. But if so, it's never happened before. It happened last night, so I'm going to write about it here while it's still fresh. So, my dog only barks if there's someone outside. A person, a vehicle, or probably even an animal in the yard will make him bark. I'm not sure if he barks at animals because there shouldn't be any besides the occasional cat. Last night, he kept barking, and every time I would get up to check and found nothing but darkness. 90% of the time, if my dog barks, the reason is obvious. The other 10% I just assume I missed in the time it takes me to get up and look out the window. And it was so dark, so I assumed I kept missing whatever he was barking at. It must have been a noise as opposed to something we could see, so I didn't think much of it, besides being mildly annoyed. I stay up late, usually going to bed between 1 and 2 in the morning, and rarely before 12:30. This event occurred a little bit before midnight, let's say 11:45, so I wasn't tired yet, but there was no one else awake to bear witness to the strangeness. I am a night owl, and last night so was my dog. Usually, he just sleeps in his crate. The third or fourth time he barked, I got up quickly and ran to the kitchen window to see if I could catch whatever it was. I was curious. I thought the neighbors' kids were up late and being mischievous, and I guess I just wanted another reason to not like them or something. But it wasn't them. I got this heavy kind of feeling like you get when something's watching you and things are not okay. I had to tell myself, you're in the kitchen, it's safe, so stop freaking out over nothing. But my inner child wanted to go hide under the bed before I got abducted by aliens or something. This is not a normal feeling for me to have in my own house. It's not a spooky place. From the window, I could see a small set of headlights, but not regular bright ones. They were coming down the street slowly towards our house. They were very close together, maybe about 2 feet apart, and orange. I thought it was a golf cart or something, but it stopped in front of the neighbor's house and someone got out. The vehicle appeared to be a regular-sized truck, so I thought maybe the running lights were oddly positioned or they'd added an aftermarket kit or something. Still, very possible. They didn't walk around. They just stood there behind the door to the vehicle for at least 2 to 3 minutes. I didn't see the light from a phone screen or anything. It seemed very suspicious. There was nothing I could think of that would make them stop there. No trash left for collection, no driveway, no mailbox. There's usually a streetlight there, but it was out. I opened the fridge and pretended to get some water because I was getting paranoid that they were up to no good and would see me watching them. Finally, the person got back into the truck and began to drive off. I didn't hear their door shut like I normally would, but they were probably trying to be quiet. Nothing that abnormal so far, but a little sketchy. And no, I don't think they stopped for a discreet pee because the road dead ends a short way past our house, and they were coming from that direction, meaning they had probably just left a place with a restroom. And I think usually if a dude stops to pee by hiding behind the door of an open vehicle, he'll go in the grass on the side of the road, not in the middle of the road where this guy was standing. They backed up, then turned like they were about to go down the road that intersects with ours. They turned on their actual headlights for a moment, which did look like a regular car, not tiny or orange, but then they shined through the neighbor's house, which is impossible. I thought maybe it was some kind of trick caused by reflections in the window in the dark, and maybe it was, but the next part I simply cannot explain. The 2 orange lights then reappeared in the same spot as where the truck had been parked. While I was trying to wrap my brain around that, they disappeared. Not faded out, not changed directions. They completely freaking disappeared. Little by little, like the light was disintegrating. Like if you were turning a dimmer switch on an electronic fire or something. Little bits of orange light just began to flicker and fade until the entire truck was gone. It was hard to describe. Little bits of the orange light just dropped out of existence until there were none left. Like pulling out all the pegs of a light bright or something. Right as it disappeared, another car pulled onto the road from the opposite direction, clearly illuminating the area. There was no truck. And there should have been. Where could it have gone? I ran through the possible scenarios in my head, blaming most of it on the dark and not being able to fully see what I was looking at. But headlights don't just go out like dying flames, and trucks don't just disappear when you shine a light on them. The part I can't figure out, there was nowhere it could have gone except into a driveway at the end of the road, which was too far away for it to have gotten to it that quickly, and I would have been able to see it do that. I guess if enough of you read this, I can try to take photos to show where it was parked, but I don't think they're necessary, or I would have done it already. I decided the only reasonable conclusion, aside from it being unexplained or glitch, was that I needed to go to bed early last night. So I did. And I lay there awake for 45 minutes before giving up and resuming my previous tasks. I was drawing for about 30 more minutes, and then I went to sleep for real. So I don't think my eyes were playing tricks on me due to lack of sleep. If that had been the case, surely I would have fallen asleep shortly after I tried going to bed. I, 15 female, was staying the night at my friend's house, who I'll call Katie, who is 14 and female. Me and Katie went on a walk at around 7:30 p.m. last night. The neighborhood we were walking in was in a very small, tight-knit, safe community, where everybody knows everybody. There are very few people in this neighborhood that Katie doesn't know. It was dark outside, and for a few seconds I saw a dead baby hanging from a tree. Now, I hallucinate often, so this wasn't a very big cause for concern for me, but the hallucination held a bit longer than they normally do, and it was more graphic than usual. I don't know if this is relevant to the story, I just wanted to say everything that happened. It might have been hanging by its neck, but I'm not sure. I didn't think much of it, and just moved on. Far past where I had hallucinated the baby, I saw a man standing at the end of the street. My stomach dropped as soon as I saw him. I don't know why I was so scared, but I tried to rationalize it and chalked it up to me being paranoid. Me and Katie were at the beginning of the street, so there was quite a bit of distance between us and the man. I told Katie there was a man at the end of the street, but she didn't really care. We moved on and walked into a park. While we were in the park, Katie was talking to me about something, but I wasn't really listening as I was trying to get a look through the fence to see if I could see the guy. I couldn't, and I assumed that he had moved and shrugged it off. Me and Katie started walking again, but I couldn't get over how scared I was. Katie had moved on and was talking about something, but in the back of my mind, I kept thinking about the man that I had seen. He was too far away for me to have known what he looked like. He was more of a silhouette at that point. Eventually, me and Katie left the park and started walking on the same street we were on before, and the man was at the same place he was when we had entered the park. But now, he was walking towards us. He was still more of a silhouette at this point. The pit of my stomach dropped. It was like a wave of dread that washed over me, and all I could think was, I gotta get out of here. Me and Katie started walking away a bit fast, and Katie didn't know why we were walking so fast, and I told her that the man was following us. As we started picking up speed, we turned a corner and walked for another 20 meters before he turned the corner as well, which means that he was walking pretty fast to be able to catch up to us like that. When I saw him, I started walking faster, and Katie matched my pace, even though she wasn't nearly as freaked out as I was. We kept walking at that pace for a while, and Katie started getting scared and grabbed onto my arm. I tried to reassure her that everything was okay as we walked, but he was still walking behind us, and he was walking in the dead center of the road. I looked behind me again and noticed that he was moving closer to us, but was still about 15 meters away. At this point, I told Katie to call her mom, which she did. I told her to put her mom on speaker, and then Katie told her mom, "I think someone's following us," loud enough for the man to hear, hoping that saying so would deter him from continuing to follow us. Her mom suggested that her dad pick us up, and we said yes. I was looking back at the man periodically throughout all of this to make sure that he was still a safe distance away. I suggested we stay on the phone with Katie's mom, in case anything happened, and I looked back and saw that he was standing under a street lamp. He was between 5'11" and 6'2". He was wearing a gray sweater with dark pants. I didn't see any shoes, but it was freezing outside, so I don't know how he could have been barefoot. He was wearing a navy blue baseball cap, which casted a shadow on his face, so I couldn't see it at all. His arms were so long they went down to his knees, and his sweater didn't cover his forearms, which were black. His hands were some kind of claws that curled inward, and this is when I clued in on, hey, this guy might not be human. I know I said that I hallucinate sometimes, but whenever I do, it's a split second and then it goes away, or it's just a shadow. There's no way his arms were hallucination. They were unwaveringly there the entire time that I looked at him. After I looked at him, I started walking as fast as I could, to the point where I was dragging Katie along with me. I was more scared than I had ever been in my entire life. I didn't know what that thing was or why it was following us, and at this point I realized I hadn't heard any footsteps the entire time it was following us. It might have been because it wasn't wearing shoes, but it was walking on pavement, so surely there would have been at least the quiet sound of footsteps. It was about 30 seconds before we saw the headlights of Katie's dad's car. He pulled up beside us, and I immediately felt all the fear I had go away and felt safe. Before I got in the car, I looked back at where the man was. He was gone. When I got in the car, Katie's dad said that he saw somebody about 10 meters away from us, which meant the man was getting a lot closer to us, but when he stopped the car, the man had disappeared completely. I don't know where he had gone, but I guessed that he must have rounded the corner we came onto the street from, which still didn't make sense as he would have had to run inhumanely fast to make it there. We drove around for a while after, and we never saw him again. I don't know where he went, as the only place for him to be able to go, where we wouldn't see him, would have been into somebody's house. When we got home and I got out of the car, my knees were weak and I felt like I was going to fall. I felt really wobbly, but I guessed it was the adrenaline wearing off. I asked Katie if she had felt any bad vibes from the man, or anything like I did, and she said that she didn't, and she was only scared because I was scared. I don't know what that man was, but I'm starting to think that he wasn't human. I came to this sub hoping somebody can give me any theories as to what it could have been, because I've got nothing. He had long arms, claw hands, no footsteps. He didn't really appear to have a face, and he disappeared out of thin air. Anyway, thanks for reading. This happened about 7 years ago when I was 16, and had all but forgotten about it until a few weeks ago when my mom brought it up. Some necessary backstory. I grew up in a rural town in Australia. My house was 30 minutes out of town with 20 acres of thick bushland behind it, and a driveway that was about a 5-minute drive on its own. The neighbor's house shared the driveway, but was surrounded by 5 acres. It was so incredibly isolated. It always felt like a really safe place because it was so far away from other humans, but of course that comes with its own downsides. Sure, no one can hear you scream, but no one can hear you scream. In 2012, my brother graduated high school, and my folks got sick of being so far out. I decided to rent the house out and move closer to town, but by then my mom was so used to not having neighbors that it annoyed the hell out of her. We once heard a neighbor sneezing, and that was the last straw. So a year later, end of the lease, we moved back, but this time without my brother, who was settled in at uni. When we went back, we moved into our original rooms and put all the furniture back to how it was, more or less. My room was the only one on the left side of the house. I chose it for the view of the shed, which used to have chickens, ducks, and alpacas roaming around it. But the room felt different, somehow. Like it wasn't mine anymore. Instead of swapping rooms and having to do all my posters and stuff again, I just started sleeping with the light on. The only other thing that was different was the renters had left a horse flat and a caravan in the paddock next to the shed. I couldn't have cared less, but my mom was calling the renters every other week to get them moved ASAP. Also, at this time, my dad was working with a mining company and installing a pipeline to an island off the east coast, so he was away for 4 weeks at a time, and then home for 2 weeks, etc. Onward to my point, one night when my dad was away at work and it was just me and my mom at home, I was exhausted, and I went to bed really early. I ended up having the absolute worst dream of my life. I was a little annoying at the time, being a 16-year-old girl, but I barely spoke for the next few days. It had truly shaken me to my core. It started with my dog barking, as she would for the entire 5 minutes anyone was coming down the driveway. I went out to get her, but it was pitch black. I could only just see her standing at the edge of the grass by the drive, and she was standing really aggressively, in a way I only ever saw her do to kangaroos and the neighbors' dogs. I started hearing footsteps crunching on the pebbles, then male voices coming from either side of the house. The dog was now running from left to right, going absolutely insane, and getting gradually closer to me like they were closing in, and she was trying her hardest to protect me. I was trying to scream, but the only sound I could make was that of a labored breath, and I was completely paralyzed with fear. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they were laughing to each other and whispering. This kept going on for what felt like an eternity. The mysterious male voices getting closer and closer, but never coming out of the shadows enough for me to know who they were. Now, eventually I woke up. It wasn't like a movie where I jumped up and was out of breath. I was laying in bed like a dead pharaoh, and my eyes opened up like I had never been asleep, only just blinked. After a few days of acting weird, Mom finally asked me what was up. She's not a talkative person, so she asked it offhandedly and wasn't looking at me. As I told her, she stopped doing what she was doing and looked at me like I had just spoken in tongues. Turned out, the night that I had that dream, shortly after I went to bed and just before sunset, 2 guys rocked up to the house, saying they were there to collect the horse float. The dog went bananas at them, which was only strange because normally as soon as you were close to her, she'd fall to the ground and demand belly scratches. Mom did not recognize these guys as anyone in the group or family that rented from us, but they knew about the stuff and Mom wanted it gone. So she put the dog in her lockup and took them up to it. One of them took it upon himself to take a walk around the back of the house, parallel to the shed behind the dog lockup, then came back and pointed out that there was only 1 car in the driveway. That he had noticed the van, and whose van was it? Even said something like, "Husband not home tonight?" while looking at my window with light coming through the curtains. To say the least, my mom was freaked out. How did he know how many cars we have when she's never met either of them before? In an instant, she thought they must have come around before, seen 2 cars and then gone away. Following the man's gaze to my room, she let out a relaxed laugh and said Dad was in there cleaning his guns, but he's probably done now and she'll go get him so he can help with the float. The most intense weapon that my father has ever owned was a rusty machete, so I have no idea where that came from on my mom's end, but I'm eternally glad for it. And they protested and said they could manage it, but she bolted inside, locked all the doors, and then stood by the front window with a knife and watched them drive away without the horse float. When my dad got home in a week or so, he called the renters up in a fit of rage and found out that they hadn't sent anyone to go get it for them, but all their friends knew it was there because they had been trying to organize help to get both in one day. Purely because I was sleeping with a light on at the time it happened, and because I had went to bed early that night, my mom and I escaped a potentially seriously horrific situation. Because You just know if my dumb arse was there, I would have instantly declared, "Nope, it's just us home tonight." I had no interest in sharing this encounter here, but a couple of my friends were convinced that this would interest at least one person out there, so here you go. So this happened almost exactly 3 years ago. I had just turned 15, and in Finland, where I live, turning 15 is a big thing for teens, since when you turn 15, you can get a 50cc moped license. And these kind of bikes are a huge part of youth culture here. So, long story short, I had just gotten my license and was in a party at my friend's house. This friend of mine came from a wealthy family, and their family owned a huge plot of land, mostly full of uninhabited forests and lakes. His house was pretty much in the middle of their land, and it was a very remote place surrounded by forests. Nearest village was over 30 kilometers, or around 20 miles away. Although I lived pretty far away, I insisted on going by myself with my brand new moped, since I was so excited of finally having one. My parents were obviously against this, but ultimately they allowed me to drive there. The party lasted the entire day, and when it was around 2 in the morning, I had to finally leave. Although their family is wealthy, the only road that connects my friend's house to the big main road is a long, badly kept, and narrow paved road surrounded by forests. It's unsettling as hell, especially at nighttime. It should have been illuminated properly, but at the time, pretty much every single street lamp was either broken or tipped over by storms. I had asked them several times why they didn't take care of the road, but they simply replied they really weren't that interested in paying huge amounts of money for some company to come over and repave the entire road or replace every single streetlight. Since it was already completely dark, the only thing illuminating the road was the small, single front light in my moped. After about 10 minutes on the road, I was about 5 or so minutes away from the main road, so it was still pitch black. Nothing was out of the ordinary until I saw movement in the corner of my eye. I saw a figure running from the pitch black forest and falling down on its face in the middle of the road in front of me, with branches and leaves flying around it. I slammed the brakes and luckily avoided hitting the figure. The back brake locked up, so I ended up falling over and sliding along the road for a bit. When I finally stopped, I quickly stood up. I was okay, aside from a few scratches, and looked to where the figure was laying. Of course, I thought it was an animal, like a moose or a deer, but I quickly realized that it wasn't an animal. It was an adult human, pretty surely a man. At this point, he stood up, and we were about 3 meters from each other, just staring. I've never been more scared in my life. Even more disturbing was that this man seemed to be more scared of me than I was of him. He was around 20 to 30 years old, quite short and very thin. His face was pale, and his eyes were deep in his eye sockets. If you know what a badly malnourished person's face looks like, then you know what his face looked like. He was wearing a dirty turquoise hoodie and basketball shorts, despite it being less than 5 degrees Celsius outside. He had unkempt blonde hair full of debris and leaves, and he had no shoes on, only soaking wet socks. At this point, he was constantly shaking, jolting, and glaring in the direction he had come out of, with a worried expression on his face, like he was being chased or that he knew something bad was in the forest. I wanted to say something to him, but I was unable to say anything. After a short while, he looked straight at me and opened his mouth. It was like he was about to say something, but he quickly backpedaled. He then closed his mouth and suddenly bolted to the forest, without a flashlight or any other source of light, and he quickly disappeared. I stood there for a while, alone, before running back to my moped. I lifted it up and drove as fast as I could to the main road. My moped had quite a few big dents, a broken front mask, and a damaged exhaust, but it was still drivable. I drove home, and I woke up my parents to explain everything while I was still shivering from shock. Obviously, they were furious that I had crashed my moped, and they didn't believe what happened. They thought I was just being a jackass and doing stunts until I fell over. I didn't get grounded, but they didn't let me drive at night anymore. That was alright to me, since I didn't want to do that anyways. For the entirety of the following week, I asked anyone who was in the party or was living nearby if they had seen anything unusual. I also followed the news to find out if there was something bad that had happened nearby on that night, or if there was an escaped convict or a mental hospital patient loose. Nothing showed up, and nobody else saw anything. I still sometimes think who that guy was and what he was doing in the forest without a light in the middle of the night. I actually feel quite bad for the guy, and I feel bad that I didn't help him, because it seemed like he was not okay. Was he just drunk or high, in the middle of a bad drug trip or on some sort of psychosis? Maybe. Maybe he was abused and was part of some cult, or maybe something or someone really was chasing him through that forest. I wish I knew. Hey, I just found this sub and I've become quite a believer since this encounter. I've been moderately open to the idea of other beings before this, be they worldly, extraterrestrial, or extra-dimensional in nature, before this occurred to me, but more in the, hey, wouldn't it be cool sort of way. I'm now actively looking to see if someone had ever seen anything similar. And so, here goes, as detailed as possible. I was in my early 20s when this happened, still living with my parents. Back then, I was used to driving around at night, listening to music, and just killing time, really. I grew up rurally and didn't have a large circle of friends, so I often had nothing better to do to get out of the house, and I just enjoyed cruising around. This night was different, as I'd had an argument with my father and had to leave the house just to clear my head. I decided on the way to grab a small flask of vodka at the gas station and just drive out to the village and look at the stars. The area I ended up parking at was surrounded by cornfields and small patches of woods. Very agricultural. And I could still make out the lights of the closest village in the distance and hear the hum of the freeway relatively close by. The last area you would expect to run into something unusual. Not very remote, no untouched wilderness. I drove off the main road, parked on the dirt road leading into a patch of forests. There was a large cornfield on my right, and then a patch of grassland also on the right. Just a meadow, no fencing or animals though. It was pitch black, so I left the car lights on to take a stroll, vodka flask in hand. I immediately felt nervous getting out of the car. There was kind of an eerie vibe to the area despite how mundane it looked. I was hyper aware of the sounds around me, the hum of the freeway and crickets chirping. All I wanted to do in that instance was to keep driving and just go home. But back then, I figured it was just me being a coward. And while there was no way that I would stay and stargaze in this mood, I figured I did owe it to myself to just go for a short jog towards that patch of woods, just to prove to myself that I wasn't being a big wimp. It hasn't occurred to me back then that my subconscious might have picked up on me being watched, because when I started to run towards the woods just at the edge of what my car lights illuminated, something broke out of the undergrowth and sprinted towards me. I was startled like this before, when it turned out it was a deer. This time, it wasn't. I nearly fell over as a seemingly naked man broke out of the forest and ran towards me. I stared in disbelief as I made out its features. It was humanoid, light skin-colored from what I could tell, very large, larger than I am, a good 2 heads taller. I'm 5'11", and it seemed very muscular. I didn't make out any hair or anything else. I don't recall if I jumped or tripped, but I wavered for a moment and had to catch my footing as I was so startled that I almost fell. Now, I think I remember it having larger animal-like eyes, but I remember distinctly that it had no defined lips and a very short nose, mostly consisting of elongated slits. It circled around me. Later on, I figured it might not have wanted to directly walk into the light of my car, and it made a noise at me like a startled dog. Kind of a huff, but it felt very hostile. Then, it ran off, crossing the road into the cornfield with very large, seemingly confident struts. It was really fast and did not seem to be bothered by breaking straight through a cornfield. I'm not sure, but I also think it had exaggerated leg muscles on the back of its legs, despite being generally slender, but of wiry strength, if that makes any sense. It took me a bit to gain my composure, and my hands were shaking all the way home. I also drove over a curb with too high speed and got a flat tire, which I noticed when I got home. A couple of notes. This was approximately 8 years ago. I'm bad with time, and it happened in Germany. I did have alcohol that I intended to drink, but did not get to it, so I was sober. Also, I don't do drugs, nor would I know of any drugs that could cause that kind of specific hallucination, but leave the user sober otherwise. 3. Since then, I had my doubts that if it might have been just a very tall person, just the logistics of something like this living undiscovered so close to civilization, and nobody ever saw it, really just seems unrealistic to me. Then again, very tall, deformed, naked people that can run extremely fast hiding near small German villages in Rhineland Falls seems unlikely too. I understand that its appearance might seem cliché, but maybe that's because I only saw it for a short period of time, and maybe it's also a cliché for a reason. And then an edit with 5. Full disclosure, I had another seemingly paranormal encounter when I was a kid, but that was of a completely different nature. And, well, I was like 8. So there is a remote possibility that I have a momentary lapse of sanity every other decade, although I'm not aware of any psychiatric condition like this. So, has anyone ever seen anything like this, or heard, or is there some urban legend I might have missed? I'd be interested to hear from you if this is the case. Hey guys, the first time I shared on Reddit, I was really encouraged by the upvotes and comments that you left. The post was about some experiences I had abroad, but to really live up to my username, I have stories about both my farm and my boyfriend's farm that might be interesting to you. Farms have a lot of history. My family has been farming in the exact same spot since the 1870s when my family arrived from Germany, and his family has been farming in the same area since the 1930s. Therefore, they have a lot of tales. My boyfriend's dad, I'll call him my father-in-law, or Phil, because he basically is, I swear has seen everything at least once and has the most interesting stories. I'll share a couple of his to start. For context, my boyfriend's family farm is on both sides of Iowa and Missouri border, since they live fairly close to the state line. They have corn, soybeans, and beef cattle on pasture. I particularly love the cattle because I love getting to jump in the Ranger and ride around the pasture with my boyfriend to check on the cows. We do this almost every night in the spring, summer, and fall to make sure they're healthy, not injured, account for the calves, make sure they have enough grass, and look to see if there are any holes or breaks in the fences. In the wintertime, They get moved to a lot with a covered shed to protect them from the elements, so they're not on the pasture and we feed them hay. Anyways, in the mid-2000s, my father-in-law was out in the wooded area of the cattle pasture. The trees are quite dense here, and it often serves as a great deer hunting spot in the late fall/winter once the cows have been moved to the winter lot. He was setting up trail cameras in the woods to watch deer in preparation for hunting season that fall. After some time, he came back out to get the card out of the camera to see if there were any big bucks roaming around. When he took a look at some of the pictures, he saw that there had been an unusual man back there. Trespassers aren't all that uncommon, and often it's just an annoyance rather than cause for concern. There was no way to tell who it was, so he just forgot about it. A few days later, he went back to hang the camera back up in the tree. When my father-in-law went back a second time about a week later to get the camera to see the pictures, someone had dug 3 makeshift graves in the back corner of the pasture. At the head of each grave was a wooden cross with a first name on it. He unfortunately didn't catch the man on the trail camera, but he alerted the police about the situation. I think, based on the names on the crosses, the police had an idea of who it could have been. The rural Midwest is smaller than you think for being so fast. My father-in-law wasn't really sure what came of that, and never asked too much into it, but if he hadn't discovered those graves in the pasture and alerted the police, they might have been filled. For the second story, my father-in-law had some farms in Missouri that were bordered by the Missouri River. The Missouri River flows down through the Dakotas, along the Iowa-Nebraska border, and then into Kansas City it takes a turn and divides the state of Missouri in two until it reaches the Mississippi. One spring in the late 1990s, he was out in a field next to the Missouri River planting corn. This was before all the current high-tech tools that farmers have at their disposal now, which can tell you if you have an issue with your machine right from the cab. He thought that his planter was having some issues, so he jumped out to check if something was broken. When he got out of his tractor, he noticed a really strange smell. A bad smell. If you know anything about farming, planting season is fast-paced time to try to beat the weather, and he was more concerned about getting his crop planted than investigating. He just assumed it was a dead deer washed up in the river, and continued on until he thought the planter was having problems again a few hours later. This time, he was on the end of the field closer to the river. The smell was stronger, and unlike anything he had experienced before. They continued on that day working until one of the hired men asked if anyone noticed that bizarre smell coming from the river. My father-in-law said he had, and he wondered to them if it was a dead deer, but usually deer didn't stink quite like this. One of the hired men wandered across the field to the edge of the river. It's not like a nice sandy beach that touches the ground to make a shoreline. Often, it's a rocky or steep overlook many feet down to the river below to get a closer look. At the bottom, he saw what he thought was an animal tangled in the branches washed up by the river. Looking closer, he realized it was a person. They immediately called the police. Turns out, it was a missing woman who was a known prostitute from Kansas City who had made it this far downstream. I cannot find the exact article or name, and I don't know if the police ever told my father-in-law her name even though they briefly questioned him, but I do know there are a few articles of women being found in the river east of KC in the late 1990s. These are the two I'll share for now. Let me know if you're interested in any more strange tales from many years of farming. My freshman year of high school, my friends and I were really into playing with Ouija boards. I was always skeptical of whether or not they actually worked until this experience. My friends and I had gotten word that a few people at our school had started a paranormal club. I know it sounds stupid, but this was actually a thing at my high school. We were all pretty excited to hear about this, since we were all into that type of stuff. A group of about 9 of us decided to go to the first meeting held after school one day. When we showed up to the room where the meeting was held, we were surprised to find that it was just us and a few others, as well as the 2 girls that had started the club and the teacher chaperoning the meeting. One of the girls who started the club announced that, for our first meeting, we were going to be watching an episode of Ghost Adventures, since it had some good paranormal encounters. My friends and I were pretty bummed that we were just watching a TV show, and we expected to be doing something totally different. About 10 minutes into the episode, me and 4 of my other friends got bored since we were only 14 to 15 at the time, and couldn't leave until our parents picked us up. We decided to go hang out in one of our favorite teacher's rooms. His room was across the hall from the classroom the paranormal club was being held in. We told the teacher that we were at the paranormal club across the hall, and how we joined because we were into playing with Ouija boards. So my friend had the bright idea that we should play one in his room, since she knew how to make them. Our teacher was reluctant at first, but eventually let us do it. My friend grabbed a piece of paper and pen, scribbled down yes, no, and the letters and numbers, and we got a makeshift planchette. I think we used like a quarter or something. We sat down at the table and started the game. We asked it, "Are you there?" And it slowly slid to yes. Then we asked, "What is your name?" It first slid to D, then O, and then N. We quickly slid to goodbye since this wasn't our first time coming in contact with a spirit named Dawn. So, a little backstory. This Dawn spirit had come through on multiple occasions when my friend Megan would play with the Ouija board. He would say he was one of her family members who had passed, but upon asking her parents if they had a deceased relative named Dawn, they assured her they did not. So whenever Dawn came on the Ouija board, we knew to just slide to goodbye and not talk to him, since we thought he was bad news. Right as we told Dawn goodbye, the paranormal club leader had burst into the classroom saying that they had been looking for us and asking why we were ditching our meeting. One of them walked closer to where we were sitting and saw the Ouija board. She started scolding us, telling us to not mess with Ouija boards because there are bad spirits. We assured her that we knew what we were doing since we had done this so many times before. The girl sighed and let us get on with our game. She turned around to leave the room, but before she walked out, she told us about a girl who went to our high school in the 90s or something, and said she died nearby. She asked us if we were going to play with the Ouija board, and if we could find out this girl's name. We agreed, and both girls left the room. I'd like to emphasize the fact that none of us knew this girl's name, let alone that there was a girl who died near the school. We thought it would be pretty cool if we could find out her name through the board, but didn't expect much. We then asked the Ouija board again, "Is anyone there?" It stalled for a minute, and then slowly crept to yes. I asked something along the lines of, "There was a student who died here. What was her name?" And there was a long pause, and then the game piece started to move. It slid first to S, then A, R, A, H. Sarah? We all froze for a moment. My friend Megan broke the silence eventually by asking the board, "And what's your name?" It spelled out D-O-N. We once again slid the planchette to goodbye as fast as we could. We then started joking about Megan's so-called relative Dawn and how we always tried to mess with us. A few minutes passed, and the leader from the paranormal club came into our classroom from across the hall. She said, "Hey guys, we did some research on the internet and we figured out the girl's name. It was Sarah." All of our jaws dropped. I immediately started getting goosebumps. I'd like to remind you that none of us had any prior knowledge of this girl who passed away, since it had happened around 20 years prior. We told her that Sarah was the name we got when we asked the Ouija board. She got excited and told me and my friends to follow her across the hall. We looked at the computer that she had been doing her research on, and sure enough, Sarah's obituary was pulled up on the screen. She was struck by a car while attempting to cross the main road near our school. The girl also said, and this chilled me to my core, that she found another obituary for a janitor who worked at my high school in the 90s and committed suicide. His name? Don. When I was 22, my uncle showed up at my small one-bedroom bungalow. As always, every time one of my 4 uncles showed up, my heart sunk. To say that BV was messed up would have been an understatement of the year. He's always been a dodgy character, but the uncle that I have the strongest relationship with out of the 4. Personally, for me, the best of a bad bunch, and that's scraping the barrel. He, like the other 3, was a criminal at that point, and associated with some pretty unsavory people. There was nothing new about that. None of the rest of the family have broken the law. My granddad was a long-service soldier and a hard-working family man. Likewise, Gran gave birth to 9 babies, and in between those times had a very responsible PA job in London. Their 5 daughters, although not having easy lives and having their own personal troubles and tragedies, have all managed to grow up in the same house without breaking the law in any way, all supporting themselves and their children by maintaining, again, very good, responsible jobs whilst raising us, their children, to all, in one way or another, be high achievers and really good people with a strong moral compass. Back to BV. He had obviously been up to no good, as he was paranoid, jittery, and on edge. He was also using in a big way. I called my mom and she came around. I told BV he could stay the weekend with 2 conditions. No stolen goods, no drugs. He agreed a little reluctantly and settled down. Mom decided to stay too in case it went pear-shaped. And it did. The next day was Friday and my day off work. BV went out early. It was a lazy day. I was just doing a bit of tidying up. I was cleaning around a massive potted plant and, stuffed down inside of it, found a huge bag of suspect white powder, which didn't look to be for personal use, various nasty-looking weapons, and several nice-looking pieces of jewelry. I was very narked off. To say the least, after showing Mom, I left the dubious stuff where it was, as I needed time to think about what I should do. When BV got back from wherever it was he went, I asked about the items. He lied, as usual, saying that he had a job, legal of course, for an old friend, and that was his payment. I told him straight out I didn't believe a word he told to me, and that I wanted him and his stuff out first thing in the morning. The next day, Mom and I got up and noticed BV was gone. I looked for the stuff, and saw it was still there. Mom had to work that morning. She told me she would be straight home after, and I settled down for a quiet, chilled morning. Around 11 a.m., there was a loud knock on the door, followed by someone having fun with the buzzer. As I use a wheelchair, it takes me a bit of time to get to my front door if I'm alone, so I was getting more and more annoyed by the incessant commotion. Upon opening the door, I came face to face with 3 of the meanest, nastiest, and skankiest looking men I have ever seen. They all looked straight at me, and because I was at a lower level, their eyes went down to meet with mine. To be fair, they all seemed surprised at my appearance. I was very small and skinny, and looked more like I was 14 than 22. They all looked at each other in utter shock before I said, "Hello, can I help you?" The middle gangster, the nastiest looking one, said, "We're looking for BV, sweetheart. Is he around?" One of the others said, "He said he was staying with a girl," my name. I was bricking inside, but the sheer audacity of my uncle made anger take over my fear and made me braver. I said, "No, he's not around. He's gone and he won't be back. And that's me. I'm his niece. The three thugs looked really uncomfortable and shuffled, looking at each other. I said, "Well? He has something of ours. Do you know where it could be?" The middle mean one asked. "Yeah, I'll get it for you. Wait here." I told the three of them and shut the door on them. As I did, I heard one of them saying, "Man, that's low even for BV. You see her? She's a kid in a wheelchair." When I got back with their belongings, I shoved it at the meanest one and said, "When you see BV again, tell him from me if he even thinks about coming here again, I will call the police. And that goes for all of you, too." The mean one said, "He had our stuff, we had to get it back." I said, still blagging, "That's fine. I'm just saying what I will do." The three thugs nodded and left hurriedly. After they left, I was shaking all over. I was really scared and upset. When Mom got home, I told her about the incident, and she went ape. I know that at a later date, she saw her brother and threatened him with something nasty if he ever came near me or brought his criminal scumbag mates around me again, and to his due, he never has. Hey everyone. In 2004, my mom and I moved into my stepdad's house. Some of the craziest, most unbelievable things have happened over the years, and as I was recalling some events to my husband, I realized that I had forgotten some of them, probably out of fear. I thought this would be the best place to remember them all, and I'll answer any questions you may have. Also, sorry if this is so long. The first thing I can remember is the freezer door. It was a super innocent event, and we didn't think anything of it at the time. We had gone grocery shopping, and after putting the frozen foods in the freezer, the door would close just fine. But once you turned your back, it was wide open again. This happened time and time again throughout the rest of the night. We checked multiple times to make sure that a box or something wasn't in the way of the suction. There was no reason for it to open by itself. Second, while watching TV in the living room, the channel would change. Constantly. Not up a channel or down a channel either. For example, if it were on channel 40, it would go to channel 3 or channel 5. Third, I got a new bed. One of the ones where there are drawers along the bottom of it, 3 on each side. And because my bedroom was so little, I had the bed pushed up against a wall, meaning that 3 of the 6 drawers were inaccessible. I was in the 4th or 5th grade at the time, aka too weak and little to move the bed by myself. Random items of my mom's started disappearing. One of her slippers, a couple CDs, and some other things that I can't remember. We thought it was my stepbrother playing a dumb prank. One day we decided to rearrange my room, and after the bed was moved, for some reason, we opened up the middle drawer on the inaccessible side, and everything was in there. The slippers, CDs. The most strange thing we found was a Ziploc bag of old, used wax crayons that I never owned. Fourth, I guess the next thing we noticed was the ceiling fan. My parents had a sailor theme in the living room, and attached to the ceiling fan chain was a lighthouse, which would sometimes swing a little if the fan was on high, but it would swing around as if someone flicked it when the fan wasn't on. Next, my mom, my friend, and I were standing in the living room. We were talking about the lighthouse ceiling fan chain swinging, and I was applying chapstick, which I then put on the coffee table. The moment I put it down, I realized I should have put it in my pocket, but it was missing from the table. I said out loud, "Where's my chapstick?" and I kid you not, swear on everything, it appeared in midair above the coffee table and fell straight down, as if someone was holding it and dropped it. We all ran out of the room, and none of us really talk about this to this day. Then, my mom approached me one morning and told me not to lie to her and that she wouldn't be mad, just tell the truth. Once she realized I had no clue what she was talking about, she told me how the night before, she woke up and heard a little girl's voice humming in her ear, as if I was standing next to the bed. My mom checked the entire house, including my room, to make sure it wasn't me. I didn't believe her at all, until years later, while babysitting my grandmother, who then lived with them while they were away, I slept in my mom's bed and awoke to a little girl humming in my ear. It was the scariest moment of my entire life. I was numb from fear, and I think I passed out from it, because I don't remember falling back asleep. I remember being terrified, feeling every hair on my body standing straight up, and then nothing. Morning. I haven't told anybody this happened. Lastly, one night, my mom was cooking in the kitchen down the hall, and I was in my room. I heard the front door open, my dog jump around greeting someone. I assumed it was my stepdad and peered down the hall. I saw a man in overalls and a blue knit hat walking. No sooner than he turned the corner, my mom comes running down the hallway towards me, pale white, crying that she felt someone come in behind her and say hi in her ear. But she was alone in the kitchen. We both ran to the living room. We realized the driveway was empty, and waited in the empty driveway until my stepdad actually came home. To this day, we don't know who that man was that came into our home. If I can think of any more occurrences, I'll be sure to let you know. This is probably the only glitch event that I've ever experienced, and it was one that was really, really strange to me. It's one of those things that honestly keeps me up at night sometimes, and it starts to bother me more than it should. Or maybe the fact that this happened and I can't forget it is a form of glitch in and of itself. Or maybe it's not a glitch and just something that happened, but honestly, it doesn't feel like a coincidence as much as something being broken in reality. It was a couple of years ago, I think back in the early summer of 2018, my wife and I had a few days off work together, and we decided that we should go see her grandparents on the other end of our state. It's one of those drives that you could technically do in one go, and not stop for anything other than gas. It's around 9 to 10 hours, if you really have the willpower to do so. And that said, my wife does not have the willpower for long drives, so we had to stop at least once during the drive. She's looking at the maps on her phone, and she sees that there's a convenience store/gas station a couple exits ahead, and asks if we can stop. I, of course, agree, and we plan on getting off at the next exit. We make the exit and pull up to the station. She tells me that she'll be right back. I decide to get out, walk around the car, stretch my legs, and then fill the tank preemptively. I'm watching the numbers roll on the pump and waiting for her to get back. After a few moments of waiting, I get back in the car and then start waiting impatiently. Then she comes out and has this look of shock or confusion on her face. I was just thinking that maybe someone in there was kind of being a weirdo or a creep or something. But then she gets in the car and tells me that the strangest thing just happened. And I asked her what, and she tells me that the clerk in the station looked like my long-lost brother. I laughed at her, and I said, "Oh, really?" But the look on her face was dead serious. She wasn't joking. I started to brush it off, thinking that maybe we just looked kind of similar, only to have her tell me that this guy looked like he was my identical twin. Obviously, this piqued my interest, so I parked, we got out of the car to go inside. I opened the door and stepped in. The clerk looked up to greet us as we entered, but he paused halfway through his sentence. I think he was going through that same weird feeling that I was going through. And we both kind of just stood there, staring at each other for a few seconds. I will tell you that she was right. This guy looked exactly like me, down to the minute details. I have long black hair. His hair was literally the same length as mine and the same color. He had dark green eyes that were the exact same shade as mine. He even had a small scar on his chin like I do, on the same side and damn near the identical length. He was the same height, same weight, same build, same everything. It was honestly creepy as hell to me to be looking at someone that was basically a clone of myself. I really wasn't sure what to do, so I stepped up and awkwardly introduced myself. I told him my wife told me there was some guy in here that looked like me, but I honestly didn't expect this. The store wasn't super busy, so we spent a bit of time chatting about things, and it all just kept getting weirder and weirder with every new detail. My name is Derek. His name was Eric. We were both named after our fathers. My mother's name was Anna, and his mother's name was Hannah. Both of our mothers passed away when we were still children. We were both born in March of 1996. I was born on the 4th, and he was born on the 14th. The more we talked about things, the more it felt like he and I were identical twins, except he was from a different state altogether and had moved to that area with his girlfriend only a few months prior. We grew up in 2 totally different states, but honestly looked like we were related. Now, I know that this all may just be coincidence, like I said, but the fact that I would pull into this specific gas station at this specific time during an impromptu road trip to my wife's grandparents' house across the state and run into someone that looked like they were basically a clone of myself just feels astronomical, like nearly impossible. Hopefully, I do run into him again someday. We didn't exchange phone numbers or details or anything like that. It felt a little awkward. We just kind of reveled in the moment and decided to move on. If we do never run into each other again, though, I hope Eric is out there living his best life. Alright, I was recommended to post this here. I hope it's the right place, and that I can get some kind of answer as to what the hell happened to me. I'm not really sure where to start, so I guess I'll just get straight into it. Yesterday, when I was cleaning my room, something caught my attention out of the corner of my eye. Outside of my window, I saw a car pulling out of our driveway, but that's not what caught my attention. It was the fact that it was my car. Now, at first, I wasn't too weirded out, because at the time, my mom was still home, and she sometimes uses it if her car isn't working, or somebody else is using hers. I was getting ready to wave at her to say goodbye, when I saw who was driving the car. My heart immediately sunk into my stomach, and I got a really horrible panicked feeling. It felt like I couldn't breathe. It felt almost like I had just dropped from reality, and everything seemed so fake. After just a few seconds of staring in absolute shock, just before the other me had fully pulled out at the driveway, they slammed on the brakes and looked up at the window. At me. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, so I immediately ran downstairs as fast as I could and ran outside. As I went out the door, I felt like I got punched in the stomach. After a few seconds of standing there and catching my breath, I decided to check. My car was still parked in the driveway, like nothing ever happened. I wasn't completely sure if what had happened had actually happened, so I sat down outside on the stairs for a moment, just trying to get back to reality, and wrap my head around what the hell had just happened to me. After about what must have been at least 30 minutes, I decided to get up and go back inside. I tried telling my mom what had happened, but she told me to just go along with my day. Similar things have happened to her, and I probably just imagined it. I tried my best to believe her, but I knew it had to be something more. It felt so real. About 3 hours later, my dad called me and asked if I wanted to meet him at a record store. After I finished getting ready and told my mom where I was heading, I grabbed my keys and walked out the door. I got in the car and started backing out, but as I was about to get to the edge of the driveway, I got an overwhelming feeling of dread and panic again. So much so that it caused me to slam on my brakes and put it in park so I could breathe for a second. As I took a deep breath and went to rest my head on the steering wheel, I remembered what happened earlier and felt even more panicked. I looked up at my window and saw the blinds move a little and a dark sort of shadow. I don't have a better explanation. It moved quickly away from the window, and I knew what was happening. So I opened my car door and walked up to my front door, opened it, and felt that exact same feeling as I did earlier, like I'd been punched in the stomach. After calming down, the rest of the day seemed relatively normal, but I've felt paranoid ever since. I told my friend about what had happened, and they told me they've read about similar things happening on this subreddit and said I should post it here. Nothing has felt completely real ever since. Maybe I can get some answers. Edit. I'd just like to thank you all for the amount of support I've gotten from this post. I honestly assumed it would get lost among the others, so thanks to everybody. I now have a couple things to look into, such as biolocation, astral projection, doppelgangers, and even the possibility that I got caught in some kind of time loop. I wasn't one to believe in the paranormal and thought there was always some sort of logical explanation to things, but this has made me look at the world under a whole different light. Of course, with the research on these topics comes the more explainable possibilities, and I've been told by a few people that I should see a psychiatrist for what I've experienced. I've decided I'll be doing that too, along with researching all of the other possible things that may have happened. If you honestly care about what ends up happening, I'd recommend saving this post, as I'll definitely be adding more updates in the future. Thank you for reading. Shortly after my son was born, I moved into a new house with my girlfriend. I felt really lucky as we found an actual house for rent that was cheaper than any apartment that we had come across, and it was in the school district that we wanted. The house was quite isolated from the neighbors. The front of the house was abnormally far from the street, and the backyard was surrounded by a dense tree line. At nighttime, it looked as if we were surrounded by nothing but darkness. It wasn't long when I started feeling unnerved, like someone was watching me. That feeling almost always came from one window in particular, the window above the sink, where we also had the air conditioning unit. It was the only window in the house where it would fit and reach an outlet. I brushed it off and did my best to ignore these feelings because I didn't want to freak out my girlfriend, and I knew that if I put that idea in her head, she would never stop stressing as she was diagnosed with anxiety. One night, I was on the couch with my girlfriend laughing and talking when I got that feeling again. I noticed my girlfriend got silent suddenly and was staring at the very window that made me feel uneasy. So I asked her if she had ever felt strange. She tells me that sometimes she feels like someone is watching her from that window, but didn't want to mention it because she was afraid I would think she was being crazy. Things just got worse from there. I started hearing the dividers on the AC unit open when we were in the bed at night. We'd hear pebbles and coins being thrown in our kitchen. I would hear twigs snap outside at night, and I would hurry and grab a flashlight and shine it outside the window. I was actually hoping I would see someone at this point because the unknown element was driving me crazy. Every night, I was terrified that I would come home from work to my family murdered. I'm still hanging on the idea that I'm just imagining this stuff, but it was all confirmed one morning. I went out back to smoke a cigarette when all of a sudden I catch something out of the corner of my eye, and all the hair on the back stands up. Goosebumps cover my body before I even realize what I'm looking at. On the screen, to my bedroom window, someone had written, "Coming," but backwards, as if they wanted us to read it from the inside. What made this even scarier was that the window was open, and I slept right next to it. Basically, you could reach in and stab me in the back without even having to stand on anything. I started to keep all the windows shut and locked, and I even stacked empty soda cans in front of them so if someone did manage to open a window, they would make a ton of noise coming in. One night, I got home from work at my usual time, around 1 in the morning. We were going out of state for a couple of weeks the next morning, so I really wanted to just get home and go to sleep. I showered. We get all the lights off and make our way into bed. Almost immediately, we hear the divider on the AC open up and a pebble come bouncing through the kitchen. I snapped up. I got up and screamed, "I'm sick of this! I'm gonna kill you!" I got dressed, handed my cell phone to my girlfriend. I told her to lock the door behind me, but if I yell, to call 911 and to not open the door unless she is certain it is me. I get outside and I'm just listening for movement. It probably took me a few minutes to get dressed and get outside. Finally, around 20 seconds later, I hear a car door slam on the street directly behind us through the tree line. I hear its tires squeal as it peels out, and I can hear it driving really fast through our neighborhood. I'm hyper aware at this point, and I can tell the street it's taking as I've been in this neighborhood my whole life. I hear it turn onto the main street and realize it's gotta pass my street next. But it doesn't pass my street. It turns down it. It drives really fast past my house, and all I could think to do at this point is looking at it as aggressive as I possibly could. I went to sleep. We all went on vacation for a couple weeks the next morning, and neither one of us has ever gotten that feeling again. We never even heard a single noise that was out of the ordinary again, but the next time I moved, I made sure to buy a house with windows very high off the ground. I moved from Idaho to Alaska about 2 months ago, and already I've experienced something I never thought I would ever experience. After taking a week to recover from a 5-day trek across Canada on the Alaska Highway, I decided I was going to get out and explore the wilderness of my new home state, and try to catch a glimpse of the wildlife, such as moose or bears. The house I'm renting is on the outskirts of the nearest town, so I basically live right in the middle of the forest and have access to miles of dense woods. I still don't know what I'd been thinking when I decided to go into the woods without anything but my phone, which, at the time, didn't get service in Alaska, and some earbuds. I began by running at a medium pace into the woods, hopping over bushes and branches while jamming out to some shaky graves. I'd probably gone through about 5 songs when my shoelace got hooked on a fallen tree, and I was thrown into the ground face first. I immediately got back up, swore out of irritation, and began to put my earbuds back in when I realized I had no idea where I was. At some point, I'd lost my sense of direction, and had only but a faint idea as to which direction I had come from. I started to run the way I thought I had come from when I began to panic and second-guess myself, when I realized I should have come out into my backyard ages ago. I didn't want to panic, because I knew that it would make everything worse if I did, and I started to try and pinpoint the right direction. Of course, I eventually realized that I was hopelessly and utterly lost without the slightest indication of which way would bring me to some sort of civilization. After a few brief moments of cursing and groaning, I decided to follow my gut and go the direction in which I thought would possibly lead me home. I started running at full speed, hoping to break the tree line in a matter of minutes, when something on the ground caught my eye. It was a backpack. I stopped instantly and looked around for a person or campsite, but there was nothing I could see from the spot I was at, which was situated at the bottom of a small hill. The bag looked as if it had been abandoned for a few days at least, but was slightly damp from the rain earlier that morning. I knelt down and picked up the bag, resting it against my knees. It had a heavy weight to it when I moved it, so I know there was something inside. Looking back now, I remember the dark feeling I had in my chest right before I unzipped the main part of the backpack. Inside, there were bags of what I immediately knew was an assortment of illegal drugs and items used to administer them. I quickly stood up and took a step back. I had such a powerful feeling of dread that I felt like I was in imminent danger. I just wanted to get out of there and find my way home, so I started to run again up to the top of the hill. I was hit with a wave of excitement when I saw a house at the bottom that was buried in the trees. I'd begun to make a start for it, when something in my head told me to stop. The thought entered my mind that what I had just discovered was awfully close to this house. I wanted so badly to be out of the woods and find some sort of civilization, but something told me that it wasn't safe. I ran away from the house along the tree line, hoping that I would possibly stumble upon another house. After about 10 to 15 minutes, I stumbled into a neighborhood of sorts and asked a man working in his yard for directions. He was kind enough to drive me home and assure me that everybody gets lost in Alaska at some point. As soon as I got home, I showered, chugged some water, and then immediately called the police to report what I had seen. However, due to the fact that I had no idea where I was, I couldn't tell them where to find the drugs or where the house was, so my report was basically useless. I just would have felt guilty if I hadn't at least said something. I've driven all over the area down different roads trying to find the house, but I never have. It's probably for the best though, because I don't want to get caught up in something I shouldn't be. I'm glad I listened to my gut and kept running from that house, because people in possession of such a large amount of illegal drugs can be extremely dangerous. I live with my husband and our 4 kids. The youngest is 6 and my oldest is about to turn 11, and all but the second youngest are girls. The way that our house is set up, all of the kids' bedrooms and their bathroom are upstairs, set up in a sort of a semicircle, with the 2 youngest sharing a room on the very left next to the stairs, and the bathroom on the very right next to the stairs, and the other 2 room entrances across the small landing. Right next to the lower landing down the stairs is the entrance to the hallway that leads to my bedroom and bathroom on the first floor. Every night, I go clockwise room to room tucking my kids in, and after I've said goodnight to the last one, I start down the stairs and say one more time to all of them, "Good night, I love you all, and sweet dreams." And they say it back to me, and then I tell them to be quiet and go to sleep. The night this happened, my son was at work with my husband, he's a truck driver, because they had the week off school just before all of these social distancing started, so my youngest was in their room by herself. I tucked her in, and then her sisters, and was making my way downstairs and said what I usually do, and I only heard the 2 oldest answer, sort of quietly, so I playfully yelled at this time to get them to answer louder. And I didn't hear the other 2, but I heard my youngest clear as a bell from her dark bedroom. She sleeps in a lower bunk, where the foot faces the door and has drawers in it, so I had no view of her, yelling it back loudly to me. I shrug a bit and think, close enough, and make my way downstairs. I immediately turn to go down the hallway to use my bathroom. My bathroom door is closed, which I thought was odd since I always left it open unless someone was in there, and I put my hand on it to open it, just as I hear the toilet flush. I'm about to lose it myself because there should not be anyone else in my house right now, and I walk in to see my youngest pulling her pajamas back up. My heart is still pounding at this point, and I'm extremely confused, because I literally just heard her in her bedroom. But, trying not to jump to any conclusions and stay calm-ish, I figure maybe my middle daughter is the one I heard. So I yell up the stairs, "Good night, I love you, and sweet dreams." My youngest, who followed me to the bottom of the stairs, yells it back from right beside me. I don't hear any response from upstairs. I yell up asking my middle if she's the one who yelled it back to me the second time, and she said no. I'm getting creeped out, because my youngest had obviously come downstairs after I tucked her in, so it couldn't have been her who I heard. I go upstairs and position myself so that I could see both of my older girls, and start drilling them asking which one of them answered me the second time. They both insisted that neither of them had, because they answered the first time. I asked my youngest if she had answered me the second time, wondering if maybe I just heard her voice from the wrong place somehow, and she said she had only answered the one time when I yelled from downstairs, and she was right next to me. So I asked the older two if they had heard what sounded like their little sister answering me that second time, and they both said yes, they had heard it. So I told them to get their bed stuff because we were camping downstairs in the living room together. I got them all set up and was on the phone with my husband, freaking out and telling him what happened, and I walk upstairs to take a look around, and the cat follows me. She walks directly into that still dark room, looks over to their closet door. There's a history of creepy things happening with the closet in that room since we moved in. She then looks at the bed where my youngest sleeps, and then walks to the closet door and starts scratching on it. She's never done this before. Ever. The only time I've ever witnessed her scratching on a door is if someone doesn't realize she's in the room and shuts her inside, and she finally feels like leaving but then can't. She's never scratched to get in to anywhere. So that was one of my strongest experiences with the paranormal, and definitely my most recent. I cleansed and everything, and nothing creepy has happened since. The kids all sleep in their own beds still, though sometimes they want to keep the lights on. This is a long post, but do please read. I seriously need help. I'm terrified out of my mind. So we'll start by saying that I've never believed in anything paranormal. I'm a pretty science-based dude. I always look for a logical explanation, and still am from this encounter. So if anyone has any ideas, please do let me know. I don't have much time for leisure with work recently. I've been having to accept some pretty awful shifts to get by with COVID times, so I've lost my ability to go on my evening walks, which are a method of stress relief for me. It had been a while since I'd gone on one, so 3 nights ago I decided to just go for a late night walk. I put on my headband flashlight and decided to take a path I hadn't taken in ages. There's a small trail near the back of my neighborhood that goes around 4 miles deep into the woods. My plan was to walk around 1.5 miles, and then take the parallel path to come back. I make it down to around 1.3 miles, according to my Fitbit, and start getting that feeling that I'm being watched. I turn off my headlight and sit still to listen. At this point, I'm more concerned that there's a guy following me who's up to no good. I heard clear footsteps in the leaves off the trails, and they've been behind me for nearly 5 minutes. I stopped thinking it was an animal or another walker and became worried. Sitting there for probably 3 to 4 minutes, and I hear nothing at all. I turn back on my headlight and decide to start walking quickly back home. About 2 minutes later, I hear footsteps again. This time, it sounds different. It sounds like 4 feet instead of 2 feet walking, and it's walking at the same increased speed that I am. I turn around quickly with my headlight and phone light and point it behind me. Silence. I get angry and yell out, "Leave me alone. I'm going to call the cops if you come at me. I have a knife." Silence. I yell again to get the hell out of here and start walking towards where I hear the walking. About 20 yards out, hard to fully make out because the flashlight doesn't reach too far, I see what looks like a literal naked man running full speed on all 4s into the woods. Normally, I'd chalk it up to drugs, but my area doesn't really have a drug problem. And there were some details that lead me to believe it wasn't a person. For one, they were damn near hairless, completely bald, pale, white skin, and the way it ran on all 4s looked natural, not like when you try to run on all 4s and look stupid. It looked like its bone structure was designed to walk like that. There was no hunched back, the back was flat, and they were fast. Last thing that happened was straight out of a horror movie. I hadn't heard anything in a while on my way back, but I kept turning around to be sure. With about 0.3 miles left to go, until I was in the clear, I heard a mad dash through the leaves. I whip around and it stops on a dime. I see the edges of its head behind a tree and yell loudly to try and intimidate it. What I heard next, I'll never forget my entire life. It cackled like a monkey. A noise I've literally only heard in nature documentaries. The tone was that of mockery, a predator having fun with me. I didn't stick around. I sprinted as fast as I possibly could back home. I would love to believe this was some prank or some rabid, bald, diseased coyote, but I got a pretty clear look at it. It wasn't. It had human feet and human hands, a human head and a human backside, but nothing else about it was human. I called the cops after and told them a man was following me. I didn't want to say it was some creature because they would think I was crazy. They didn't find anything, but they did see quite a bit of activity in the leaves and dirt, about 50 feet from where the trail was, leading far back into the woods, before it got to a large stretch of grass where no footprints were seen. So please, someone just tell me I'm crazy, or that this was some elaborate prank or a deformed man. So, I moved into a duplex with my ex about 3 years ago, in what we thought was a safer part of the city. One of our neighbors, Amber, works in the duplex rental office, and her husband, Ed, was at the time fresh out of prison. Later, we would see all of the, tattoos. And he had been doing and continues to do landscaping work for the rentals, like mow the lawns, cut the trees, etc. Other than that, he is home mostly doing odds and ends, things like tinkering with his mower or truck or something. They are both super nice people, very kind and loving toward each other, and always offer to help out. We've smoked weed together a few times. Ed smokes more than Amber, and have talked about all kinds of things, so I thought I could trust them and felt very safe being their neighbor. I once mentioned how sometimes, when I'm home alone, I hear steps in the attic over my room, and what sounds like a chair being dragged. How sometimes that noise follows me around the house and always freaks me out to the point of calling someone just to feel a little safer, at least until the noises die down. Ed said, "What, you think we're spying on you?" in a laughing way, but it creeped me out a little. So then, I break up with my boyfriend and he moves out. This is recent, so only a few months ago. Ed started texting me asking me if I wanted to smoke while Amber was still at work. I declined every time, finding different excuses because I still felt uncomfortable around him. Then he asked if I wanted to sleep with him because he thinks Amber is cheating on him. I definitely shut that down, and it was awkward as hell. I didn't tell Amber because I didn't want to get kicked out or have some horrible awkward tension, and I hate confrontation, so I kept quiet. That's when I start to hear things in the attic above my room more often. It freaked me out even more when I woke up to a loud bang outside my front door at 3 or 4 in the morning. When I went to examine it, there was a small lockpick outside my door on the ground, but no one around. I kept the lockpick, and the next day, I texted a picture of it to Amber to let her know that I thought someone was creeping around, and she said, "Oh, that's Ed's. That's his ice pick, not a lockpick, sweetie. No one can pick your deadbolt with that." But I know the difference in a 4-inch skinny-ass lockpick and an ice pick. I'm so scared to be alone here, especially at night. Our attics connect, and it's not outlandish to think he could be up there spying on me. I even found a freshly drilled hole in the ceiling of my room. I just put wadded up paper in it and try not to think about it. I honestly hope nothing comes of it, and I'm just being paranoid. The OP added an edit. For everyone saying to call the police, I really have no evidence. I have the lockpick still and pictures of my door being messed with, but when I've gone into the attic, it's completely empty. I've never gone in alone because its opening is in my garage and there's no ladder, so it requires 2 people, but as of now, it is a gaping hole above my washer and dryer and very hard to get into without good upper body strength. I would call my ex to come home when the dragging would start, and by the time he got there, it'd be cleared out. So, I'm hesitant to report anything with no evidence. This is 100% true. I'm staying with my boyfriend until I move out in a few weeks, despite my neighbors being upset that I'm leaving. To address another thing, I didn't see any of the racist tattoos until months after I had been hanging out on their back porch to smoke with them. He had his shirt off for the first time, and there were at least 3 on his body. This confused me because Amber and Ed are super Wiccan. She has Wicca tattoos all over and stuff, and so I believe maybe his tattoos were for protection in prison. Either way, after that I stopped hanging out with them and would only speak to them if we were both outside at the same time. I put in my 30-day notice a few days ago, and they were very upset with me about it because I'm such a good neighbor. I'm staying with my boyfriend till then, and then we'll be moving somewhere else entirely. I'm going to make a report with the police just in case something similar happens to future neighbors. So, thanks for the advice, everyone. So my friend and I are underaged, and we're a little buzzed from party hopping all night. We roll up to a Wendy's and ditch the empty bottles of Smirnoff Ice as we wait for our food at 2 a.m. in the drive-thru. I had no idea that it was illegal to be out past a certain time if you're under 18 unsupervised, and it's past midnight in Arizona. I catch a text from a friend, and she asks me to get her order, and we will meet at this intersection and eat with us. Okay, sounds chill enough. I get to the intersection, and there aren't any gas stations or grocery stores, just some creepy office buildings and a dirt lot. I stupidly picked the dirt lot to wait for my friend, who calls and is like, "Hey, I'm at the intersection. Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I see you." And she's like, "Is that you with the cops behind you?" And I was like, "No," only to discover that, in fact, the cops were behind me. Luckily, the car smelled like food and not booze and cigarettes, but this cop knew that I was under the influence, and I had a large bottle of rum that had already been opened that I desperately tried to hide under the shit from my car before he knocked on my window. But he's not stupid, and it's Arizona. No one gets away with a DUI in Tent City Central. The cop asks me and my friends for our parents' phone numbers. My friend's mom gets a call to come pick her up, and gets a verbal lashing from the cop about being underage, past curfew, and explains the citations. So, at this point, I already know what's coming. I, however, did not have a voicemail set up on my new Nokia Fat phone, and refused to give my parents' house phone, back then when these were still everywhere. I told him they simply didn't have one, only a cell number, and I put it to silent as he repeatedly calls. I tell him they're probably out with friends themselves, and the cop says okay. He explains the ticket to me, and I think I'm going to get away scot-free, when he says that he's going to follow me home. I made sure to go the speed limit and to not make any errors, but I was crapping myself at that point. I park my car out front of my house, and my parents' cars are in the closed garage, dark house. I'm like, yes, it looks like no one's home. The cop proceeded to park the car, and he jokingly says, hey, you could have broken the rules a little with getting home. I wasn't going to pull you over twice, as he followed me to the front door. I unlock it and nervously say thank you, but he, instead of ringing the doorbell or doing the famous police officer knock, decides to follow me into the house and then locks the door behind us. He's talking to me, making small conversations, checking out the living room, and I'm starting to freeze up because I'm suddenly sensing a very different energy from him. He then asks me where my bedroom is, and he tells me to take him to it. Instead, I took him into my parents' room and turned on the lights, 100% thankful to see my sleepy-eyed parents shocked to see an armed grown man behind their young daughter. And then he just lets out a breath and says in my ear, "Oh, you lied to me, sweetheart." And he goes back into police mode, telling my parents that he found me out at an illegal time and that I needed to pay a fine and attend a class. It was so embarrassing because I was 18 by the time. I had to take the class with a bunch of 12 to 14-year-olds anyway. I never told anyone, until now, about the comments that he made to me, but my dad did ask him why he was in our house. I told him I didn't understand that either. He never read me any rights, just followed me home. Before he left, he said, "Oh, that's a nice house phone you guys have there. Looks shiny and new to me," as the last thing he tells me before letting me go. Now, I can't help but think back to that night, and thinking about what would have happened if I had bad parents who weren't home or were just out of town, etc. I know there are good cops out there. I personally know some. I go back and forth with being freaked out and okay. Maybe he was just being thorough? The comments are what stuck to me though, and that sinking gut feeling. So here's my creepy pizza delivery story from college. When I was in college, I got a job delivering pizzas late at night. Typically, I would work until around 2 a.m. It was a terrible job, and the shop was extremely dirty/unsanitary and falling apart. But I typically made really good tips, so it was worth it. I was 19 at the time, female, and it's summertime in Colorado, so even at night it's still fairly warm, which is an important detail for later. This was my second weekend on the job, so I was still getting used to it, and I'm already a paranoid person, so I preferred just dropping off the pizza, taking my tip, and then leaving right away for the next delivery. I pretty much never went inside the person's house, and if I did, I would always just step inside really quick but leave the door open. It was pretty close to midnight when I got a delivery to a house on the east side of town. It was supposed to be my last delivery of the night. I pulled up to the house, and it looked pretty normal from the outside. The street was really dark, but I didn't feel uncomfortable. I walked up to the door and knocked. This big, shirtless old dude with a beer belly answers the door and tells me to come inside. I got weird vibes from him right off the bat. I declined to come in and tried to give him his pizza right there, but then he says, "Oh, come inside, it's freezing out. We don't want the cold air coming in." This didn't make any sense to me as it was summer. So, stupidly, I get nervous and take one step inside the house, not going all the way in. Then he goes, no, come all the way in. It's cold outside. I should have left at this point, but I was freaking out, not thinking straight. So I went in, and he closed both the screen door and the main door behind me. I'm trying to calm myself down, telling myself that I'm overreacting. He then yells to his wife that the pizza's here. I could see her in the kitchen cooking, which seemed weird to me that she ordered a pizza but was also cooking. I don't know. I look around their living room and it's filled to the brim with stuffed animals, completely covering the couches, tables, windowsills, everything. It gave me a really weird vibe. Then, his wife comes into the living room holding something outstretched in her hand. She walks up to me, and I see that it's some kind of bread or cake. She just goes, "Eat this banana bread, and don't worry, it's not poisonous." What the hell? I try to politely decline, lying and saying I'm on a diet. She just stares at me, still with her hand outstretched, waiting for me to take the bread. I don't take it, and then she gets really upset and starts yelling at me to eat the bread. I decline again, but this time I'm not trying to be polite, and I tell the couple that I really have got to get going to get back to work. I'm still holding the pizza too, and thinking about just running out the door at this point. She gives up on trying to make me eat the bread and walks back into the kitchen. Then the man is like, "Let me try to find some change for your tip." He starts looking all around the living room, digging through the couch cushions, trying to find change to give me. I tell him to forget it and that I don't need the tip, that he can just take the pizza. But he insists on finding a tip for me. He spends the next several minutes searching his stuffed animal-infested living room for change. And I start to think to myself that they're trying to stall me. Most people have the tip ready when I get to their house. And I was so worked up at this point, I just tell the dude that I'm leaving and start to open the door. He took his pizza and gave me a few quarters that he found. I booked it out of there and went back to the shop. I told my supervisor what happened, and he didn't seem to care. He just sent me on another delivery. I was pissed. I don't know if that couple was actually creepy or just really socially awkward, but I never delivered to that house again. I'm an 18-year-old kid in culinary school. This happened back in 2009. Our program has an underground parking lot attached to a lounge of our own, located behind the cafeteria. Couples like going there because it's always empty and partially dark. I hated it, because it had a back door leading to the parking lot that was barely lit up. Barely anyone parked there, and so I found it creepy. Plus, being a horror fan, I knew that that was the perfect opportunity for things to go wrong. Long story short, I come out of class one day and this kid I don't know starts walking up to me, almost confrontational-like. I have my knife set with me, and I pull out a handle, readying to defend myself. He stops, and he hands me a paper. It reads, "Meet me in the lounge." I look at him in confusion and ask who sent him the note. Was it my boyfriend, or someone in the culinary program, or maybe a friend from high school? He shakes his head and says he doesn't know, but that I should go. I question him on what this person looks like, and he refuses to give me any information. I chuckle nervously, put the note in my pocket, and walk past the kid to head to class. He starts following me, asking me if I'm gonna go. I try ignoring him, heading towards the library to get into a public place. He follows. He tries telling me that I should go, that it's my destiny or some crap along those lines. I stare at him and pick up the pace, trying to head downstairs to the cafeteria in hopes of finding a classmate and losing the kid. He runs at the same pace, telling me he doesn't understand why I'm not going. I tell him because I don't want to, now go away, and head into the cafeteria. By now, he's really creeping me out. I grab for my phone to call the police, but instead see a classmate and run towards him. The kid follows me, pointing towards where the lounge is and telling me that I'm going the wrong way. I instantly panic and tell my classmate what's going on. He approaches the kid and tells him to leave me alone, that I have a boyfriend and that I'm not interested. This kid tells me that they are waiting for me in the lounge and not to take too long. His words just give me the chills. My classmate walks me to our student restaurant and asks for some others to come with us. 3 of my other colleagues come with us to the lounge. There's no one there. I get freaked out and decide that I need to go home. They walk me through the campus to the parking lot, where I call my parents to get a ride. One of the others stays with me, while the classmate who defended me goes to report the behavior to our teachers, who use the lounge as a secondary office sometimes. He then comes back to tell me that they're going to investigate and keep an eye out for suspicious activity, or for that kid. A few days later, I learned that a girl had been assaulted in that area, having parked there during finals and gone in through the lounge. The school newspaper had reported it, but there were no details as to who did it to her, and if they were caught. I literally felt my stomach drop, hoping that the girl was okay, and hoping that those people got caught. I reported my incident to the newspaper team, but they claimed she never dealt with anything like a note, and they never found the suspects. My mom is glad that I listened to my gut and didn't go. To this day, I still get chills thinking about it. The girl recovered. She got jumped but had no money, so they just left her, I guess, and escaped with only a few minor injuries. They never caught the attackers, and I never saw that strange kid again. All I can think of is, why me? If they were going for money, I was so poor that I literally lived off sesame crackers donated by my classmates because I had no money. I'm just glad that the girl is okay and that I listened to my gut. Who knows what would have happened if I had gone. This story isn't too terribly eventful, but it's still one of those stories that comes up between my mother and I because of how weird it was. This happened somewhere around a year ago, back when I was 17. My mother and I were driving around on a Saturday, doing various errands and all, when my mom says that she wants to stop and get coffee. We head to the nearest Starbucks and decide to go in to get our coffee. It was a nice day out, so why not? We get in, and we order. My mom goes to pay with her phone, but then realizes that she left it in the car, and that she has to go get it. I tell her not to worry, I have the app on my phone too, so I pay for our coffee, I get a free one, no big deal. Everything goes like normal. We go sit down and wait for a few moments. They called my name, and I went up to the counter to get the drinks when I noticed that mine was incorrect. I informed the barista, he apologized and said he'll remake it really quick. I agree and decide that I'm going to stay up at the counter while he does so I don't have to sit back down and come back up. I know, I'm lazy. I motion to my mom from across the Starbucks that it'll be another moment, and she looks like she understands. Then, after a couple of seconds, I feel my phone vibrate in my pocket. I pull it out, and it says that my mom is calling me. I glance up to look over, and my mom is sitting at the table cleaning her glasses. I look back at my phone, and yep, it definitely says that the person calling me is my mother. I kind of laughed at first, thinking she must have pocket dialed me, so I decided I was going to answer it. I swipe and put it up to my ear, expecting to hear rustling and the ambience of Starbucks, but when I answer it, it sounds like somebody is crunching paper in front of the microphone. I could hear a strange sound in the background of the static. It was kind of like that tone you get when you turn a radio dial really slowly and the channels that are a bit out of range try to fade in and out. That really strange high-pitched sound of an antenna searching for a signal. I was genuinely confused. I said hello to see if somehow my phone had picked up someone else's call or something. After a few more seconds of static, I could finally hear a voice come in just a bit clearer. But the only thing that I heard it say was, "Do you want to get coffee?" It almost sounded like the conversation that we had had just before we decided to get Starbucks. Like it was recorded and being played back into my ear through a radio or a tape player or something like that. After a couple more seconds, the call just sort of fades out and then ends. I stare at my phone in confusion, but in the end, I just shove it in my pocket and grab our drinks. I get back to the table, and I mention to my mom that I think she somehow pocket dialed me. She then reminds me that she left her phone in the car. That's why I had to pay. Something I had somehow immediately forgotten. This just made the whole situation weirder. I show her my recent calls, and it shows that I did, in fact, receive a call from her, and it lasted 46 seconds. We take our coffee, head out to the car. Lo and behold, her phone is sitting on her dash clip in plain view. She checks it when we get in, and much to both of our surprise, her recent calls shows that her phone did have an outbound call to my phone at the exact same time. There was no one else in the car. Her doors were locked, and there's no way someone would have broken in, grabbed her phone, called me, played back a conversation that was recorded, and then hung up, and then locked the doors again. Honestly, neither of us have any explanation as to how this happened, but part of me thinks it was some sort of alternate dimension or alternate timeline call. One where I hadn't gone with her to run errands, but she called me asking if I wanted to go get coffee. I was about 18, and I was not allowed to leave my house when it got dark. Weirdly enough, if I left my house early, I could stay out late, but my parents would never let me actually go out with my car if it was already dark. I decided that I would leave at about 6. It was a cool late September or early October day, I believe. It was 2004. And I would drive into a court in my neighborhood and just hang out and do my makeup until it was time to meet with my friends. I grew up in a very nice area on Long Island in New York, and the houses were like mini mansions. There was this weird house, though, that was in the court that was absolutely abandoned and disheveled, and no one lived there for sure. This house was like this for years. My older brothers and their friends would go in there and explore and look around when they were in high school and college. 8 to 12 years older than me for a time span on how long this house had been abandoned and all messed up, just sitting in a crazy nice neighborhood. They told me that the house was literally full of stuff. You could see a lot from the outside, even though it was boarded up. It was like completely full of everything. It was crazy because the house had mail on the table, old food in the fridge. They literally left everything. My brothers used to grab things and bring them home to look at and stuff. They left family photos, clothes, toys, dolls, Christmas ornaments, paintings. My brother found a real Picasso print and tons of other art. There was huge game machines like in an arcade, etc. It wasn't shocking because it's a great area, but who would leave family pictures like that? It's like someone just decided they had to go or run. I don't know. I've tried to look into it for years, but never was able to find info. But back to what happened. I was doing my makeup and parked my car right on the part of the court that was on their property side, so if you looked out of the car to my left, I could see their backyard. You could see right through. It was fall, so the leaves were sort of barren, and all of a sudden, I just glanced to my left into their backyard, and I caught a glimpse of this beautiful, bright, sunny day with the pool all filled with water and kids splashing. It looked like a party. Just a fun, sunny day. I didn't think about it for a split second, and I looked in the mirror, then wide-eyed and freaked out as I looked back. Wait, what? How? Where? What? I literally drove away immediately and told my friend because she always heard stories about the house. I never, ever understood what that could be, or what happened. Maybe I saw some energy of whoever lived there before, or maybe I saw the future. It's funny, because a couple years later they tore the house down and rebuilt another and a family moved in. I don't know them, but I always wonder if they ever see anything weird in their house. I mean, again, who leaves family photos? Oh, wait, one more thing. So, my brothers brought the pictures, and all of a sudden, one of their girlfriends and their other friend, Dave, who just passed away about a month ago, actually pretty young, looked at me. I was probably going 9 or 10 at the time that they were going into the house. And there were photos of a girl, I guess the daughter who lived in the house, and it looked just like me. Literally, but just a little bit older. But me, if I was a little older. It was really, really weird. I almost forgot about that, actually. But yeah, I don't know. Is this a glitch? I don't know if maybe this was me in another timeline, and maybe that's why I saw the party in the back? This just happened yesterday, and I'm still trying to make sense of what the hell happened. One of my best friend's weddings is next week, and I ordered a dress online. The bride asked me to wear a peach-colored dress because she wanted me in some of the wedding photos and wanted everyone else to match. The dress came, and I asked my boyfriend to take a photo of me so I could send it to the bride to make sure it was the right color. We go out on our balcony for the photo so the natural light could show the color best, and he tells me that the dress is kind of sheer. You could almost see the color of my underwear. Great. I head out to shop for either a slip or to find a new dress. So there I am in the underwear section looking for a slip that will work with my dress, and I notice an older man looking at some lingerie. Think like a 60-year-old Al Pacino looking man, but taller. Not that weird. Maybe he was buying something for his wife or girlfriend. Maybe he wanted to wear it for himself. Doesn't matter to me, so I just go on with my browsing. He kept looking over at me and we met eyes, so I gave him the standard closed-mouth smile that everyone does. Apparently, to him, that was an invitation to come talk to me. He introduced himself and asked me what I'm shopping for. Odd, but I tell him I'm looking for a slip for my dress. Then he asks me, how much do you weigh? I thought possibly he was shopping for a woman and maybe she was my size. Best case scenario that I could come up with. I replied that you should never ask a lady how much she weighs in a joking sounding voice. I'm creeped out, so I say nice meeting you and tried to go on my way. Then he loudly says again, I asked you how much you weigh. Being shouted at by a stranger stunned me, so I stared at him for a second and then told him that I had to go. He then told me, No, you stay right there. I'll be right back. Naturally, I took off to a completely different part of the store, hoping that I wouldn't see this weirdo again. I should have just left, really, but not the case. He found me, holding an extremely skimpy piece of red lingerie. I started to walk away, and he grabbed my arm and holds the lingerie up to me and tells me that I would look beautiful in it. I straight up yelled at him to back up. That attracted a lot of attention from other shoppers, and an employee came over to see what was wrong. I just said everything was fine, and then I proceeded to leave the store. I just wanted to go home at this point. I stopped at the smoothie shop across the street, since I told my boyfriend I would bring smoothies back home, and when I came out of the shop, guess who was leaning against my truck? Al Pacino-looking mother effer. He was holding a gift bag. This is for you, he says. I told him to get off of my truck or I would call the cops. He then tells me that buying a gift for someone isn't a reason to call the police, but I told him harassment is. He calls me a bunch of names, Tells me that women like me are the reason nice guys are always rejected, and that he hopes I have a gun at home so I can hurt myself. He opens up my backseat door, throws the bag in, and leaves. I took a photo of the car he drove off in and called the non-emergency police line. Unfortunately, they didn't have much to go on. I was just worried that it would turn into a stalker situation. Maybe I'm just paranoid. But what was in that bag, you may be asking? Well, the red lingerie, and a graphic note about what he would be thinking about me in it. Ugh, just gross. My grandma's house has always, for as long as I can remember, been a scary place. My dad and aunt and uncle all grew up in the house and had paranormal experiences occur throughout their lives. One example was when my dad and uncle were teenagers. My uncle was walking down the steps and was swinging a towel. He had just washed his hair, when out of nowhere my dad, who was standing in the living room at the bottom of the stairs, saw the towel straighten out in front of my uncle as if someone had pulled on it, and my uncle fell forcefully down the stairs. Now, my grandma hates all things paranormal, especially Ouija boards, and she would often visit gypsies, so it's a big no-no in our family to discuss the paranormal events that occurred in her house. 20 years or so ago, my cousins and brothers were playing in the upstairs bedrooms of my grandparents' house. The toys were set up in the room across the hall from them, and they were all in the same bedroom playing a board game. Out of nowhere, a Hot Wheels car, with no batteries, no wind-up, just an average Hot Wheels car, slowly exited the room that the toys were in, went across the hall, and into the room where they were all sitting. Needless to say, they were all terrified. Around 8 years ago, my oldest brother moved into the basement of the house. One night, he was home alone, and he woke up out of a deep sleep, having felt like he was shaken by someone. He stood up and instantly smelled gas. He went upstairs and outside the house. Later, he found out there was a carbon monoxide leak, and if he had not woken up, there was a big chance he could have died in his sleep. Months after that, when my grandparents were away for the weekend, the family decided to try the Ghost Radar app in their house. We all sat around the phone and my uncle asked the normal questions. Is anyone here? Blah blah. Then he asked, who used to live in the basement? At this point, my brother had already moved out. The Ghost Radar replied with my brother's full first name, which no one ever calls him. We were shocked. So my uncle asked, how did you save my brother? It replied with, wake. What the hell? He then asked, what did you save him from? And it said, gas. Needless to say, we were shocked. The last thing that I'm going to talk about that happens in the house is my grandparents' friend's obituary, who passed away probably 15 years ago, will show up in their kitchen every month or so. They usually say hello to their friend and put the obituary back in the basement where it's supposed to stay. A little while later, it'll show up back in the kitchen. Sorry that was long, but there's more stories. Thanks for all the support on this post. I'm glad my family's experiences interest you. I did want to say that when I use the word gypsy, I'm not meaning it as a slur or derogatory term. My grandma would visit gypsies in the 70s and 80s, and has always had nothing but kind things to say about them. She respects them extensively. She's always used that word, so that's what I know them by. I don't mean to offend anyone, so I'm sorry if my use of that word in the story upset you. I would never intend to. In the beginning of 2019, I went to a boarding school in Denmark. taking a 10th grade before going to what can only be compared to high school, but in Denmark. The boarding school and all 105 students were in the middle of preparing for a big theater concert that would premiere just a few days later. Live music, acting, story, all the things we would focus on in our specific lines, meaning that me and a friend had to help with sound, video, and so on. This friend's name is Mikkel, and he's important to what happened. So, a few months earlier, school had made a poetry slam competition, and I had written a poetry slam about who I am and what I hope people see me like. And the theater teacher had quietly asked me if I would be interested in adding a secret part to the theater concert, being my poetry slam. I accepted. For a long time, it was just called the secret scene, and most people didn't know until theater started practicing, because me, being in media, was suddenly a part of their work. On the night of the big reveal and first playthrough, I had asked Mikkel to go with me. I'm shy and anxious, and I didn't want to hang out there alone. I didn't know the theater people that well, and so we went to the Diamond, like we call it, to play through and then went to get cake in the dining hall afterwards. So, I'm sitting there eating a piece of cake and getting a cup of tea, and Mikkel joins me at the table. Sitting on the edge of the table, he's looking down at me a little, and we're talking about a video we were working on for the big theater concert. It's in the corner, by the way. We're, kind of alone, everyone else being busy with their things. So, Mikkel says, "Alright, and so what we have to do..." He blinks, losing the thread of what he was saying, but it's late, both me and him are tired. I don't think much about it, and so he repeats himself. And I'm listening closely, paying attention to what he's saying so that I can try and picture it in my head, and so on. What we have to do with the video is cut off. With the blink of my eyes, he's looking in a completely different direction, talking to a person who wasn't there just seconds ago, before just walking away, not even looking over his shoulder. I told him about it afterwards, and he was like, "That can't be. You weren't even there. I mean, Terza said you went straight to your room after practice. I was looking for you and you just disappeared." Or something like that, you get the idea. Afterwards, he claimed there to be big differences in my poetry slam, but that it had gotten a lot better with the changes. And everyone else thought so I never challenged it. When I hung out with him a few months ago during summer break, we happened to talk about it again, and he is now completely sure that I never changed my poetry slam either, but that the night after practice I had zoned out while he talked, and had seemed really ill and scared until after the premiere night, where I became myself again, supposedly, and that he, during those days, often would find me forgetting major parts of my poetry slam. I don't even know. March 3rd and 4th of 2019 was the period in which I somehow experienced 2 glitches in a 24-hour period. Our faculty Catholic student congregation was holding a weekend retreat/outing at a retreat house in a small town, an hour from the university, with the freshman year students being introduced to the congregation's organizational activities. After the fun and games of Saturday night, March 2nd, went beyond our supposed bedtimes, I went to bed. However, I had no intention of sleeping for long, because there was a football match that night, and so, after nodding off at 1 a.m., I woke up at 3 to watch the match on my phone. Fast forward a few hours, the retreat was finished and we prepared for our return to university. Since I was part of the retreat's committee, I had the privilege of not boarding the tour bus the juniors had to use. But since my A, personal driver was out of town for a relative's wedding, and B, I had no driver's license, I hitched a ride with my friend, who also happens to be a distant relative of mine, hereby referred to as F. We were one of the last people to leave the retreat house, since we were the ones carrying the bulk of the equipment. We decided to tailgate one of my other friend's cars, hereby referred to as V, a gray minivan which F recognizes very well down to the license plate. But as we arrived at the first major intersection with the closest major road from the retreat house, V's minivan went down a small alley, which none of us knew where it leads to. One thing's for sure, that alley does not lead back home. Anxious as to whether V and the other occupants of the minivan, there were 5 people including V, might end up lost, F immediately called V, warning her that she was on the wrong path. But then she revealed something that shocked us both. The minivan was approximately half a mile away from where we were. And the worst part? There was an extremely long traffic jam on both lanes. We later found out that it stemmed from a single parking lot, meaning overtaking was impossible, even on a scooter, let alone a minivan. And yet, F and I both witnessed V's minivan entering the alley. We considered ourselves very lucky that we stopped tailgating the mysterious minivan. Fast forward a few hours later, something else happened that I couldn't explain, although I'm not sure if it's related to the previous incident. I've had a bad habit of waking up early to eat breakfast, and then going back to sleep for an hour or so before going to uni. That morning, I woke up for breakfast, went downstairs, gulped down my scrambled eggs, and went back to sleep. When I woke up, I checked my phone only to realize that it was my normal wake-up time. I was baffled, and it only got more confusing when I realized that the scrambled eggs had just been cooked, meaning I hadn't had breakfast. Has anyone experienced anything similar to either of these? Any sort of explanation would be good. Last Sunday, I was at my boyfriend's apartment for the weekend. My boyfriend left to go to work at around 8 a.m., but not before touching my butt and giving me a kiss on the head. This obviously woke me up, but by the time I could open my eyes, he was already out the door. He forgot to lock the apartment door on his way out, to which I had not realized. I got up, put my contacts in, brushed my teeth, and put my workout clothes on, starting my day off right with some squats and crunches. Then, I make some coffee and toast, hop on the computer to look up hotels and restaurants that the boyfriend and I could go on to in our little in-state vacation. The entry door leads directly to the open kitchen and living room area, which is where the PC is. I hear the door handle turning and I get excited, thinking my boyfriend's coming home for an early lunch at 10 a.m. The door quickly opens, and an older man in his 60s or 70s steps in. My first thought is maybe he's the electrician that the landlord said would be stopping by, but how odd that he didn't even knock, or, oh, he's not wearing pants. Luckily, he was wearing underwear. This guy speed-walked into the apartment with such a glossed-over look. I was mostly polite in the beginning, saying, "Sir, who are you? What are you doing here? This isn't your apartment." And I progressively began shouting and cussing him out, but nothing was fazing him. He went straight to the dining table and over to a large cardboard box the boyfriend had full of board games. He sat on them. He sat on the games. He looked like he was going to go to the bathroom on them, but then he tried laying down on the games. I got up and ran to the bathroom, scared for my safety, as I'm only 5'2" and not as strong as I like to think I am. This guy was about 6 foot and on God knows how many drugs. I dialed 911, informed the operator everything that happened as I'm shaking. She asked if I would be able to safely leave the bathroom to let the police in. I said, "Oh no need, it's unlocked," as that's how the guy got in. And she gave a little laugh. I laughed too. I heard the cops at the door, but they were talking to each other. I opened the bathroom door and peeked into the living room. There was no guy. I was nervous about checking the bedroom because I would have to go around a corner and wouldn't be able to see very well. Suddenly, I hear a, "Sir, where are your pants?" from the hallway. I'm standing right at the door to listen and texting my boyfriend everything that's just happened. They had the guy in cuffs, and the druggie kept shouting that they were hurting his hands. The officer asked him where he lives and what he's doing here. The guy said where he lived, which was 7 streets away, and he's trying to go to bed. Yeah, not here, druggie. Boyfriend came home shortly after and comforted me. We went downstairs to see if the police needed my statement before they took off with the guy. And they said, "Nah, we already got it from 3 other people." We found out that he went into every unlocked apartment that he could. An officer walked by with a gallon Ziploc bag full of pill bottles. We found his pants and shoes in the hallway. So, in the end, all I can say is, lock your doors, folks. Okay, so I know compared to other people's stories on this sub, this isn't really spectacular, but it's something that really bothers me, and no one else seems interested, so I figured I would share it here. This happened this past September, when I moved cross-country for university. This is important since I don't know many people from South UK, as I've lived my entire life in the North, and I've only come down south for holidays or conventions before now. Early on, I met a few people on my course, and we decided to go to the local Spoons pub chain and meet with a few other people. When we got there, we sat down and chatted for a while before the others arrived, and one guy catches my eye. Not because he was particularly attractive or anything, but because he seemed really familiar. Him and the others sat down and introduced themselves, and we all started getting to know each other. I didn't recognize his name. It's pretty common, but I don't know anyone my age with that name. And I figured I'd just forgotten because I'm rubbish with names, and then went to talk to him. I introduced myself and told him he seemed familiar, and he agreed. He said he recognized me, and we spent a while trying to figure out where we knew each other from, and couldn't work it out. He even commented that I had lost weight since we last saw each other, and no one else in my friend group knew that I'd lost a substantial amount of weight the 2 years leading up to moving south. He wasn't associated with any of the groups that I was that had brought me to the south before, and he'd never been up north in his life. It was weird, to say the least. We're both sat there convinced we know each other but unable to pinpoint how, and then it hits me. The southern country he's from is apparently the same one my dad is from, but I've never met the man, and my mom's side of the family have very little information on him. So, maybe we're related? I've heard stories of estranged siblings meeting and having things like this happen, and even falling in love because they know they share a bond, but don't know that they are related. So I asked if his surname was the same as my dad's. I don't carry that name, I have my mom's, and explained that apparently my dad is from the same area as him. That's when he drops the bomb. He's originally from Germany, and his whole family were born there. He only moved to the UK with his grandparents when he was around 5. So there's no way that we're related. We're both left entirely stumped and confused, and utterly convinced that we know each other but have no idea how. We've ended up pretty good friends through uni, as we're on the same course and lived in the same building, and so we spent a lot of time together before COVID. We haven't talked much about this since the first week or so that we met, and over time, that weird feeling of familiarity has just disappeared. But it still seems so odd to me that we were both convinced we knew each other. I can't decide whether this is some glitch in the Matrix, that we were going to meet and become close friends, or if it's related to the whole past life phenomenon. Honestly, I'm just confused and would appreciate any input that people may have. Alright, I haven't told too many people this story because it's kind of silly. It happened maybe 15 years ago or so. I'm going to have to describe the area for this to really make sense, so bear with me. The place I was living in was a really old house that was haunted, but that's a story for another time. At the corner of what was the first paved road in town, and a dirt road that splits off the paved road with a few houses along it, and on the other side of the fork stays dirt for around a quarter of a mile, and ends at my dad's farm. In front of the house, across the street, is a set of train tracks, and another road. It used to be an intersection across the tracks, and a T-junction with another road, but they took out the crossing in the 70s. There are houses along one side. On the other is an old lot that used to be a granary and an old, defunct water tower. The granary had been demolished by the time this happened, but the water tower was still standing. At night, my side of the road was dark, but the other side was well lit by a floodlight on a big storage building. It shone on an empty lot that had a few trees in it and was overgrown with grass. There was also a streetlight at the intersection. It looked super creepy. My kid said that she saw shadow people up there regularly. Her window faced the old intersection and lot. This happened probably around midnight or so. I decided to walk up to the 24-hour gas station to get a couple sodas. I usually crossed the tracks at the old intersection instead of walking up the road in front of my house, since that avoided a small but steep hill. As I was stepping onto the tracks, I saw something move in an empty lot. It looked like it could have been a person, darting very quickly behind one of the trees. It seemed suspicious, and we do have a few meth heads around. So I stood still and waited to see if there was someone in the lot. After what felt like a very long time, but was probably only a minute or so, it moved again, and then stepped out into the open. I could only see the shadow, though it looked very black, darker than the surrounding shadows. It was shaped, I swear, like the werewolf from the old Darkstalkers game. With the long, crooked nose, big paws, super skinny middle, and bushy tail, it snuck across the open area to hide behind another tree. It moved in an exaggerated way like a cartoon. I'd been surprised when I first saw it, but before I could really register it enough to feel anything close to scared, I made the connection with the shape. It just seemed ridiculous. I saw its nose poke out from behind the tree, and then it leaned out again with exaggerated movements. "I see you," I shouted. It ducked behind the tree again. I stood there for a while longer, but there was no further movement. It crossed the tracks and walked along the road by the lot. Everything seemed normal. I've seen a lot of weird things, but this was just... I still don't know what to quite make of it. This happened in August of 2018. My two daughters, now 15 and 12, and I, 40 female, were staying with my mom for 3 weeks while we waited to move into our current house. Anyway, my mom lives in this fancy senior community in a 1-bedroom apartment. During our stay there, we slept in the living room on an air mattress. One night, I was blowing up a mattress and my oldest daughter was sitting on the couch, and she says, "Mom, look, the neighbor must have hammered a nail too far into their wall. It's sticking out here." At first, I didn't realize what she was talking about. And then I got up and walked over to her. Sure enough, there was the pointy end of a nail that was sticking out of my mom's wall. I thought that was so weird. I even touched the nail, and then my youngest daughter stood up on the couch and touched it as well. I called for my mom from her bedroom and said to her, "I think your neighbor hammered a nail into the wall a little too far because it's sticking out." And since it was almost 11 at night, and it is a senior citizens community, she didn't want me to knock on their door, so she said she would talk to management in the morning if nobody next door answered. The next day, I get up early to shower for work, and as I was drying my hair with the hairdryer, my oldest daughter comes into the bathroom and says, "Mom, the nail is gone." And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, well, maybe they just pulled the nail out, but no. She said it looks like the nail was never there. Oh, so I went into the living room, and sure enough, I looked at that entire wall, and there was no evidence that a nail was even there. The wall was completely flat, and there was no hole there. There was nothing. So we went into my mom's bedroom and told her the nail was gone, because we were completely confused about the whole ordeal. She had no idea what we were even talking about. She had no recollection about the conversation the night before. My mom is only 65, and she does not have any form of Alzheimer's or dementia or anything. Me and the kids just sat there looking at her like, what? We just talked about this yesterday. You literally came over and looked at the wall yourself and said you were going to talk to the neighbor or management. How do you not remember that? I mean, it was the strangest thing. The four of us saw it the night before, and the next day my mom was so confused because she had no idea what we were talking about. And something that I want to add to this story that I do believe is somewhat relevant is that particular day that we saw the nail, I texted my boyfriend earlier that day and told him I wasn't feeling right, and I literally said to him that I feel like pieces of me are scattered in different dimensions or different realities. That whole day felt weird, and even my kids were feeling weird because while I was at work, my kids were texting me complaining about it. I didn't put two and two together until the following day, after we realized the nail was no longer in the wall. This has happened to me twice over the last few days. I'm traveling abroad and am currently living in a very small room. Due to my location, I had to buy a hotspot puck and a new SIM card for the area. I took my old SIM out, put it in the box that the new SIM came in, and put the box in a set of drawers. Day to day, I keep the new SIM in my phone, but when I need a hotspot, I take it out and put it in the puck. In order to remove the SIM from either device, you need to use this tiny tool that pushes a button in a small hole to release the SIM tray. Occurrence 1, I can't find the tool. I always swap the SIM while sitting on my bed and put it back on my desk, but I can't find it. I tore the room apart, specifically the bed, took all the sheets off and shook them out, pulled the bed out, looked all around it with the flashlight, everything. I gave up. I used a needle to swap the SIM and eventually went to bed. The next day, I'm on the phone talking to my girlfriend about it. I put my hand down on the bed, and the tool is under my hand. I couldn't explain it. There's no way that this little thing would not have fallen off when I shook the sheets off, then remade the bed and slept in it. Occurrence 2, I was just about to leave my room for the day today, and something in my head said to make sure my old SIM is still where I put it. Sure enough, it's gone. I checked everywhere, again, pulled the room apart, looked in every single thing I own, pulled all the furniture out, pulled every drawer, and went through every single thing in them. I got irritated, left for an hour, came back and did it again. Nothing. I left and came back 8 hours later, same thing again, and found nothing. Eventually, I gave up and contacted Verizon, and had to have my girlfriend call and send a new SIM out, so I'll have service when I come home. I gave up on it. 3 hours later, I'm getting ready for bed, just about to fall asleep, and out of nowhere, something tells me I need to check inside this other small box I have in the drawer where the box the sim should be was. I get up, look in the drawer, pick up a notebook that was on top of the random box, and the sim is sitting on the lid, not even inside. I had picked up both that notebook and the box multiple times and looked through them. I opened the lid on the box already and looked inside. It's a plastic sim on a cardboard box. It's not like it could have stuck. It makes absolutely no sense. It's just not possible that it was there the whole time. No one else has access to my room. The room is very small and there isn't much in it. These situations have honestly freaked me out a bit. Happening once I can brush off, but twice in about a week is just pretty odd. I can't come up with a logical reason that my sim could have been out of that box after however many times I pulled everything out of that drawer and inspected it. This happened to me about a year, maybe a year and a half ago, and to this day I still can't quite say what happened. I was in my room and browsing on the internet while I had a head of garlic roasting in the toaster oven in the kitchen. Then I heard my dad come inside, so I figured I could kill two birds with one stone and say hi to my dad while I went to check on my garlic. I walked out of my room and caught my dad halfway down the hall. I said hi and something along the lines of, "Hey, gotta go check on my garlic." My dad simply replied with a quick hi and walked straight into his room. I didn't think much of it and just figured he had a long day at work. It should be noted that our hallway is narrow and my dad is much bigger than me, so I passed my dad in the hallway. I had to press myself against the wall to squeeze past him. While I was in the kitchen, I heard the front door open. My dad's car started and he left, which I thought was super odd, since he hadn't been home for but a few minutes at this point. Again, I brushed it off and went back to my room. About 5 minutes later, could have been sooner to be honest, the front door opened again, and it was my dad. Except, this time he was loud and energetic. He came in and immediately hollered, "Is someone cooking something? It smells good." I came out of my room and said, "Yeah, it's the garlic, remember?" And that's when he asked me what I meant when I said, "Doesn't he remember?" I explained to him that he had just been home and told him about the garlic when I passed him in the hallway, that I had just seen him a few minutes ago and he had walked straight into his room. His demeanor immediately changed, and he said, "What do you mean? I just got off the highway and pulled into the driveway just now. Are you telling me someone went into my room?" I told him that I saw him go into his room. At this point, he was dead serious and went to his room to check for any missing items. At this point, he was under the belief that a home invader had come in and rummaged around his room. Once he was calm, I explained to him exactly what had happened, and even explained that the person I saw was even wearing the exact outfit my dad was when he walked into the house. My dad was about as spooked as I was. To this day, I still have no idea what happened there. At one point we thought that maybe my dad had an absence spell or something, since he's had times before where he's been driving and forgets chunks of time, although we couldn't explain then why he came in and then immediately left again, or how it was that my dad clearly remembered just coming off the highway before getting into the house, or where he could have gone in a few brief moments between when he first left and then arrived again. And to this day, the one part that still really creeps me out is just how close I had been to my father when I slipped past him in the hallway. If anyone has any ideas of what might have happened that night, I'm all ears. I didn't meet my biological father until I was 9. By the age of 12, my father had returned to Virginia from Florida with his new family. Some time passes, and I wanted to live with him. My mother would allow me to move in with him if he agreed to give her $900, and that's what he did. Looking back, sometimes I feel as if my mother sold me. We jump forward in time to a year later. My father's wife at the time, who we shared the name Heather, had taken a trip to Chicago to visit her children that lived there with their father, which left my father, my little brother, and myself in the house. That very last night, before she returned, we all watched a movie in the living room, and I fell asleep on the floor. I woke up in the middle of the night to my father's hands where they shouldn't be. I was shocked. I jumped and he rolled over and began to snore. I waited a while and then slipped upstairs into my room. I just remember staring at the door all night. I awoke in the morning to screaming and arguing between the two. My father burst into my room and tells me to pack my things because we're leaving. I couldn't believe it. I felt like I was dreaming. And that began the long road of 8 years of drug-filled abuse and homelessness. He would tell others that he was raising his wife. I would pray for a way out. Any way out. I often prayed that I would just OD, so I didn't have to suffer anymore. Then, one night we had enough cash for a hotel room and heroin, and my father was cooking up the drugs to inject me with when there was a knock at the door. It was 5 DEA agents. They arrested him. For many years, I suffered in silence with the abuse of my addiction, my complex PTSD, my suicidal thoughts. But a darkness like that will destroy you from the inside. It can't be pushed down or hidden away. Then, one morning, I woke up and I decided to contact law enforcement. For the next 2.5 years, I was interviewed for hours on end, reliving every moment. My father admitted his guilt and is serving only 10 years for something that has altered and changed the very fabric of my being. After court was over and some documents were released to me, I was able to read witness statements. People knew what he was doing to me and they did nothing. "She's no angel," someone said. I was 13 years old. I've been made fun of for what happened to me. I was blamed, called a liar. My father's side of the family wanted nothing to do with me, so if you ever have a gut feeling that something is not right, don't be afraid to speak up. And if you've walked the same road as I, you are not alone. It feels good to bare my soul and the darkness within that I battle every day. Okay, so very weird experience that my ex-girlfriend and I had back in 04 to 05 in rural Louisiana. That's somewhat relevant. We were hanging out at her parents' house on a summer night, watching movies. Nothing out of the ordinary. We were around 16 and 17 at the time, so when 12:30 to 1 a.m. rolled around, it was time for me to head home. I didn't have a vehicle at this point, so she usually dropped me off. Keep in mind, this is in a rural area in Louisiana, and we live on complete opposite sides of town. At this time of night, there were hardly any cars on the road, and it was rather spooky driving through the wooded areas to get to my place, which was secluded, to say the least. We're about halfway to our destination, and in mid-conversation she stops talking and asks me if I had noticed the headlights that had been on behind us for quite some time. I replied no, that I hadn't noticed, but assured her that there was nothing to worry about. We continue our conversation, but now I'm really paying attention to the headlights behind us, and I noticed they're getting closer. To get to my house, there were a lot of turns down roads that weren't main roads, and these headlights were staying with us. At this point, panic starts to set in for both of us as we try to come up with, a worst-case scenario plan. I thought of just pulling into the first driveway, but then I thought, well, what if no one's home? And would they even help at this time of night? Scratch that idea. I had an old flip phone at the time, and decided the best course of action was to call my house phone and hope that my dad would answer. Between that point and us turning down my dead-end road, I probably called 8 to 10 times with no answer. The headlights were still following us at every turn. I told my girlfriend to just pull into my driveway and lay on the horn. We pull in and do just that. The other vehicle pulls in right behind us. No one is coming out of my house, so she decides to just cut across my front yard and try to get back on the road. I'm still calling. As we go to turn around, the other car cuts us off, and that's when I look at the man. Probably 50 to 60 years old, large rim glasses, and smoking a cigarette. Our eyes meet, and he gave me the weirdest, creepiest grin, and that's when I had made my mind up that I was going to have to get out and confront this man. Right as I was building up the courage to do so, my dad ran out of the front door and the man in the car sped away. Needless to say, we didn't get very much sleep that night. She stayed at my place and we reported the incident with the best description we could give, but to no avail. I'm not sure if I'm in the right place, but I've held this story in for the last 6 years, because it sounds crazy, and I get told not to talk about it. I went camping 6 years ago with a now ex-boyfriend of mine. The campsite we picked was beautiful. We were able to drive in through some rough trails. The spot we picked was next to some hiking trails that weren't very far from some natural hot spring and a huge waterfall. We were in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely no one was around. We set up camp next to the car, went hiking, soaked in the hot spring, came back and had dinner. It was all very normal until we woke up the next day. I need to give some context as to how we slept that night so you can understand my confusion. Before we went to sleep, I put our food cooler and a stereo that we brought in the car, and I locked it. I put the keys in the front pocket of my backpack, and put the backpack next to my sleeping bag on the far side of the tent, away from the door of the tent. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest the door of the tent with a gun next to him. We woke up the next morning and I felt fine. I had slept hard, and from inside the tent, everything seemed normal. When we got out, our campsite was absolute chaos. The fire pit we had made was ruined. The cooler had been thrown and the food was scattered all over the place. The stereo was smashed to pieces laying next to the tree. All the car doors were open, including the trunk. We stood there for a moment in silence, just taking everything in. The woods felt off now. It was quiet and not the beautiful campsite that I had seen yesterday. Everything about those woods felt wrong now. My ex accused me of not locking the door the night before and said that an animal had gotten into our stuff. I promised him that I locked it and went into the tent to grab the keys from my backpack, but they weren't there. I found them later on the ground, right next to the car. We quickly threw everything in the trunk and left. My boyfriend was quiet and wouldn't talk to me about what had just happened. He finally spoke up when we were almost home and told me that he had a dream the night before about something kneeling over him in the tent and holding his gun and just staring at him. When I tried to ask him more questions, he got quiet again and said he didn't want to talk about it, and that I shouldn't talk about it anymore either. I've tried to forget about it, but I just can't. Something really wrong happened to us in the woods that night. This happened about a year ago outside my apartment complex. I was hanging out with a neighbor who lives in building number 1. I live in building number 4. And at around somewhere between 12 to 2 in the morning, I decided to go back to my place. There's an open entrance that comes all the way through the building, so one could go exit each way. They both lead to open space parking lots. I usually take the back exit, but this time I went through the front because I could hear there was a party in one of the houses across the street, and I was curious. To add more context, when you step out of the building, there's a small hallway between the parking lots and the building, and this connects the whole complex. Here's where it gets interesting. The second I step outside, my entire attention went to someone that seemed to be sitting at the end of the hallway, around 2 meters from the entrance of my building. I really cannot begin to describe the feeling I had in my gut when I saw that man or figure. It was like a prehistorical sixth sense of danger. I decided to keep walking straight to my building instead of taking the back. I figured this way at least I can keep an eye on that dude, creepy things aside. It's not uncommon to see someone in the parking lot, but the whole vibe was off. Plus, it was pretty late, so I tend to keep my guard up. As I keep walking, I never lose the figure out of my line of sight. I start to get closer, and I can tell it's definitely a guy sitting down, but something seems odd. He's not really moving nor responding to my footsteps or any other stimuli for that matter. When I finally get to the entrance of my building, I can finally take a better look of who's sitting there, and oh, that person didn't seem to have a face. It was blank. Just like skin, with no eyes, nose, or mouth. In that moment, I felt the most horrible sense of panic I've ever felt. I gasped in fear and shock as I pretty much ran into the building and up to my apartment. From here, you can still see the bottom of the parking lot, but by this point, the building itself was covering my vision of where the thing was supposed to be sitting. However, I kept looking as I went up to see if someone passed by, but no one did. When I got to my apartment, I looked out the window down to the parking lot, and there was no one there. I know it was dark and late, and I try to believe there's some logical explanation to this, but I must say, it was a creepy experience that I won't forget. So this happened to me back in 2009. I was 22 at the time, but I'm very short and often mistaken for a young teen. I just had a driving lesson, and while normally my instructor would drop me off in front of my house at the end of our lessons, that day he had somewhere to be straight after, and dropped me off at a nearby bus stop. My apartment block was about 500 meters away at the end of a long stretch of quiet road. It was an area that was being built up at the time, so there were a couple of abandoned old houses to the left and right, and my apartment block at the very end, and that's it. It was rare to see cars that weren't just going straight into the apartment block because there was just nothing there, except for a clinic a couple of streets away, so you could occasionally get someone who was lost looking for directions. So, it's around 8 p.m., and it had just gotten dark outside. The street is barely lit, but it only takes a few minutes to get from the bus stop to my house, so I don't think anything of it. Until a car drives past me, but then starts backing up until it's driving slowly beside me. A woman is driving and a man is in the passenger seat. I sort of slow down thinking they're going to ask me for directions to the clinic. The woman asks, "Do you live here?" So now I'm thinking they definitely want directions, and I stop and say yes. But then she says, "We're the police, and we're going to take you home." Mind you, this is a totally normal-looking vehicle. These people aren't in uniform or look in any way official. I'm incredulous, literally so stunned that all I can say is something like, you're taking the piss. Not an English-speaking country. Immediately, I'm thinking these people think that I'm like 10 and they're trying to kidnap me. The woman is starting to get agitated and keeps repeating, "You have to respect the police. Get in the car, and we will take you home." I'm so shocked at this point. I'm like, how dare you? Partly offended that someone would think people are stupid enough to fall for this. At this point, the car has stopped and I see the woman moving to open the door, so I burst into the fastest sprint of my life while fumbling with my phone to call my mom, screaming, before I even got to the block, "Buzz me in, I'm in danger." My dad went out to look for them immediately after, but the car was nowhere in the area. He informed the police, but nothing ever came from it. I've always been super creeped out by this story, and I often find myself wondering what their intentions were, but I'm glad the story has found its new home. So, I just recently started reading this sub, and tonight, I thought I should share something that happened to me a few years back, and get some opinions. In August of 2016, a group of friends and I went camping in Sequoia. We got to our campsite and set everything up. Then, at one point before sundown, two friends and I decided to go back down the hill a few miles to a general store. We knew the store was there because we passed it on our way up, and there was only one road. I was in the back seat, and my friend who was driving was playing music through his Bluetooth. On the way down, for some reason, we all took notice of this banner that was to the right. I really wish I remember what it said, but I know we all talked about it. So we got to the store, buy some more beer, tortillas, and a few other items. Doesn't really matter. We get back in the car and start heading up the mountain. After driving for X amount of time, we all look to our left and say, "Hey, didn't we just pass the entrance to our campsite?" So my friend turns back and, sure enough, it was the road that led us back into our camp. At this point, we're all a bit confused. As we're driving into the camp, we all get this really eerie feeling. Everything seemed so dark and quiet. No one was around, even though the campground was pretty full upon leaving. We joked that maybe that we had died and we were now in purgatory, but really we couldn't understand how we got back so quickly. It took us longer to go down than it did to get back up, which should be impossible. We know this for sure because we went through my friend's playlist and counted the times all of the songs we listened to on the way down and on the way up. We also never passed the banner that we had passed on the way down. I tried to play that off as maybe I just wasn't paying any attention and looking down at my phone in that moment, but surely one of them would have noticed. I should add that we had no service, so I don't know what I'd be on my phone for anyway. It was also super dark when we got back, but we had made sure to leave with enough time to make it back before the sun was fully gone. So how did we get back so fast, but also in so long that the sun was gone? After a few minutes of staying in the car and going through everything that happened, it's like the sound started to come back and we heard the rest of our group behind a few bushes at the campfire ring and could see the fire burning. It was just all a pretty weird experience that we just joke about. But since reading this sub, I haven't stopped thinking about it, and maybe it was a glitch and we shifted somehow? Oh, and there was a meteor shower later that night. If that could cause glitches, I don't really know. Hello, first time posting. So I'm asking because I've searched the web and I've never found any other similar stories. I was living in a Baltic state at the time and was young, around 5 years old, no more than 7. I was asleep one night in a small bedroom with barely any walking space between a bunk bed and table, plus closet between the walkway. And I was asleep on the bottom and my sibling on the top bunk. It was summertime, and the window towards my feet was cracked open. Anyway, I woke up and saw a dark 6-inch-ish person walking towards the window holding a dim candle, I think in its left hand. At that point, I was sort of frozen in fear and was trying to pretend that I was still asleep, but peeking with my eyes, trying to control my breathing. So, after walking slowly towards the end of the bed, it turned back around, and at this point I was trying hard to stay calm. I remember swallowing or gulping a lot, and I could see it was some sort of robe that it was wearing with just darkness for its face. Now, since it was facing me and slowly walking towards me, I could see the candle better. Looked to be actual fire by candle. The fear was getting to me, and I closed my eyes and called for my mom to use the bathroom at the time. I was just scared of the dark, I guess. As I heard my mom get up from the other room, I peeked and saw the thing get under the bed by my feet. My mom opened the door and asked what I wanted. Her face just looked tired. And I told her I needed to go to the bathroom, and immediately went to the foot of the bed to see where it went. There was just a bunch of books, and other cheap toys or things. Basically no way someone could have fit under there. I went to the bathroom, and got placed back to bed. I fell asleep again, and I would say maybe 30 minutes to an hour, after I woke up again, and saw the same thing walking towards me. No noise was made. I did have a rug in the walkway, and my sibling had been asleep on the top bunk the whole time. I felt that scared, stuck feeling again. And as it crept slowly towards me with the candle, I closed my eyes tightly and reopened them after about 10 seconds, and it was gone. I never saw anything resembling that thing ever since. And P.S. That third world country doesn't have Halloween or is big into costumes, so that's one thing I ruled out. Second thing, I didn't know what I saw until immigrating to the US and watching a Simpsons episode, and I saw the same exact thing in one of the presumably Halloween episodes. Sorry for the long post, and before y'all ask, no, there was no scythe. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I remember one night there was a storm like no other. It was dark, the night outside being illuminated by the orange glow of lightning, followed by a grumbling, loud, booming crash. I was laying down in bed. Mind the fact that my head was next to a window, which I could see outside if I looked to the left. I was laying on my stomach, looking outside when I thought I saw something on the other side of the street. My room faced south towards another person's house, so I was looking west, across to the creek on the other side of the road. I thought I saw a bulky figure, but I thought that it was just some bulky tree material, or maybe some uncut brush. That all happened within a split second. The next fiery orange lightning strike was brighter, and the thunder louder this time. I thought I saw something standing on the curb by my house. At this point, I was pretty nervous, but thought maybe a tree limb had fallen. But now, I don't think tree limbs have humanoid-like appendages. I didn't think that when I was younger. The thunder and lightning stopped for a moment, but the rain was coming down harder than ever before. My stomach had to rest, and I felt like whatever it was would be gone. When the next lightning bolt struck down, it hit the neighbor's field across the creek. The field was maybe 500 cubic square feet, but that's not important. What I saw is what I'm worried about. There was a tall figure, covered in grass, mud, and twigs. It was moving past my window and going into my backyard. It rested its head as if it was supporting itself right on the window frame, right by my head. I covered my head with my blanket. and wished that I could go to sleep, or that whatever I saw would be gone. The thunderclaps and lightning were deafening. The next morning, I didn't remember what happened, but when I went back around, I saw the muddy hand on the window frame and remembered the figure and the night. It has become a story that I will always remember. Now, I know it sounds cliche, but I believe something was outside. I believe that there was something. I just don't know what. I haven't heard of a figure like this, much less in northeast Kansas, the small town of Bonner Springs. When I was 17, I'm 24 now, I visited a cemetery at night with a small group of friends. We were just going to look at the graves, give a little love to the graves that looked like maybe no one had visited them anymore, because they were from so long ago. We were not going there to hurt anything or mess around with the graves because we were, most of us still are, very spiritual, but not religious. I had always liked cemeteries and feel a kind of peace when I'm in one, so I was very comfortable there and relaxed. I think that may be why what happened at all. I was following near the back of the group, lingering on some graves to read what was written, when everything, for me, just goes blank. The rest of what happens is what my friends told me about hours later. Hey, this one's mine, I called to the next nearest person in my group. He turned around to laugh and tell me to quit playing around when he stopped. I shouldn't have died, really, it wasn't my fault. Wait, what do you mean? He asked, getting my other friends to stop and walk back to me. Well, you see, I was playing in the barn with the kittens, and a man came in with a gun and bang! I don't think they would have believed I wasn't the one speaking if the voice coming out of me hadn't been so much higher pitched and had a very, very, very country accent. I don't know why he did it. He was my daddy's best friend. For the next 2 hours, I led them around the cemetery, pointing out graves and telling them about the people buried there like I knew them. One of my friends had her phone out to use as a flashlight, and recorded everything I was saying so that they could fact-check when we got back to the house we were staying at. Eventually, I stopped again, frowning at a headstone. This is my brother. He got to live a long, long time. It's not fair. I wanted to live too, I said, stomping my foot before just collapsing on the ground. I didn't wake up until we got home that night, and I remember I had the worst headache of my whole life. My friends showed me the video and we all looked up as much as we could on the internet to see if I had been right. I was right about everything except one thing. The grave I collapsed on hadn't been the brother of the girl who had supposedly possessed me. He'd been the son of her father's best friend. The same best friend who she said shot her. I've never been back to that cemetery since. I'm afraid a little girl won't be the one to possess me this time. Hello, the first time posting. So I'm asking because I've searched the web and I've never found any other similar stories. I was living in a Baltic state at the time and was young, around 5 years old, no more than 7. I was asleep one night in a small bedroom with barely any walking space between a bunk bed and table, plus closet between the walkway. And I was asleep on the bottom and my sibling on the top bunk. It was summertime, and the window towards my feet was cracked open. Anyway, I woke up and saw a dark 6-inch-ish person walking towards the window holding a dim candle, I think in its left hand. At that point, I was sort of frozen in fear and was trying to pretend that I was still asleep, but peeking with my eyes, trying to control my breathing. So, after walking slowly towards the end of the bed, it turned back around, and at this point I was trying hard to stay calm. I remember swallowing or gulping a lot, and I could see it was some sort of robe that it was wearing with just darkness for its face. Now, since it was facing me and slowly walking towards me, I could see the candle better. Looked to be actual fire by candle. The fear was getting to me, and I closed my eyes and called for my mom to use the bathroom at the time. I was just scared of the dark, I guess. As I heard my mom get up from the other room, I peeked and saw the thing get under the bed by my feet. My mom opened the door and asked what I wanted. Her face just looked tired. I told her I needed to go to the bathroom, and immediately went to the foot of the bed to see where it went. There was just a bunch of books and other cheap toys or things. Basically no way someone could have fit under there. I went to the bathroom and got placed back to bed. I fell asleep again, and I would say maybe 30 minutes to an hour after I woke up again and saw the same thing walking towards me. No noise was made. I did have a rug in the walkway, and my sibling had been asleep on the top bunk the whole time. I felt that scared, stuck feeling again, and as it crept slowly towards me with the candle, I closed my eyes tightly and reopened them after about 10 seconds, and it was gone. I never saw anything resembling that thing ever since. P.S. That third world country doesn't have Halloween or is big into costumes, so that's one thing I ruled out. Second thing, I didn't know what I saw until immigrating to the US and watching a Simpsons episode, and I saw the same exact thing in one of the presumably Halloween episodes. Sorry for the long post, and before y'all ask, no, there was no scythe. A month ago, I was sitting on the edge of my bed while looking at my phone. My son came into the room with our short-haired cat, cradled in his arms. I put my phone beside me flat on the bed. My son put the cat in my arms and walked away to go sort his Legos. While I'm still cradling the kitty, I shift him to one side to pick my phone back up. The cat always gets annoyed when I look at my phone while holding him. He swatted at the screen for a few seconds until I got annoyed and put the phone next to me again. I cuddle the kitty while still sitting at the edge of my bed. After about 30 seconds, he decides he wants down and wiggles out of my hold. He crosses my lap and sits next to my phone. Now that both of my arms were free, I turned and picked up my phone. I held it with both hands and rested my elbows on my thighs, making me hunch over a bit, but I'm relaxed. The kitty sees me on my phone and climbs on my lap and leans against me. Instinctually, I wrap my arm around him while still holding my phone in my right hand. Then, I feel something small in the center of my palm while still holding my phone in that hand. I feel the small thing roll out of my palm in between my two fingers. As it falls, it hits the top of my foot and I hear whatever it is softly drop onto the carpet. My bed is raised high, and I'm so short that my feet dangle 2 feet from the floor while sitting on the edge of my bed. I was really puzzled in that moment by that feeling. Still holding the phone flat in my palm, I lean forward and look down to see what it was. I see a red Lego brick. I called my son back in the room, I'm still holding my needy cat, and tell him the freaky thing that just happened. He looked down and saw the brick and was wondering how it ended up there. He'd not opened his Legos until after he brought the cat to me, because the cat likes to jump into the Legos. There's no way the cat transferred the brick into my palm without me noticing. And there's no way that the brick had been stuck to my phone at all either, as I had laid my phone down flat on the bed. I distinctly felt the brick pop into my palm under my phone and then roll between my fingers. It hit my foot, and when I heard it land, I looked down. This all happened in a second. I joked that my parallel universe son must be looking for his Lego now. We were in the mountains of West Virginia at a nice-sized cabin by the flowing river. We sat by a campfire, slowly burning out as the night continued. Then, before we called it a night, we heard it. It was the sound of an owl. Now at first, you may think, how is that scary? But what we heard wasn't a normal owl. It was as if a human verbally said "who" out loud in the night. My friend was on his phone texting a group chat as it happened. I looked at him and said, "Did you hear that?" He said he did. We both agreed that it sounded like a human and not a real owl. We heard it again, and then we ran inside. That's not where it ends, though. A few months after it happened, me and what I thought was another friend, we'll call him S, were talking about scary stuff that we had experienced. So I brought up the time that my friend, we'll call him C, and I heard a strange owl outside that sounded like a human. The thing he said back was questionable, to say the least. He said, "What are you talking about? That was me, not C." At first, I didn't believe him, but as we continued talking, he said more and more things that added up to what I remembered. He'd pretty much convinced me that I was wrong. Later that night, we all got on a call together and talked about it. C had said that he was there and he was the one that heard the owl. And we all were skeptical of each other until C said he specifically remembered looking towards the top of the trees and sitting in the double chairs that we had. S said that he did the exact same thing. Then, he turned around and remembered looking toward the top of the trees. I know that it's a general thing to do, and not hard evidence, but another thing may convince you that they have the same memory. C left for a minute, and when he came back, me and S asked him if he remembered a branch breaking, and he said, "No, I don't." We were testing him. There was no branch that broke, and he passed that test. So we had to figure he was telling the truth. I've asked both of them separately if they're joking, and they both said they're telling me the truth, so I don't know if we experienced something paranormal or something with aliens. We do have cameras though, so we'll be checking who was there at the time. I'll try to post an update when I have an answer. This happened earlier last week at my sister's house. She lives about 5 minutes from me and has a 1-year-old baby girl who, when she goes to sleep, has a baby monitor in her room to make sure everything is okay. Anyway, my sister had just finished putting my niece to sleep, and I was watching her on the baby monitor. Nothing crazy, and it was during the middle of the week around 7:30 p.m. Well, my sister comes down and we make some small talk while I'm on my phone. Then, I randomly decide to check the baby monitor, where there's a clear view of a rocking chair in place about 3 feet away from the crib. I saw myself sitting there, wearing a t-shirt and shorts, looking down at my phone in the rocking chair. I was freaking horrified, and I screamed to my sister about it, and it scared the hell out of her. I'd never seen anything like it in my life, and I didn't know how to react. When I looked up, and she came rushing over to check the monitor, I was gone. Nothing. Just my niece sleeping in her crib in the dark. Rocking chair totally empty. Obviously, we had to go check on her niece, and I was terrified. And my sister had a bat, but there was no one there but her. Nothing was out of place. I wasn't wearing what I had on that night, though. I was clearly wearing a white t-shirt and gym shorts with Nikes on. I had my glasses on, and you could see bright cell phone screens in the dark as I hunched over to look at it. I never looked at the camera, but I could tell it was me. And I've not been able to sleep much since then. I can't get that picture out of my head, and the baby monitor doesn't record video, or else I would have gone back and looked. It was probably the craziest thing to ever happen to me in my life. I wasn't high or drunk or anything like that. It was just a normal weekday after work. Edit. To clarify a question that has been asked a lot, no. I've never sat in that rocking chair before, and definitely not wearing what I saw in the video. The only time I've been in that room is during the day, but I never have sat in that rocking chair before while on my phone. Two very close friends of mine and me have often had long conversation about glitches in the Matrix, the world being a simulation, etc. And we've since experienced it about 3 times and thought we were going completely nuts. This one sticks with me because all 3 of us experienced it together. We had plans to get stoned. We were all completely sober when this happened. We planned to be together, and obviously, snacks were important. I got a fat bag of nachos and cheese dip, along with some cola, with, I don't know, let's call him Ricky, and headed over to Corey's, who live in a single-room apartment. I enter the room with Ricky, and with him holding the nachos and dip, and me holding the cola. Fast forward about an hour, Corey didn't score any yet, and Ricky had to leave. I lay down on the bed and asked Corey to pass me the nachos from the part of the table I had seen Ricky placing them on. And Corey goes, "What nachos?" I'm like, obviously the big bag of nachos in the corner of the table? And he just says, there are no nachos. I get up to get a better view, and there are no damn nachos. I go like, just look under the table, and that's when Corey says, I was wondering why Ricky had dip but no nachos. I then asked him about 1,000 times if he's sure he saw Ricky bring no nachos. And he says, yeah, and that he was extremely confused there for a moment about why we, again, had dip but no nachos. So, Ricky and I definitely saw nachos going into the room, but Corey didn't. I definitely know Ricky didn't take them with him because he didn't have a backpack of any kind, and the nacho bag was big enough for me to notice if he would have taken it with him. We searched for those damn nachos everywhere we possibly could, even though neither of us saw anyone leave the room with them, nor did Ricky or me change the location of them from the table. This story really triggers all 3 of us because even though the thing that glitched is so insignificant itself, the way it did is just so crazy. All 3 of us know exactly what happened, but we sound crazy even when explaining it to ourselves. So I attend a university and currently live in the dorms. The dorms don't let us stay in them over winter break, so we had to leave for the entire break, and we couldn't come back until the day before class. I live about 6 to 8 hours away depending on traffic. Anyways, my friend lives in a town really close to my hometown and also attends UCSB. We happen to live in the same dorm, so she offered to drive me home and back. This story is about when we were on our way back. We didn't really encounter anything, but this story is unsettling to say the least. Before the trip, we both agreed at eating at a Little Caesars halfway through our trip. So, about halfway, I started looking up nearby Little Caesars, and she really had to go to the bathroom, so it was good timing to stop and grab a bite to eat. The GPS took us to a non-existent town that just looked like one giant farm. The plants all looked kind of dead. The GPS then had us go in a square, turning more inward every time, until we were on a dirt road that went through the fields, so we were surrounded by basically no man's land. Eventually, We're so far into the fields that I can't even find the road, like an actual road that could get us back onto the highway. The GPS was basically telling me the place was in the middle of a field with no roads leading to it. So, essentially, it didn't even exist. There were no cars around us at all, so we booked it for the main road, because the situation was super sketchy. As we're finding our way back onto the highway, there was a little area of just run-down abandoned houses with no one in sight. They basically looked like shacks. All the cars that had taken the same exit as us to even get to this desolate town were gone. I don't know if many of you will find the story very creepy, but it was incredibly unsettling for me. I looked at the reviews of the place when we got back on the road, and there were no actual pictures of it. Just promo pictures uploaded by the owner, and it actually had no reviews. We did eventually find one, but not the one that was in the middle of nowhere. I saw a black-eyed child in my dream. Can anyone help interpret what this means? Should I be concerned? I haven't heard back from the other subreddits that I tried asking. In this dream, I lived with my parents, but for some reason the exact same house that I live in now, my boyfriend's. There was a young girl that had the room across from mine. She only came out at night. Mom and Dad didn't know about her. She may have been a black girl, but I don't recall too much detail about hair. I think that she had some at the beginning of my nightmare, but not toward the end. I couldn't actually tell her real skin color because everything was illuminated by a blue light. She didn't speak, but I'd been alright with her. Maybe I viewed her as peaceful at one point, but near the end I started to fear her. I walked out of my bedroom, and it was the dead of night, to her in the living room with the TV on static. I wanted to sleep in the living room, so I had her go back to her room so I could. She did. But I couldn't sleep because not long after, I heard her slam the bathroom door. It was an angry slam. I felt fear. So I grabbed the Xbox and I went to her bedroom and gave her the Xbox. I was hoping it would distract her long enough. She tried to give it back, pushing it back toward my hands when I gave it to her. But I insisted that she have it. Then, I saw her eyes. I don't think I mentioned what her eyes were. I think they were either completely black or black everywhere except the corners, and the corners were white. But that may also have been a reflection of light off of her eyes. I could tell that she was angry. So I ran to my parents' bedroom and my dad was sleeping with his arms hanging off the bed. I was worried that if I looked at him it would be her. I was so afraid that I had my eyes closed. I merely felt his fingers to see if they were his. I was too scared to scream, so I was saying through my lips while scared out of my mind, "Dad? Dad?" And I think I might have been saying it out loud, but I woke up feeling my boyfriend's fingers. I'm just curious, does this mean there's a spirit nearby? And if so, what should I do? Today, I was selling some clothes that I don't need anymore at a popular teen consignment store called Plato's Closet. I've never sold with them before, which is important. I was browsing while they were sorting through my clothes and found a very distinct pair of jeans that I lost track of a year or so ago. They're jeans that I distressed by hand and had a now former friend patch with Galaxy fabric. And she did a really crappy job at it, and also added a semicolon decal, which are the two most identifying characteristics. I found the video of me distressing them, and it was done in 2018. And when I moved to Idaho in 2019 for college, I lost them. I moved back to Texas in 2020. I didn't like them, so it really wasn't a big deal. But now they're in this store that is 1,500 miles away from where I lost them, and they've been there for 4 months max, according to the associates, since they cycle things out every 2 seasons. More weird details: they somehow had my old home address in the system, despite me never selling with them before, and the ID they used to enter me into the system having my current address on it. This can't be explained with someone selling the jeans in my name. You have to have a photo ID to sell with them, and when they scan the ID, it brings up the information on your ID and nothing more. And to top it all off, I have my receipt and order number for the transaction. This has been a very weird and surreal experience for me. Update: I went back to the same Plato's Closet, and they predictably were not there. None of the staff that was working yesterday was working today, and the lady at the counter kept giving me attitude when I was asking questions. I eventually left my name and number with them just in case whoever bought them brings them back, since, honestly, they were one of the most ill-fitting jeans I've had, and the patches weren't even finished. You could stick your hand right through the holes. I know they're not going to call me though, and I'm probably never going to see those jeans again. Or I might, in 10 years, in a different Plato's Closet in a different country. So, somebody else has these traveling pants now. Hey everyone. I love reading all of your stories. I'm somewhat new to Reddit and usually lurk only. Since reading everyone's glitch stories, it hit me. I think I too may have experienced a glitch. Maybe. It was a few years ago now, but it happened to both my sister and I. We were hanging out at home and decided we needed more snacks from the store, so I volunteered to be the one to go. Our cars were parked in the driveway, hers behind mine, so she handed me her keys and said take her car. Why bother playing musical cars, just take mine, it's easier. So I head out to the store and get what we need, and then head home. The whole time I had only my sister's keyring, which was kind of hard to miss. My younger sister loves to collect stuff on her keyring, so it's an eyesore. And my wallet. I pull into the driveway, grab a few bags from the seat next to me, take the keys out of the ignition, and head into the house. I put the bags down and start taking out the food and whatnot, and we watch a movie, blah blah blah. I didn't realize at the time that I didn't seem to put her keys down anywhere when I came home. I was honestly just worried about the snacks. Now, the weird part. Later on, around 4 in the afternoon, my sister goes to leave for work. She's a waitress, and she's looking for her keys. I realize, hey, I didn't take them in the house. I must have just dropped them. I know I had them in my hand when I got out of the car. Her car beeps like crazy when you leave the keys in it. So we go to look outside because, again, I must have just dropped them. They are nowhere to be found. Nowhere. It's only a 10-foot walk from where I parked in the driveway to our garage. They are nowhere. Not in her car, not on the ground, not in the house, just nowhere. They actually disappeared. I don't know how, but they did. I ended up having to take her to the dealership to get a new $150 key. That was all about 6 years ago. We still have yet to find that key ring, and we talk about it all the time. Hello everyone. This is kind of hard to describe in text, but I will try to paint a picture of what my glitch experience was. If you need a visual, go to Google Earth, look up Bitney Springs in Nevada City, California, view Rough and Ready that connects to Bitney Springs Road, A little further up, beyond a bridge, there is Newton Road that brings you up the mountain to Highway 49. Usually taking this route to 49, you would go down R&R Highway, turn right into Bitney Springs, past the spring, go a few miles, turn right onto Newton Road, which brings you all the way up to the 49. It's very simple. No circular road that brings you around to Rough and Ready. So I was in my car, driving down Rough and Ready Highway. I come to the stop sign to turn right onto Bitney Springs Road. I turn right, past the spring, go about a mile into the woods, and come to a construction zone. It was the type with a flagger to move you on once incoming traffic passes. So I'm sitting at this construction site. The man holding the stop sign is hiding behind his stop sign. I find this odd. A few cars go by, everything is normal, and then he flips his sign to signal me to go ahead, so I drive through the site. I'm driving what seems like several minutes, and suddenly, I'm back at the stop sign from Bitney Springs Road, facing the T of Rough and Ready Highway. I'm totally confused because this is not the direction that I was driving. In fact, it was the complete opposite direction. So I turn left onto R&R and see if it really is that road, and it is. So I turn back around and head back to Bitney. I turn right onto Bitney, past the spring, and come back up to the construction site, and it's all flipped backwards. The man who was originally in the front is now at the rear end of the construction site. I pass through and head back the normal way up to the 49, completely confused as to what just happened. And this is the weirdest and most confusing experience of my life so far. This is small, but I read these a lot, and this happened to me the other day, and I immediately decided it was a glitch. But essentially, I had to go to Home Depot to buy some washers so I could install drawer knobs, and it took me a while, but I found the perfect ones. I bought 2 packs of 3 washers, and when I was at checkout, one of my friends called me, stressed about college, so I picked up her call and finished checking out. As I was leaving the store, I mentioned to her something along the lines of, "Sorry, I was just checking out at Home Depot. I had to buy these stupid 1 1/4 inch washers for my stupid drawers." And I remember looking at the washers on my way to my car to read her the dimensions, knowing that it was completely irrelevant to her, but I'm no handyman, so anything hardware related is completely alien to me. Anyways, I got to my car and spoke with her for a while, before actually turning my car on and hanging up. For some reason, I double-checked to make sure that I had everything. Wallet, phone, keys, but no washers. I presumed they fell or I misplaced them, so I searched all around the inside of the car, and later even the outside, but every single crack and crevice had no evidence of these stupid little orange bags with stupid little metal circles in them. I began freaking out because where could they have gone? I knew I brought them into my car. I decided I had absolutely lost my mind and went back in to buy more. At least I knew where to find them. I get back to the hardware aisle, and the guy who checked me out came up to me with 2 little orange baggies in his hand and said, "Hey, did you leave these here?" And I almost started crying. I asked him if he found them outside, and he said no. I had just left them on the counter. I specifically recall looking at the package as I was halfway to my car in the parking lot, but apparently not. So, yeah, I'm losing my mind, and that is such a minor accident, but is there any other explanation, or am I just going mental? So I've been working at a fast food place, let's call it the Ringing Burrito, for 6 months now, going on 7. And I keep seeing weird stuff. I've slowly been noticing, like, dark figures of people who aren't there. Like, I'll see a customer while making food, and then look back to say something like, "Hey, I'll be with you in a moment," but there's nobody there. I know it sounds stupid, and like I'm overreacting or something. Sometimes we hear stuff, like people in the lobby when there shouldn't be, since we're closed, and other coworkers hear the noises too. I haven't told them about the figures I see, but I'm thinking they don't see them, since sometimes I see standing figures like they're waiting or something. And I asked one of my managers once if they ever experienced some spooky stuff at work, jokingly, and she said yeah. She told me that sometimes when they're all taking a break, the tubs hanging above the sink will get knocked over when no one's there, or that stuff will be moved across the store. I then jokingly said that if the store was haunted, and she told me that probably, but it's most likely her since she's had spirits in her family be active. I've then asked her if she's ever seen any, and she said no, just heard weird noises and seen stuff get knocked over. So what I first thought is, this person has some stuff following her, but I've been seeing these figures even when she doesn't work the days I work, and before I worked with her on the same shifts. Sometimes I can see these damn figures behind other coworkers, like not touching them, but standing a nice close distance behind them. This is really scary stuff, and it's kind of making me paranoid. Like, I haven't told anyone at work. Sometimes I freak out a bit when I see one and try to act cool with my coworkers who do worry about me. Does someone know what's going on, and am I actually seeing ghosts? I already put in my 2 weeks, so I'm ready to leave that place. We had the previous owner occupy our old house. When we moved in, I immediately hated that place because the vibe just felt off. I wouldn't be alone in the house, and had to keep a light on if I went from one room to another. I told my parents about it, and my dad called me daft, but my mom said nothing about it until we moved out and into our new place. She asked me why I hated the previous house so much, and I admitted that I just felt watched and uncomfortable 24/7. The only private place where I didn't feel like I was being watched was the bathroom for some reason. My mom admitted that when we first arrived, she was unpacking boxes when she heard my dad come up behind her and ask, "What are you doing?" My mom replied, but when she turned to look, there was no one there. She searched the house, but Dad's car wasn't in the driveway. She was alone. This happened a few times, and she never saw who was questioning her. Meanwhile, I was getting more and more anxious, especially if I came back late from a night out. Something in that house just felt furious and disappointed in me. It wasn't until we were settled and redecorating that my mom heard someone come into her bedroom and ask, "What are you doing in my house?" Calmly, my mom explained, "This isn't your house anymore, it's mine, and it's time for you to go, please." She never heard him again, and I began to feel less and less uneasy the more we revamped the place. The decor hadn't been touched since the 1970s, and we found out recently that before we moved into that house, the previous owners had been the only tenants since its construction. The husband had died years before the wife passed, so I think he had stuck around to keep her company. So yeah, I guess I had a disappointed, angry grandpa living in my house, but he was polite enough to not go into the bathroom if it was occupied.